In Northern Shosen, he was known only as Number 7, a living weapon engineered for one purpose, to be the perfect soldier. Bro was basically cooking since he was a kid. After years of brutal training, he was finally given his first long-term assignment. His mission: infiltrate the decadent South, assimilate into its ruling class, and await the party's call to strike from within. Assignment that would last decades. But to survive in this new world, this perfect soldier and his comrades would have to master their most difficult disguise yet: a clueless, happy family. A role they were not exactly trained for. Number 7, or rather Kang Gyeon, is already annoyed. Comrades, do we really have to wear these weird clothes? When the father almost blows their cover in the taxi, the mother has to put him to sleep with a swift neck chop. Yeah, this is gonna be a long mission. As Kang Jin begins his infiltration at an elite high school, he's completely unaware of the mission's true objective. You see, his parents are having a very different conversation in private. His father looks out at the city and says, just getting him out of that hell is enough for now. This was never an infiltration, it's a rescue. And today, the mission truly begins. At Seoul International High School, a campus for the sons and daughters of the 1%, a new student is about to make his debut. Inside the classroom, the teacher makes an announcement. Guys, we've got a transfer student today. The students start buzzing immediately. A transfer student, one asks. That's super rare for this school. The teacher calms everyone down, reminding them that anyone placed in their advanced class has to be brilliant. She then turns to Kanggun, who's been standing there like a statue. What are you doing? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He looks over the class with a totally deadpan expression. I'm Kang Jian. Nice to meet you. One girl smirks, already decided. My type, she declares. Her friend yells, whoa, Ara called dibs. The teacher claps to get control. All right. Let's start class. Kang Jian heads for an empty seat in the back. He sits down next to a dude with spiky red hair who immediately eyes him with suspicion. But the teacher isn't done with him yet. Kang Jian, do you think you can keep up? This is an advanced class, you know. He says nothing. So to test him, she throws a ridiculously complex math problem on the board. If you're so confident, want to come solve it? Without even flinching, Kang Jian glances at the board and just states the answer. 224. The teacher is completely stunned into silence. What? Just then, another student who was speed solving in his notebook shoots his hand up. Teacher, I just solved it, and that's correct. The kid confirms, looking at the teacher like he's just seen a ghost. The teacher's brain short circuits. He solved an advanced problem in his head in less than 5 seconds? The rest of the class is just as blown away by this casual display of absolute genius. But Ara is more impressed than ever. I like him even more now. Kang-gun just sits there, his gaze locked forward. He's determined to carry out this mission without fail. After flexing his big brain, Kang Jian is officially on everyone's radar. And one girl in particular, Ara, is definitely watching him. Next thing he knows, he's mobbed by a group of girls. They're all over him, firing off questions left and right. They're desperate to know his deal, convinced he's got to be the son of a diplomat or some big shot from overseas. But this kind of interrogation is getting to him. The man's trained for combat, not a social firing squad. Just when he's about to break, the crowd parts like the Red Sea, and the one who steps forward is none other than the Queen Bee. She introduces herself with a super confident smile. Hello, I'm Lee Ara. She asks if he's Kang Jian, but he just gives her the 1,000-yard stare. His guard is completely up. This dude's gaze is absolutely piercing. He's not blinking for anyone. Flashback to the night before. Kang Jian isn't cracking open a math book. Oh no, he's studying his classmates like they're a mission briefing. And who's the first file on his desk? You guessed it, the girl he just met, Liara. Just then, his father walks in. But he's not bringing snacks, he's bringing another assignment. He drops a massive stack of papers on the floor. These are the details of the targets to memorize. There are more than expected, so take note. Kang Jian's reply is totally cold and robotic, and his dad is not having it. Fix your tone. His dad lays down the #1 rule of the mission: blend in. He has to act like a totally normal kid. With a look that could curdle milk, he finally agrees. Yes, which brings us back to the classroom. He's staring right at his target, and the mission objective flashes in his mind. Lee Ara is priority target #1. She's not just some classmate. She's the daughter of the chairman of the Samjung Group, the biggest and most powerful company in the entire country. And the mission is simple. Get close to her, earn her trust, and steal all her family's corporate secrets. Ara finally breaks the silence, clearly getting annoyed. Are you always this tight-lipped? He's about to say something, but she cuts him right off, sliding her phone across the desk. Give me your Insta. Kang Jian just stares at the phone, completely lost. What is an Insta? Seeing his confusion, she tries again. Maybe he uses another social media app called Obook instead? Changing tactics, she holds out her hand. Then give me your phone. Let me get your number. And this is it. The one thing his years of brutal training never covered. The man is completely glitching out. The girls are in total disbelief. No way, you don't even have a phone? Kang Jian is sweating buckets. His cover as a normal high schooler is officially blown to pieces. Hera just looks at him in disgust. What's with you? Are you a caveman? She's clearly disappointed and just turns and walks away. Mission failed. The whole class is dead silent for a second, and then the whispering and laughing starts. The gossip spreads like wildfire. No phone? No Insta? His parents must be crazy strict. Era and her crew bail, leaving him totally isolated at his desk. He's clenching his fist under the desk, his mind just screaming. Insta, O-book, handphone. All his world-class training is completely useless against the final boss, teenage social life. After school, he's walking home completely defeated, but then he stops dead in his tracks. He senses something. It's a whole fleet of supercars lined up outside the school. This is how the other half lives, folks. He spots another student walking past, a tall girl with long, dark hair. His eyes widen in an instant. This has to be another target. His internal mission file boots up. She's classified as Priority 0. But before he can do anything, a massive bodyguard steps right between them. The bodyguard is an absolute unit, glaring down at him like an immovable wall of muscle. The man calls the girl Miss and escorts her to a waiting black limousine. And who should walk by right then? None other than Ara on her way to her own ride. She hops into a light blue Rolls-Royce and the whole parade of luxury cars starts to pull away. As Kang Jian is taking in this insane display of wealth, a hand suddenly slaps over his eye. Don't get in the way. Move. It's some punk with red hair who gives him a dirty look and a smirk. You're kinda annoying. And of course, another giant bodyguard shows up to escort this kid to his bright yellow G-Wagon. Kang Jian is left standing there, a total outsider in this world of the super rich. Just as he's about to head out, another student calls out to him. The new guy introduces himself as Zhang Dongwu, and his family is stacked. He's the grandson of the Minister of Justice. Seeing Kang Jian standing alone, Dongwu offers him a lift home. A pretty bold move. Kang Jian actually thinks about it for a second. Seeing him hesitate, Dongwu gets all nervous and starts to backtrack. But Kang Jian surprises him and accepts the offer. Dongwu is totally stoked. Riding in a clean white Audi, Dongwu asks where he lives. Kang Jian just coolly replies, Banpo Blue Tower. Dongwu is completely blown away. That's one of the most expensive places to live. They properly introduce themselves and a new friendship might be forming. Dongwu even tells his driver to drop Kang Jian off first before he heads to his next stop. They're riding in silence for a bit, but then Dongwu starts fidgeting. You can tell he's dying to ask something. He finally works up the nerve to ask about that insane math problem from class. How did you do that? Dongwu asks, completely amazed. Kang Jian just looks at him, a little confused by the question. Dongwu starts waving his hands around, apologizing for being weird but gushing about how awesome it was to solve it all in his head. Then he sheepishly admits, actually, I'm particularly weak in math. Kang Jian immediately sees an opening. He offers to tutor him and Dongwu is completely stunned. Really? Dongwu's face completely lights up when Kang Jian says yes. Dongwu is over the moon. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is thinking this mission is going even smoother than planned. But then Dongwu hits him with the one question he was dreading. But is it true you don't have Insta or a phone? And just like that, the mood dies. Meanwhile, in that light blue Rolls-Royce, Ara is talking to the guy at the wheel, Secretary Yang. She tells him to look into the new transfer student. She wants to know everything. Secretary Yang asks if he should get the corporate strategy team on it, but Ara shuts that down. She clarifies, I just want to know if there's someone I can get along with. Her secretary gets it immediately. He promises to have a full report on her desk by tonight. Era looks out the window, a curious little smirk on her face. This is getting interesting. Later, when Kang Jian gets home, his mom greets him with a huge, cheerful smile. Oh son, you're back. He just stares at her, totally blank. She teases him for not saying I'm home like a normal kid. His dad peeks over his newspaper, looking a little worried as Kang Jian awkwardly mumbles a greeting. His mom just laughs and pats him on the back. Good job, my son. Go to your room quickly. He's super confused, but he lets her playfully push him towards his bedroom. He opens the door and... What? His entire room has been redecorated. New desk, new bed, even a keyboard. He's shocked by how much this must have cost, but his mom just laughs. It's all necessary. Don't ever forget our family is filthy rich. Then Kang Jian's eyes lock onto his new desk. There's a laptop, a tablet, and a brand new smartphone. He immediately picks up the phone. You can see the gears turning in his head. He turns to his mom and hesitantly asks the million-dollar question. Perhaps, what is Insta? His mom is totally clueless. But then his dad steps in with a super confident grin. That's something I'll teach you, he declares with a sparkling thumbs up. Kang Jian looks horrified, while his mom just giggles at her husband's boomer energy. Later that night, we find Ara on an intense run, pushing herself to the limit. She stops when Secretary Yang suddenly appears out of nowhere, holding a file for her. She takes the clipboard and sees the profile inside Steve Kang Jian's father. The report is insane. He's the Korean-American CEO of a top cryptocurrency, with a net worth of at least 30 billion won. And that's not all. His security business is also blowing up in the US, Japan, and even getting noticed in China. Era closes the folder, looking thoughtful. Her secretary asks if he should keep digging for more info. She hands it back with a confident smirk. No need, she says. Seems like he is someone I can get along with. The next morning, our boy Kang Jian is just chilling with a brand new phone displayed on his desk. He makes a little sound trying to get their attention. Aura shoots him a curious look from her seat. Kang Jian totally feels her gaze on him. He just crosses his arms and waits for her next move. And boom! Their eyes lock across the entire classroom. The silent standoff begins. Alright, now that he has her attention, he smoothly pulls out a brand new smartphone, a little gift from his parents. Oh, and that gets Ara's attention immediately. Her smile widens. Looks like the bait is working. His new buddy, Jang Dongwoo, slides over, totally hyped. You bought a phone, he says. But the good vibes don't last long. A massive shadow suddenly falls over them. A hand clamps down hard on Dongwoo's shoulder. What is this? The red-haired dude demands. He's got a nasty smirk on his face. You two getting friendly already? Poor Dongwoo is sweating bullets, stammering that Kang Jian is just helping him with math. Meanwhile, another dude with slicked back hair just watches, looking completely unimpressed by the whole thing. And Kang Jian? He's dead silent, just analyzing these new challengers. The red-haired punk scoffs at the excuse. Right. Study hard, he mocks. But I've got business with him. Then he just shoves Dongwoo's head down onto the desk and takes his seat. What a jerk. So now these two absolute units are standing over Kang Jian trying to box him in, but our boy just stares back, completely unfazed by their little intimidation act. You love to see it. He instantly clocks the first guy, Go Jin-sok, the son of a politician with presidential dreams. The other is Hwang Woo-young, heir to the massive Daejeon group. These guys are heavy hitters. Kang Jian sees an opportunity. He flashes a friendly smile and asks, "Want me to tutor you guys in math too?" His offer just hangs in the air. Both of them are completely stunned into silence. Jin-suk just scoffs and walks off. Make sure this guy doesn't get annoying, he tells his buddy. Hey, transfer student. Woo-young barks and immediately grabs Kang Jian by the collar. He gets right in his face, his voice a low growl. The most important thing here is knowing your place. Keep quiet and stay under the radar, he snarls, tightening his grip. Got it? For just a second, all of Kang Jian's training kicks in. He instantly visualizes the perfect counter. In his mind's eye, his hand is a blur, striking Woo-young's throat with deadly precision. One hit, and it is over. The imaginary strike is clean and silent, a perfect execution from a trained killer. But of course, that is not what actually happens. Woo-young just repeats his threat. I said, got it? Kang Jian just smiles, placing a hand on Woo-young's arm, staying under the radar. What does that mean? He asks politely. Woo-young is totally confused. What? And then he feels it. A sharp, crushing pressure on his arm. Kang Jian's grip is like a steel vice, twisting Woo-young's wrist with insane force. Woo-young starts pouring sweat as the pain becomes unbearable. Kang Jian is bending his arm back like it is nothing. And with that same friendly smile, Kang Jian asks, "Is this how you make friends around here?" What a savage. Jin-sok hears the commotion and turns around, looking super annoyed that his boy is getting handled. Furious and totally humiliated, Woo-young rips his arm free and throws a wild haymaker right at Kang Jian's head. He is roaring, "You little, are you trying to get yourself killed?" But Kang Jian just watches the punch come at him, his face a mask of pure calm. But he is not just watching the fist, he is looking past it right at the security camera in the corner of the room. And we get a flashback. A lesson from his dad. In South Korea, everything has cameras, his dad explained, showing him feeds from all over the city. With just a few clicks, his instructor shows him how to hack the entire school's security system. He even pulls up the feed for this exact classroom. This place is your classroom. He cycles through the gym, the offices, the music hall, the library, and the sports field. He has got eyes everywhere. His dad boasts, breaking this level of security is nothing. Kang Jian beams. Comrade number 1, I knew you were the best computer expert in the North. But his dad shuts him down fast. Stop talking like that. Fix it already. And his final warning rings in Kang Jian's ears. Remember, no violence. Everything is being recorded. Back in the present, Woo-young's fist is just inches from his face, but he easily dodges it. He puts his hands flat on his desk and straight up slams it into Woo-young's gut. The impact is so strong it catches Woo-young off guard and he stumbles back. His attack was totally shut down. He is just staring in total disbelief, absolutely seething. This bastard. Just as things are about to get even crazier, Ara's voice cuts through the tension. She steps up with her friends, calling Woo-young out for acting like a total punk. Across the room, Go Jin-sok is watching, thinking that the new kid clearly does not know the rules. And with a nasty look he adds, then he needs to be taught a lesson. But Ara is not done, yelling at Woo-young to stop before he makes himself look even more pathetic. Woo-young glares right past her at Kang Jian, threatening to see him later one-on-one. But Kang Jian is not scared at all. He just grins back and asks, when? Where? What a Chad. Totally thrown off, Woo-young just storms out of the classroom in a rage. Kang Jian's kicking himself. This dude is a 4-star, aka a target for recruitment. He needs to get on their good side. What the heck should he do? Suddenly the English teacher walks in, a cheerful blonde woman who immediately spots the new student. Kang Jian is still thinking about Jin-sok when the teacher asks if he can keep up in her all-English class. Without missing a beat, Kang Jian replies in perfect English that it is no problem. The teacher is floored by his flawless accent. He rolls out his cover story. He went to an international school in New York and moved for his dad's business. Dongwoo is super impressed and the teacher is thrilled, saying his accent will help the whole class improve. And you know Kang Jian is feeling pretty smug about this. Ara is watching him with a whole new level of interest, while Jin-sok and Woo-young just look salty. Now that everyone knows he is from New York, the girls are swarming his desk all over again. Alright, time to get to work. He holds out his phone to the baffled girls, but suddenly, Ara's right there to snatch it. This is from our company, she says with a grin. You passed. Inside, Kang Jian is celebrating. His plan worked perfectly. Total success. Ara immediately starts scrolling his social media, which is full of pictures of him and his fake family on crazy vacations. She swipes through pics of them in Paris, on a tropical beach, and in Japan. The works. Looking at the photos, Ara is completely sold. Such a warm, happy family. Of course, it is all fake. Kang Jian mentally gives a huge thumbs up to his support team for creating this perfect digital disguise. Let me tell you, that did not fool us at all. The final bell rings, and while everyone else rushes out, Kang Jian stands alone, a lone wolf in a sea of sheep. Outside, it's a car show for the 1%. A whole line of luxury rides is already waiting for the rich kids. And speaking of rides, Kang Jian remembers his dad bragging about some new car he's supposed to be bringing today. Oh boy. He's just standing there as all the other students walk past him. Suddenly, Ara turns and gives him a friendly wave. See you tomorrow, she says with a smile. As Ara walks away, Kang Jian can't help but smile to himself. Ara's finally paying attention. But hold up, Huang Wuyong and Go Jin-sok are right behind him. This can't be good. A hand slams down on his shoulder. It's Huang Wujung and he does not look happy. Guess we'll be going together, he growls. Instantly, Kang Jian sizes up the situation. Two new problems have just walked into his life, Huang Wuyong and Go Jin-sok. But here's the twist. His mission parameters pop into his head. He's not supposed to fight them, he's supposed to recruit them. Alright, where to? Jian asks. Waiting for them is a massive bodyguard next to a yellow SUV. Wuyong just glares and tells him to get in the car, while he's still asking nicely. Kang Jian isn't even scared. He's thinking, perfect, this is his chance to get them on his side and finish the mission. So without saying a word, he just plays along, walking straight towards their car. Absolute Chad move. But then, out of nowhere, tires screech across the pavement. A flashy red sports car comes flying down the road. It pulls off a perfect drift, sliding sideways and stopping right in front of them, completely blocking their path. Everyone is just stunned. And who pops out of the driver's seat? It's his dad, rocking a loud Hawaiian shirt and shades, waving like a total maniac. "Son, I came to pick you up," he yells, completely clueless about the super tense situation he just interrupted. Wuyong and Jin-sok are just frozen, their whole tough guy act completely shattered by this ridiculous scene. And Kang Jian, his face is pure horror. You can literally feel the second-hand embarrassment. Dad's here, his father shouts again, grinning from ear to ear like he's the coolest guy in the world. Other students are just walking by, staring at the absolute train wreck unfolding in the middle of the street. Trying to save what's left of his dignity, Kang Jian tells his dad he's hanging out with friends. Wuyong and Jin-sok just watch, completely baffled. But his dad is just thrilled. "So, you've made another friend, huh?" He beams, giving a huge thumbs up. At this point, Kang Jian's soul has physically left his body. The cringe is just too powerful. He shoves his dad back in the car, yelling that he'll see him at home. He just needs this to end. With one last roar of the engine, his dad peels out, leaving a trail of tire marks and pure confusion behind. Kang Jian just lets out a massive sigh, watching the disaster mobile disappear down the street. Jin-sok shoots him a death glare. "You," he says, "really need some proper guidance." And just like that, they're all piled into Wuyong's SUV, driving through the city. Kang Jian sits there quietly, probably wondering what kind of mess he's gotten himself into this time. The car finally pulls up to a huge, modern corporate building. This doesn't look like a back alley beatdown. He gets out and looks up at the sign. TJ Sports. Okay, what is going on here? Jin-sok tries to wave off his bodyguard, telling him to go on ahead because he'll be late. But the guard isn't having it. He says his orders are to never leave Jin-sok's side, not even for a second. With an annoyed look, the bodyguard just sighs and follows them into the massive building. And inside, holy cow, it's a massive MMA training center with a full-on octagonal cage in the middle. A training center? Kang Jian thinks to himself, taking in the scene. This just got interesting. A guy in a tracksuit greets them, confirming that cage number 3 is all cleared out and ready for them. Wuyong barks in order to make sure nobody else gets in. The guy just bows and agrees. They clearly run this place. But then the guy whispers to Kang Jian, just beg for forgiveness and he'll call an ambulance quickly. Dude knows what's about to go down. Wuyong is already getting impatient, yelling about whether the ambulance has shown up yet. Bro is confident. Through all this, Kang Jian just stays completely silent, watching as Wuyong gets ready for whatever's coming next. And then it happens. Wuyong rips his school shirt off, revealing an absolutely jacked physique. This dude is a unit. He straps on a pair of red MMA gloves, giving Kang Jian a look that could kill. It's about to go down. Up on a balcony, Jin-sok smirks. He says it's been a while since he's seen someone walk in here looking so confident. Kang Jian looks up at him. "So you want me to spar with that guy?" he asks, completely unfazed. Jin-sok just bursts out laughing. "Sparring? A match? Call it whatever you want. Bring it on." His laughter gets a little crazy as he tells Kang Jian to hurry up and sign the waiver. Down on the floor, Wujung shoves a clipboard in his face, pointing right at the signature line. It's a liability waiver. Basically, it says if you get wrecked, you can't sue. Standard procedure for a beatdown, I guess. Kang Jian's eyes narrow just a little bit as he reads over the terms. The gears are turning. He looks up, cool as a cucumber. You want me to sign here? Jin-sook leans over the railing with a nasty grin. What's the matter? You scared? But Kang Jian just gives him this cold, calculating stare. His face is a total blank slate. Jin-sook's eyes light up with a sick kind of joy. Get on your knees and bark like a dog, and maybe I'll let you go. And Kang Jian's reaction? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He is completely unfazed by the threat. For the first time, Jin-sook's smile wavers. Why aren't you reacting? He mutters. This guy's weird. Kang Jian turns toward the cage and asks the most chilling question. There are no cameras in here, right? Check out Jin-sook's face. His smug confidence is completely gone, totally thrown by that one simple question. Even Woo-young, who's all ready to fight in the cage, is confused. What? He says, looking over his shoulder. With a tired sigh, Kang Jian just signs their waiver. So we really have to do this, huh? Jin-sook recovers and starts laughing his head off. Are you an idiot? Our Woo-young is a national champion. You're gonna get destroyed. Totally unfazed, Kang Jian just pushes the clipboard back. You sign it too. He gives them a stare so cold it could freeze fire. Hurry up, he says. The tables have officially turned. In the fighting ring, we've got Huang Woo-young, looking absolutely shredded and way too confident for his own good. Across from him, our boy Kang Jian calmly adjusts his gloves, rocking a killer poker face. Woo-young, of course, starts running his mouth. Kid, look at that face. Completely frozen. Classic bully dialogue. The two face off. Woo-young is bouncing around like he's had too much sugar, while Kang Jian stands perfectly still. The difference is hilarious. But inside Kang Jian's head, the supercomputer is firing up, trying to find the best way to handle this situation. He runs a quick simulation. Option 1, a devastating punch straight to Woo-young's temple. That would do it. And nope, that's a fail. A little too much force. We're trying to teach a lesson, not send him to meet his ancestors. Okay, next option. A vicious body blow, cracking ribs and drawing blood. That's pretty metal. Nope, that won't work. A finger jab to the eye? Too much. A knee to the ribs? Nah. Crippling leg kick? Nope, just nope. He can't risk killing or permanently maiming the son of a corporate chairman. That's just bad for business. He's genuinely stumped. How do you even educate a rich brat without causing an international incident? Woo-young finally makes his move, throwing a test jab that stops just inches from Kang Jian's face, who doesn't even blink. He follows up with a fancy hook kick, but Kang Jian just dodges it, effortlessly, like it was nothing. Woo-young's eyes widen in shock. You can almost see the error message popping up in his brain. Watching from the railing, Jin-sook and his bodyguard are equally stunned. Their faces are absolutely priceless. Woo-young backs away, trying to play it cool. You've been working out, huh? Yeah, you could say that. Kang Jian stays completely silent, and his stoic expression is seriously starting to unnerve Woo-young. The silent treatment works. Woo-young grits his teeth, his cocky grin returning as he gets more and more angry. What's with that look? He yells, charging forward with all the grace of a runaway train. With almost zero effort, Kang Jian slaps him on the face. Just like that. Bam. He just flexes his fingers, totally unfazed by the attack. This is a complete power level mismatch. Up on the balcony, Jin-sook and his man look like they just saw a ghost. They cannot believe what they're seeing. Woo-young begins to tremble, a mix of pure rage and fear on his face. He is not having a good day. Kang Jian slowly clenches his own fist, and his eyes narrow. Alright, playtime is officially over. Losing his last bit of composure, Woo-young screams, "Wanna die or something?" before getting cut off by a sharp backhand across the face. The blow sends Woo-young stumbling back, completely stunned. He had no idea what hit him. Before he can recover, Kang Jian pivots and delivers a brutal open palm strike right to the side of his head. Woo-young's eyes roll back as he's sent crashing to the floor, and that's all she wrote, folks. Lights out. Jin-sook and his bodyguard are utterly speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. What did they just witness? Kang Jian glances up at them. There won't be any major damage since I went easy. His definition of easy is terrifying. He turns and walks out of the ring. If there's nothing else to see, I'm out. Just another Tuesday for our boy. But Jin-sook isn't having it. He shouts from the balcony, "Stay right there." The plot thickens. A moment later, Jin-sook and his bodyguard are down on the main floor, rushing to intercept him. With a wild, excited grin, Jin-sook makes a shocking declaration. "From now on, you're my right-hand man." Kang Jian is completely baffled. "Right-hand man? My guy is just trying to get home and play some video games." Jin-sook turns to his bodyguard, practically buzzing. "This guy is really strong, right?" The bodyguard just stares, looking like he needs a raise. Still processing, Kang Jian wonders aloud what that's even supposed to mean. "Welcome to the club, buddy." Jin-sook walks back towards him, boasting, "Being my right-hand man is great. You know who my dad is, right?" He throws a friendly arm around Kang Jian's shoulders. "Let's go. As a celebration, I'll treat you to dinner at a nice place." Jin-sook laughs like a total maniac. But Kang Jian's flustered. "This is good, right? Everything's going according to plan?" Later that night, Kang Jian arrives back at his family's ridiculously lavish apartment, announcing his return. His dad asks if he made some good friends. Kang Jian tiredly replies, "Yes," which is technically true. His mom cheerfully asks about dinner, but he tells her he already ate with his new friends. As he walks away, his parents exchange a look of silent worry. Back in his room, Kang Jian collapses onto his bed, completely drained from a hard day of manipulation and fighting. He lets out a heavy sigh, the reality of his situation sinking in. Man, this mission isn't as easy as he thought. His mind flashes back to dinner where Jin-sook proudly presented the lavish restaurant. How's it? Pretty cool, right? Jin-sook mentions it's a family favorite and urges him to dig in. The food looks incredible, by the way. Artist, you're making me hungry. Kang Jian takes his first bite and his entire world just stops. The flavor is so intense he's left completely speechless. Jin-sook absolutely erupts in laughter at his over-the-top reaction. Our boy has clearly never eaten at a nice place before. Watching Jin-sook's super friendly grin, Kang Jian can't help but wonder if this is the same unhinged guy from school. Jin-sook leans in, explaining that being his right-hand man is actually pretty simple. His one and only job? Just crush anyone who tries to climb up. Simple, direct, and slightly evil. I like it. But Kang Jian adds that he doesn't pick on weaklings. He mentions a specific name, Dongwu. Kang Jian confirms he's talking about Jang Dongwu, their classmate. The idea of Dongwu being weak makes Jin-sook laugh again, leaving our boy totally confused. What's the deal here? Jin-sook reveals that back in middle school, he used to be Dongwu's supporter. A very polite way to put it. Seeing Kang Jian's blank stare, he clarifies, a lackey. You don't know what a bread shuttle is? Jin-sook's tone turns serious as he explains that Dongwu's family is the most powerful legal family in the country, and his dad is the chief prosecutor. He admits this was before his own father became a party leader. Back then, he had to constantly walk on eggshells around Dongwu. This revelation about the school's hidden power structure completely rattles Kang Jian. The high school food chain is brutal. Jin-sook sums it up perfectly. That's what South Korea is like. Your parents' power is your power. A harsh but true lesson. The flashback ends and Kang Jian is back on his bed, the weight of this new reality pressing down on him. He thinks to himself once more, this mission is really not easy. No kidding, my friend. No kidding at all. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. And look who it is. It's his fake mom and dad who are really actually his real parents peeking in with those classic concerned parents' faces. They're all like, what's wrong, son? You can talk to us. He quickly shuts them down, insisting it's nothing. A classic tough guy act. Yeah, they're not buying it for a second. That shared look says it all. Alone again, Kang Jian has a mini existential crisis. Turns out, South Korean high school is more complicated than any Black Ops mission. He's clenching his fists, admitting to himself that this whole fitting in thing is a major pain. But then his dad drops the act. He snaps at him to cut the self-pity. You forgot who your comrade is? Ouch. That's all it takes. Kang Jian snaps to attention like a soldier, apologizing and promising to get his head back in the game. And just like that, the fake parents are all smiles again. Look at that, our boy's got his game face back on. So what's his next move? Grinding. He hits the laptop, furiously researching stuff like Lackey, Otaku, and even MBTI. Gotta learn the local meta. He reminds himself he's the best agent from the Shadow Unit and makes a dramatic vow. I will never fail my mission. Okay, settle down there, buddy. Meanwhile, his comrades are eavesdropping at the door, giggling like proud parents. This whole setup is just ridiculous. The next day at school, a super nervous Dongwu shuffles up to Kang Jian. He's trying to ask about yesterday without actually asking. Kang Jian just scoffs and calls him out. He knows Dongwu used to be the bully back in the day. Dongwu starts panicking, but Kang Jian cuts him off with a surprisingly cool line. Don't worry, I don't need shuttles. Then he hits him with this ridiculously cheesy grin and a thumbs up, declaring them friends. Dongwu is baffled, while Kang Jian thinks, man, I'm so smooth. No, you're not, dude. As class ends, Dongwu is just relieved nothing bad happened, keeping a wary eye on Jin-sook as he walks by. But Kang Jian leans back, cool as a cucumber, and tells him not to worry. His new plan is for them to all become friends. Oh man, this dude still doesn't get it. Speak of the devil. Someone yells his name and it's Jin-sook, beckoning him over. Kang Jian approaches with a smile so fake it could be plastic, even throwing up a V sign. Thanks for dinner? Jin-sook is not amused, but everyone else, including Ara, is staring like they've just seen a ghost. The whole class is just frozen, watching this psycho casually offer to buy the school's top bully dinner next time. Jin-sook doesn't say a word, he just points to the empty seat next to him. And everyone knows that's Hwang Woo-jung's throne. Then, he hits him with the test. Why aren't you sitting? The pressure is on, folks. The gears in Kang Jian's head start turning. He gets it. This isn't an invitation, it's a promotion. Take the seat, become the new number 2. And without missing a beat, he plops down and crosses his arms, looking like he owns the place. Total Chad move. Jin-sook cracks a smirk. He's impressed. And internally, Kang Jian is doing a victory dance. His master plan is a go. The lecture drones on, but all eyes are on that one empty seat. Hwang Woo-jung is officially missing in action. Jin-sook leans over and whispers that Woo-jung should have been tough enough to show up, even after that beatdown. Meanwhile, across town at TJ Sports, we see why he's absent. Woo-jung is getting absolutely wrecked with a wooden pole. The guy is screaming at him, furious that he spent so much money to get Woo-jung into that class, only for him to mess it up. And get this, the guy doing the beating is Hwang Jae-shul, a big shot CEO, and Woo-jung's own father. Talk about dad of the year. But Jae-shul is on a rampage. He screams that Jin-sook's dad is running for president, so Woo-jung better get close to him no matter what it takes. He tells him in some very colorful language to basically become Jinsook's best friend or else. Then he just roars. If you get it, then get lost. A poor, battered Woojung just limps away. With his son gone, Jae-shol turns his attention to his secretary. Business time. He wants to know all about the company owned by the father of the kid who beat up his son. Yep, he's talking about Kang Jian. The secretary reports that Kang Jian's dad supposedly owns a crypto company called 11 Coin. We all know that's just a front, right? And apparently, the company is loaded. Jae-shol's eyes narrow. Let's have a meal, he says. That does not sound friendly. The secretary asks where, and Jae-shol's answer is just chilling. In this gym. Oh, this is not going to be a nice dinner. The secretary gets the message loud and clear. He just gives a little bow. The threat is understood. Jae-shol is just fuming, muttering about some punk daring to get in his way. This guy has serious anger issues. Meanwhile, back at school, the day ends and a cheerful Aura waves goodbye to Kang Jian. She walks over to her fancy car and is met by a whole squad of guys in suits. Across the street, Jinsook's bodyguard is waiting. Take good care of your parents, Jinsook suddenly says. What does that even mean? Jinsook just smirks like he's in on a secret, says he'll see him tomorrow, and leaves with Mohawk guy, leaving our boy totally confused. Take care of his parents? He's a North Korean spy, my dude. That's not his real family. His confusion is cut short when his dad pulls up in a ridiculously flashy sports car, yelling for him to hop in. Kang Jian just closes his eyes and sighs. He is so done with this guy's over-the-top acting. Later that night, the fake family is having a nice normal dinner. Well, as normal as it gets for 3 spies. Just then, the doorbell rings. There's a man in a suit standing there, looking all professional. He calmly introduces himself. He's from the Daejeon group. Smells like trouble. Mom and dad immediately look concerned, asking what he wants. The name finally clicks for Kang Jian. Daejeon group. That's Woo-young's family, the kid he beat up. His secretary isn't here for small talk. He gets right to the point with a serious accusation. Our group's young master was assaulted by your son. Bam. The whole family freezes, and a single drop of sweat rolls down Kang Jian's face. He is so busted. The secretary dials it back, saying his boss does not want trouble. He just wants a friendly little meal with dad. Sure, a meal. I have seen enough movies to know what that means. But dad is a professional, folks. He just laughs it off, playing the clueless parent. Oh, it's just a little scrap between kids, he says. Oscar-worthy performance right there. The secretary insists that the invitation is for right now, and with a surprisingly confident sure, dad agrees to go. Our protagonist is left watching him go, that cool demeanor completely gone. Now he just looks like a worried kid who is in way over his head. But right before the door closes, dad's entire vibe changes. He looks back with a stone-cold expression and gives one simple order: stay home. The door clicks shut. And just like that, Kang Jian and his mom are left staring at it, the fake family act replaced with very real worry. Meanwhile, we cut to the evil lair. The TJ Sports headquarters, the home base of the Huang family. Inside, the secretary leads dad through a hallway into the arena. And there is our final boss, Wang Jae-shol. He is just chilling by an MMA cage like he owns the place. Which, to be fair, he does. Jae-shol gets right to business. With a grin that screams, I am a villain, he says, my kid got beat up pretty badly by your brat. Then he hops down from the cage trying to look all intimidating. So he asks, what are you gonna do about it? But dad is playing it cool. Way too cool if you ask me. He just smiles and asks what the big bad CEO wants. The demand is classic rich guy bully stuff. Transfer your brat to another school. Then I will let this slide. Dad just laughs again, scratching his head. He says that is a little tough, since his wife worked so hard to get him into the best school in Korea. Okay, Jae-shol is out of patience. He steps in, trying to use his size to intimidate dad. The classic I am bigger than you strategy. But as Jae-shol's face twists in anger, dad's friendly mask drops completely. His eyes go ice cold as he warns, don't do anything you will regret. Jae-shol does not listen. He throws a massive hook, bam! It connects right on dad's face. Dad's lip is split, but get this, it is Jae-cole who is screaming in rage. You bastard, he yells. You are the one who threw the punch, my dude. He follows it up with a few brutal shots to the gut, sending dad stumbling back. This is not looking good. Dad collapses to his knees. Jae-shol cracks his knuckles, all smug. I will let it slide for today. How generous of him. But of course he is not done. He grabs dad by the hair, yanking his head up. Transfer your kid now, he snarls, or I will run you out of the country. Then he just slams dad's head into the floor. Geez dude, chill. And with that, Jae-shol walks off, telling his secretary to throw some money at the problem, as if that fixes getting your face rearranged. A little later, the secretary offers dad a check, the price for his beatdown, a cool 10 million won. Dad's face is a wreck, but he just stares at the check like it is a piece of trash. As the secretary gets in his car, he gives the classic villain warning, do not even think about calling the cops. We own them, he smirks. But dad just replies with a deadpan, I won't do anything stupid. The double meaning here is thick, folks. The secretary waves the check towards dad and he snatches it. He watches them drive off, his face pure simmering rage. Meanwhile, the goons in the car are laughing. Oh, you guys have no idea who you just messed with. Back at the apartment, dad walks in to find his worried family waiting up for him. The mood is tense. The second they see his bruised face, Kang Jian's eyes go wide. That is the face of a kid realizing this is all his fault. He rushes over, asking if he is okay, but Dad just holds up a hand. Not now, kid. Dad's on a roll. And then we see Mom. Her worried look melts away, replaced by pure, terrifying, silent rage. Dad sits down at what looks like a NASA command center in his office and starts typing like a madman. His face is all vengeance. I will make him regret messing with the wrong person. Oh yeah, it is hacker time. The next morning, it is just another sunny day at the evil corporate tower. Everything seems perfectly normal. Our boy Jaeshul is in his office sipping tea without a care in the world. Enjoy it while it lasts, pal. And his peace is immediately shattered. The secretary bursts in screaming like the world is ending. CEO, we're in trouble? Jaeshul is just annoyed. He has no idea what is going on and demands to know why his morning is being ruined. The secretary, looking like he is about to have a heart attack, delivers the news. The company's servers are completely down. Jaeshul asks about the IT team, but nope, their computers are dead too. The portal is down. And for the final blow, the one that makes all the color drain from his face, refund inquiries are flooding in. Ah, you love to see it. Back in the office, the phone is ringing nonstop. Jaeshul finally answers, and you can bet it is not good news. CEO, big trouble, says someone on the phone. Jaeshul just looks annoyed. What now? The biggest bomb is dropped. The bank, they froze our accounts. And boom, there is the look of pure, unfiltered panic we have been waiting for. Night falls and Jaeshul is left all alone in his giant, dark office. He looks completely broken, stewing in the ruins of his company. He is sweating, trembling, asking the empty room if there is any hope. My friend, you are talking to yourself. It is over. He is mumbling about what the bank is saying when suddenly a voice answers from the shadows. Well, hello there. Oh, it's Mom. And Jaeshul absolutely loses it. He starts screaming about how she got past his security. Buddy, your security is the least of your problems. She just gives him a little smirk. I put them to sleep. Cold. Absolutely ice cold. And she is not kidding. The cameras are down and the entire security team is taking a little nap. A very, very long nap. Jaeshul tries to act tough, but Mom is not having it. She grabs him by the collar and pow, one punch sends him flying. Dazed, he looks up to see her sitting on his desk, looking down at him like he is dirt. Do you know who you messed with? She asks. The answer is no, he does not. Jaeshul is sweating buckets as she explains that normally she would just kill him. And right on cue, she pulls out a syringe. But apparently, she made a promise to someone that she would not kill anymore. So lucky day for Jaeshul, I guess? Instead of death, she has a different plan. She presses the needle to his throat and says, I will wake you up in 3 years. She injects him, whispering that he will wake up after our Jian's graduation. His world goes dark and all we see is her cold, determined eye. Do not mess with this family. Alright, so the next morning, Kang Jian is ready for school while his parents are on cleanup duty. But he pauses at the door, giving one last look back. And yup, his dad is still looking like he went 10 rounds with a brick wall, bandages and all. But Mom? She's all sunshine and rainbows, waving him off like nothing happened. This, of course, sends our boy into a guilt spiral. He tries to apologize for the trouble he caused. His mom just giggles it off. Don't you worry, she says. Mom and Dad took care of everything. That sounds not at all ominous, right? We then cut to Seoul International High School. Inside, Ara is holding court with her friends before class starts. She spots someone across the room and gets this sly little smirk on her face. Her target is Kang Jian, who's just chilling, looking way too relaxed for someone in his situation. He's thinking about how parents in South Korea get involved over everything. My dude, you have no idea what you've gotten into. Suddenly, Go Jin-sok slides in with the hot gossip. He leans in close and drops a bomb. Woojung's dad collapsed, and his company, totally tanking. Kang Jian's eyes go wide with shock. You can see the gears turning in his head. Jin-sok whispers that he heard it was a stroke, maybe a heart attack, something serious like that. And bam! His mom's creepy words from this morning come rushing back. He tries so hard to deny it, shaking his head. No way, they wouldn't, right? But before he can have a full-blown panic attack, Ara pops up, asking what he's doing this weekend. She completely ignores the tension and invites him to her birthday party. Talk about timing. Oh, and you can just feel the daggers Jin-sok is staring from across the room. Someone is not happy. Kang Jian is just stunned. Birthday party? He asks, like he's never heard the words before. Ara just smirks, all confidence. Yeah, it's my birthday. You're coming, right? Of course he says yes. She waves and promises to text him the details. As Ara walks off, Jin-sok just watches them, his face a total blank. The plot thickens, my friends. Just then, the man of the hour, Hwang Woojung, shuffles into the classroom. And folks, he looks absolutely wrecked. All that arrogance from before, gone. Completely nerfed. Ara tries to ask about his dad, but Woojung just blanks her completely, walks right past without a single word and slumps into his seat. He looks like a total ghost. The fight has just drained right out of him. And Kang Jian is just watching, putting all the pieces together. Yeah, his parents definitely took care of it. Later that day, Kang Jian is waiting alone at a crosswalk. Yeah, his dad's probably not well enough to pick him up today. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turns around to see a trio of his classmates. One of them asks if he's heading home alone. He recognizes them from class, but he's clearly surprised that they're talking to him. This guy needs friends. They figure since they're all taking the bus, they might as well go together. Our boy, ever the social butterfly, just kind of awkwardly agrees. The girl who spoke up introduces herself as Shin Yuna, and her friends as Seo Dongjun and Jian Yiju. Yiju admits they've wanted to get to know him. Kang Jian is so flustered, he just says, "Nice to meet you." Then Yuna asks where he lives. When he says Banpo Blue Tower, they just short circuit. Our boy has absolutely no idea why they're freaking out. He's just standing there like a confused puppy. She yells that he must be loaded since that's the fanciest apartment around. He just says it's his parents' place. Well, their cram school is in the same area, so they can take the same bus. Then she gets a brilliant idea. There is an amazing tekukbaki place nearby. "Wanna go?" she asks. Kang Jian repeats, "Tokbaki?" This dude doesn't know that it is, does he? Yuna is absolutely thrilled, promising him he is going to love it. After a quick bus ride, they arrive at the legendary Daesorang snack bar. Inside, they order basically everything on the menu. A true feast fit for high school royalty. Everyone immediately digs in, raving about how good the food is. But while munching on some kimbap, Yuna notices Kang Jian is just staring at the food. She leans in and asks the ultimate question. "Don't tell me this is your first time eating tteokbokki." He quickly denies it and pops a piece in his mouth to prove it. Big mistake. The moment it touches his tongue, the spice hits him like a freight train. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. He literally breathes fire. I am not kidding, folks. The artist drew actual fire coming from his mouth. Yiju and Dongjun completely lose their minds laughing at his pain. He desperately grabs a cup of water and chugs it down to put out the inferno. Once he recovers, Yiju gets serious. She admits she was surprised he agreed to hang out with them. Dongjun adds that since he transferred, he's only ever been seen with the rich and powerful kids. Yiju explains even though they're in the same special class, they're just on a different level socially. Kang Jian is completely lost, so Dongjun spells it out for him. Compared to the elite circles of Ara or Jinseok, their little group is just plain. But Yeji is having none of that. She jumps in, proudly announcing that Yuna has never lost her spot as #1 in the entire school. Yuna just brushes it off, saying the only reason she's first is because all the real geniuses go overseas for college. This information absolutely blows Kang Jian's mind. You can see the system error happening in real time. His mission intel said absolutely nothing about these kids. They weren't even on the radar. He finally gets it. These are just normal South Korean students. But just as he's having this revelation, a mocking voice cuts in from the entrance. A group of students in different uniforms swagger in. One of them sneers, "Rich kids from International High hanging out in our spot?" Kang Jian doesn't even blink. He just stares back at them, completely unfazed. The leader complains about them taking up space for the common folks, even though the place is mostly empty. Classic bully logic. This whole confrontation has Yuna and Yeju looking pretty nervous. But Kang Jian, he is not impressed. Seeing the smirk, one of the bullies gets right in his face. "Hey, when someone asks you something, you answer." And just like that, the smirk is gone, replaced by a stone-cold glare. Okay, playtime is officially over. The local bully squad leader gets right in Kang Jian's face, demanding to know why he's getting the silent treatment. And Kang Jian? He just hits him with that classic, ice-cold anime stare. You know the one? He's totally unbothered. Meanwhile, his buddy Dongjun is over here sweating like he's in a sauna, trying to herd everyone out before things get messy. But of course, it is never that easy. Kang Jian makes a move to leave, and bam, the bully leader becomes a human roadblock. He has this smug little smirk, asking, "Oh, you think you were just gonna walk away?" "Nope, not happening, my friend." Poor Dongjun is stammering, trying to explain they were just being polite and giving up the table. Bless his heart, he's trying. But the bully is not having it. He leans in and gets straight to the point. "You guys look rich, do you not?" And our boy Kang Jian? Still silent, still rocking that unreadable expression. Seriously, does this guy even have emotions? Finally, the demand comes out, "Buy us some food." Ah, the classic shakedown. How original. He grabs the terrified Dongjun by the shoulder. The poor guy looks like he is about to faint. But just as things are about to get real, a hand clamps down on the bully's wrist. And look who it is. Our silent protagonist finally decided to move. With a look that could freeze fire, Kang Jian hits him with the ultimate Ono reverse card. "Are you guys broke?" Oof. You can see the gears grinding to a halt in the bully's brain. He was not expecting that comeback. Even his sidekick is surprised, saying he thought International High was just for nerds. Guess he has never met a nerd with a spine before. But Kang Jian does not care. His eyes are still locked on the leader, laser-focused. The leader gets his composure back and smirks, explaining his whole business model. Apparently, a little intimidation usually works wonders on allowance money. But Kang Jian, with a little smirk of his own, corrects him. "You are not beggars, my friend. You are just plain old robbers." Oh, that did not go over well with the curly-haired one. He gets all puffed up, growling, "Just pay for the food." And Kang Jian's friends? They are in full-on panic mode. You can practically see them thinking, this is not going according to plan. The bully decides to escalate, saying Kang Jian made such a scene that now they'd take this outside. Classic. But wait, Yuna steps up, holding out a 50,001 bill. The voice of reason has entered the chat. She tries to smooth things over, apologizing and saying Kang Jian is new and does not get it. Basically, please do not hurt my clueless friend. The bully just scoffs, mocking Kang Jian for letting a girl fight his battles. Look at you, all your cool points just vanished. But Kang Jian is not having it. He gently pushes her hand down. The hero complex is kicking in, folks. He gives her the classic reassurance. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Famous last words, maybe? Then he turns back to the bullies and drops the biggest flex imaginable. My family is rich. We live on the royal floor of Banpo Blue Tower. And just like that, you can see the dollar signs light up in their eyes. Their whole expression changes from smug to greedy. His friends are just standing there, completely baffled. They have no idea what kind of 5D chess our boy is playing. And then, for the grand finale, he pulls out a wad of cash. We're talking a serious stack of 50,001 bills. He fans it out with a grin, basically asking, "So, you want to talk now?" The bullies are completely hooked, line and sinker. You do not even need words when that much cash is on the table. So they all head out to a nice, secluded back alley. You know, the kind with no cameras, perfect for a friendly chat. The bullies are a little confused by his confidence, but hey, free money is free money, right? Who is going to question that? Meanwhile, Kang Jian's friends are huddled in the back, probably regretting all their life choices that led to this moment. And what's our boy doing? He is calmly running the numbers, calculating the most efficient way to dismantle this entire crew without looking too crazy. But he can't go all out on these guys. He's got his school buddies with him. The leader cracks his knuckles and hits him with the classic line. Do you know who we are? Plot twist. They are from the Seoul Sports High School boxing team, and with that, he throws the first punch, and misses. Everyone sips shocked. Kang Jian looks almost disappointed. You were an athlete? He asks. The disrespect is just beautiful. His friend's jaws are on the floor. They did not see this coming. Before the boxer can even process what happened, Kang Jian unleashes a brutal counter. Bam! The impact is insane. You can see the spit fly as his face just crumples. And he is out cold. One punch. Down goes the boxer. The rest of the crew just stares in shock. You can hear them whispering, "One punch. Yeah, guys. One punch." The curly-haired one snaps out of it, yelling like a madman. But wait, he tells his own guys to stay put? Instead of attacking, he asks a super random question. Do you know Wu Young? And Kang Jian's eyes widen. He knows that name. Wang Wu Young? The bully grins. Yeah, that one. We used to run in the same crew. Guess he hasn't trained you yet, huh? Kang Jian is confused, but this genius lays out a new deal. Pay 500,001 a month. Then we won't mess with anyone from your school. My guy is trying to start a protection racket after they just got one-shotted. Bold. Even Kang Jian is thinking, is this guy for real? Is he the dumbest bully alive? The bully cracks his knuckles, offering to help him think it over with a few punches. How generous. With a crazy grin, he charges in, floating like a butterfly trying to sting like a bee. For a split second, Kang Jian looks surprised they are actually this dumb. Then his face hardens. It is go time. He moves like a blur, just weaving through their clumsy attacks like they are moving in slow motion. The first guy lunges, throwing a punch you could see from a mile away, and Kang Jian just sidesteps effortlessly. From the sidelines, his friends are just watching this beatdown with their mouths wide open, alternating between shock and fear. Shin Yuna, in particular, looks incredibly worried. She takes a peek and gasps. Kang Jian's foot just blocked the bully without even breaking a sweat. Kang Jian just looks down at him, his expression saying, "Really? That is all you have got?" Finally, the bully snaps out of it and yells the last resort of all losers, "You are asking for it." Too late for threats, my dude, because Kang Jian's foot is already on a direct flight to his face. And that is checkmate. Alright, Kang Jian's just about to deal the final blow. Suddenly, they hear someone yell, "What in the world are you doing?" They all twist around. Uh-oh, sirens. The cops are here. One of the thugs on the ground yells for everyone to scatter. The thugs push past the cop and make a run for it. Kang Jian just watches him go, completely unfazed by the chaos. He even has time to casually take his phone out, and he throws it like a big league pitcher. Whack! The phone connects right with the back of his head, sending the dude flying. Talk about a critical hit. Completely dazed, all he can do is look back in shock as the police corner him. He is not having a good day. Kang Jian just stares with the calmest face ever as the cops surround them and round everyone up. A little later at the police station, Kang Jian and the bully are having a staring contest. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Meanwhile, the officer is questioning Shin Yuna and the others, who are desperately trying to explain that they were the ones getting shaken down for cash. So the cop turns to the bully and asks, "Hey, did you really do that? You know extortion is a serious crime, right?" But this guy just leans back and plays dumb. He claims they all go to the same cram school and he was just asking to be treated to a meal. Yeah, right. He even has the gall to say, "And you didn't even lend it, did you?" Trying to make them look like the bad guys. The nerve on this dude. Then why did you fight? The cop yells at them, telling them to get their story straight or spend the night at the station. "We're the victims here," Yuna exclaims. The bully just scoffs, saying his friend got hit, but the students fire right back, shouting that it is because his entire crew ganged up on Jian. The officer smacks his clipboard down, shutting everyone up. Yeah, this is not looking good for our heroes. Even our super soldier Kang Jian realizes things are getting messy. Turns out he was not trained for legal battles and paperwork. And right on cue, the door slides open. A guy in a tracksuit walks in, telling the officer he heard his student was here. Here comes the cavalry. The bully leader looks up and his face just drops. He stammers out, "Teacher?" Oh, he is in for it now. The teacher, Chu Xiansu, immediately starts apologizing to the officer for his student's terrible behavior. But wait a second. The cop's whole attitude changes. He recognizes the teacher as a famous fighter and suddenly it is no big deal. Classic. Xiansu promises to handle his student, and the cop, who is clearly a huge fan, is more than happy to just let it all slide. But then, without any warning, the teacher grabs his student by the ear. He is furious, yelling about how a pro fighter cannot be brawling with civilians before a match. And Kang Jian just watches this whole drama unfold with his classic, unblinking stare. The teacher and the bully both give him a seriously tense look. So, Chu Xiansu drags his student out by the ear. The officer tells Kang Jian's crew they can go home once their parents show up. And who pulls up to get him? His dad in a flashy sports car with his face completely covered in bandages, waving like nothing is wrong. Totally normal. But back at home, the cheerful act is gone. Dad is absolutely livid. He is asking Jian if he has any idea what he has just done. Mom chimes in, saying the cops told them he was bullying his own friends, which is a huge no-no. Dad gives him a lecture about how everything is recorded in modern society. All our boy can do is apologize. Mom tries to be comforting, but Jian is already figuring out that this world is way more complicated than the battlefield he came from. And just like that, the comforting vibe is gone. Dad's voice turns ice cold as he asks, "Are you going to keep showing such incompetence?" And boom. Kang Jian's whole personality flips. He snaps to attention like a soldier, promising it will never happen again. This family is something else, man. Later that night, he is grinding. Not in a game, but on his laptop, furiously researching South Korean law and how to deal with bullies legally. The very next day, we see him at a bus stop. You can tell he already has a new plan cooking. In a quick flashback, we see him telling his parents that he is taking the bus from now on. He is going solo. But as he walks away from the stop, he spots something sus. Yesterday's bully was talking to Huang Wuzheng. But when the goon sees Kang Jian, he quickly slithers away. He asks Wu Yong if he knew those guys. Wu Yong, in typical fashion, does not even look at him and just shuts him down with a cold, "That is none of your business," and then walks away. Just then, his friends spot him from the school entrance and start waving. Perfect timing, guys. But their happy reunion is cut short when a super flashy yellow SUV screeches to a halt right in front of them. The door opens, and all we see is a single, super expensive red sneaker hitting the pavement. You know this guy has money. And who steps out? It is none other than Go Jin-seok, looking like he owns the entire school. Another boss battle approaches. The scene shifts to the classroom. Go Jin-seok decides it is time to have a little chat with Kang Jian, who is just minding his own business. And by chat, I mean he leans in looking like he is about to deliver a presidential address on the importance of being cool. He gets straight to the point, asking our boy why he is hanging out with the quote-unquote losers. Kang Jian, who clearly missed the memo on high school social tiers, is just like, why not? They are our classmates, right? Jin-seok scoffs at this revolutionary concept. He explains that you only hang out with people on your level, because associating with the lowers hurts your social stats. Seriously, my guy? Meanwhile, Shin Yuna and her friends are just chilling, completely oblivious to the high-stakes drama club meeting happening in the back. Our boy is still trying to process this ridiculous social ladder. Jin-seok wraps up his unsolicited life coaching session with a simple command: "Stop being so boring." Got it? An awkward silence hangs in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Jin-seok is absolutely stewing in his own annoyance while Kang Jian looks as calm as a cucumber. And then a notification sound cuts through the tension. They both whip out their phones, and look at that, it is a message from Era. She's inviting them to her birthday party at the Hilton Hotel Crystal Room. Very fancy indeed. Kang Jian glances over and spots Ara on her phone, surrounded by her clique. Her friends are totally shipping her with the new transfer student, and they are not being subtle about it. He just smiles cheerfully back. The master plan is working. This, of course, sends Jin-seok into a silent rage. You can almost see the steam coming out of his ears. Look at him gritting his teeth. Someone's precious pride just took a critical hit. A little later in the cafeteria, we find Kang Jian enjoying his lunch alone. And by enjoying, I mean he is inhaling it like a vacuum cleaner. This man has not had this much food on his plate in his life. He looks up just in time to see Shin Yuna and her friends heading his way with their lunch trays. Yuna greets him with a super bright smile, but oh no, the fun police is about to arrive. Jin-seok steps in, his face like stone, and just says, "Jian, move." Yuna flinches at his tone and immediately apologizes, even though she did nothing wrong. Jin-seok completely ignores her, walks right past the group, and sits down across from Kang Jian. He slams his tray down on the table, which makes our boy nearly choke on his food. And here we go again with another lecture. He is all like, "You are being too soft, that is why they keep clinging to you." My dude, they just wanted to sit with him. He finishes by calling the have-nots the worst kind of hyenas. Kang Jian's response, he just keeps on chewing, completely unfazed by this display of pure cringe. And then, Ara pops up out of nowhere. She leans in and asks if he got her message. She smiles, giving him an official, in-person invitation to her birthday party. With his mouth still stuffed with food, Kang Jian just mutters, "Got it. Real smooth move there, bud." As Ara and her friends walk away, Kang Jian gives them a little wave. A couple of other girls walk by, gossiping about how lucky he is that the school's most popular girl has her eye on him. Meanwhile, Jinsok looks like he is about to have a full-blown aneurysm. He dramatically drops his spoon onto his tray with a loud clatter. His appetite is completely gone. Without saying another word, he gets up from the table, abandoning his perfectly good meal. As he walks away, he tosses an order over his shoulder. "Clean this up." The nerve of this guy. Kang Jian just stares at the untouched tray of food, and his expression just darkens. Jinsok continues on his merry way, not even bothering to give him a second glance. Kang Jian's hand clenches into a fist, trembling with a rage. You can practically hear his inner monologue screaming, "Capitalist bastard." Wasting food is like the one unforgivable sin in his book, and he is absolutely livid. But then the rage cools down, replaced by a much more practical thought. Can I eat it? Priorities, my friend. Priorities. After school, among the fleet of fancy cars waiting for the rich kids, our story continues. Kang Jian is ready to head out with Yuna and her crew, saying, "Let's go too." But he stops short when, you guessed it, Jinseok calls his name yet again. Jinsok orders him to get in the car, but our boy is not interested in this guy's drama. "No, I'll take the bus." Jinsok sighs, clearly frustrated, and marches over to his SUV. His patience is wearing thin. He glares back, basically saying, "I was not asking." The others just watch nervously as the two of them have their little standoff. Kang Jian holds his ground, staring right back at him without an ounce of fear. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he gives in. Gotta stick with the mission. He leaves his friends behind and gets into the car of doom. This should be fun. The moment the door closes, Jinsok starts right back up. "Did not I tell you earlier not to hang out with those guys?" Kang Jian is just thinking, why is this guy so prickly? And honestly, we're wondering the same. And then Jinsok drops the real bombshell. And do not come to Ara's birthday party. He says it is just plain annoying and cannot believe Kang Jian does not get it. Kang Jian is still totally lost in this social maze, trying to figure out what is even happening. Then Jinsok just explodes, shouting that it is annoying how friendly Ara is being with him. He tries to pull rank, saying their families are on speaking terms. Kang Jian's secret agent brain immediately kicks in. On speaking terms? Is that a code? Jinsok declares that Ara is basically his property and will be his girl someday. Having her show interest in someone like Kang Jian, well, that is just a massive blow to his fragile ego. Kang Jian just stares at him, his face unreadable. Jinsok gets defensive. "What? Are you mad?" But our boy cuts right through the nonsense. "So, jealousy? Is that why you are acting like this?" Oh, you could hear a pin drop. Jinsok is completely stunned and flustered at being called out. Kang Jian has had enough of this impromptu therapy session and just says, "Please pull over." Jinsok scoffs, completely misreading the room and thinking our boy is backing down. But then Kang Jian repeats it, his voice low and dangerous. "Pull over." And just like that, the tables have turned. The sudden shift in tone has Jinsok actually intimidated. The driver slams on the brakes and the bright yellow SUV screeches to a halt. Kang Jian calmly opens the door and steps out onto the sidewalk without another word. Before leaving, he looks back and delivers the final blow. Friends do not do this to each other. Ouch. The door slams shut, leaving Jinsok sitting in his car completely and utterly stunned. Did he just get dumped? As the SUV pulls away, Kang Jian does not even look back. He is already over it and moving on. But inside the car, Jinsok is absolutely fuming. He turns to his driver and gives a chilling order. The driver, clearly surprised by this, asks him what he means by that. Jinsok completely loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Beat that guy up, now!" The driver's eyes harden. But outside, our boy Kang Jian is just standing there completely unbothered. A total stone-cold Chad. And get this, Jinsok's driver just flat out refuses. He's like, "Nope, that is not in my job description." Jinsok is completely baffled. He pulls the classic rich kid move. "Do you want to get fired?" The driver doesn't even blink. He reminds the little punk that his father hired him, not this whiny kid. So what does Jinsok do? He scoffs and immediately calls his daddy to tattle. "You cannot make this stuff up." He whines into the phone about his bodyguard not following his oh-so-important orders. The horror. Then he shoves the phone at the driver, ordering him to talk to the big boss. The driver calmly takes the call, and it sounds like he's just getting his original orders confirmed. Oh, this is good. Jinsok slumps back into his seat. So the driver gets out and approaches Kang Jian. He tries to play the tough guy, telling Kang Jian to apologize so he doesn't have to hurt a kid. But Kang Jian just looks at him, cool as a cucumber. Apologize for what? I didn't do anything wrong. The driver drops some life philosophy, saying it's not about right or wrong, it's about who has more power. And Kang Jian hits him with the ultimate owner reverse card. Is that so? Then I have even less reason to apologize. The driver just stares. All his intimidation tactics are bouncing right off this kid. Then Kang Jian pulls a 500 IQ move, glancing up at a security camera and a car's dash cam. He points out that they have an audience. "You sure you want to do this here?" he asks with a smirk. The driver's eyes widen. He's been completely outplayed by a high schooler. You love to see it. Kang Jian even offers to take it somewhere more private, basically calling his bluff. But to everyone's surprise, the driver just turns around and walks back to the car. He's done. Jin-seok is absolutely floored. His own hired muscle just tucked tail and ran. "What are you doing?" he rages. The driver calmly explains that they're being watched by too many cameras. Jin-seok completely loses it. "Then drag him somewhere else and do it. This kid has zero chill." The driver tells him that his job is to protect Jin-seok, so he can't stray too far away from him. As Jin-seok continues his temper tantrum, the driver drops the final nail in the coffin. He says that Jin-seok's dad, who's running in an election, specifically ordered him to keep his son out of trouble. He offers to handle it later, but for now they're leaving. It's a total power move. Jin-seok falls silent, just glaring out the window at Kang Jian, who is still standing there like a statue. Finally, Kang Jian turns and walks off. Jin-seok can only watch, grinding his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. As they drive away, Jin-seok is still screaming about how much he hates everyone. What a delightful character. Meanwhile, as Kang Jian heads home, a mysterious figure is watching him from the shadows. Classic trope alert. The lurker approaches Jian and shows him a picture of Jang Dongwoo beaten and held hostage. Kang Jian's calm demeanor instantly shatters. The look on his face says it all. This just got serious. The kidnapper orders Kang Jian to come with him. Well, this escalated quickly. The scene shifts to a gritty warehouse at night. You know nothing good ever happens in a gritty warehouse at night. Inside, poor Dongwoo is on his knees, surrounded by a bunch of tough-looking goons. Kang Jian arrives, led by the same curly-haired guy from before. The trap has been sprung. Dongwoo looks up, absolutely terrified, and calls out to his friend for help. And folks, if looks could kill, everyone in this warehouse would be dust. Kang Jian is radiating pure fury. The leader smirks, all proud of himself for setting this up. He was worried our boy might not show. He even has the nerve to mock Kang Jian for caring about his friend. Big mistake, my dude. Big mistake. Ignoring the trash talk, Kang Jian walks forward and gives a simple command. Let him go. The leader threatens Dongwoo instead, warning him not to snitch to the cops or his female friends will pay the price. Dongwoo starts apologizing, but Kang Jian puts a hand on his shoulder, calming him down. He tells Dongwoo to stay put, then turns to the leader and says, "You're coming with me." Chills, my friends. Literal chills. Then, without any warning, Kang Jian launches himself at lightning speed. The thugs are just staring in shock. Before they can even process it, bam! Kang Jian is already on the leader. He unleashes a lightning-fast combo, ending with a brutal punch that sends the guy flying. The leader crashes through a wooden crate and is out cold. One down, a few more to go. The other thugs are frozen in fear, but Kang Jian is already spinning into a blow aimed at the next idiot. He moves like a blur, taking down 2 more goons before they can even throw a punch. This is a total beatdown. The last man standing is sweating buckets, completely terrified of the monster in front of him. In a last-ditch effort, the thug screams and launches a desperate attack. Bad idea, buddy. His attack is completely useless. Kang Jian stops it with one hand and smashes his face with the other. And just like that, it's over. The entire crew is knocked out cold on the floor. An absolute massacre. Jang Dongwoo has been watching this whole time and his brain has completely short-circuited. He just saw his friend become a one-man army. As Kang Jian stands over the defeated thugs, the curly-haired leader who started all this begins to wake up. His eyes snap open, and the first thing he sees is the terrifying silhouette of Kang Jian looming over him. Talk about a nightmare. Kang Jian considers just leaving, but then he thinks about what these guys might do for revenge. His face darkens as he comes to a chilling conclusion. If I let you go, you'll just cause more trouble, right? Oh man, his psycho switch just flipped. The thug leader is sweating buckets, unable to answer. Our boy isn't even looking at him. He's scanning the room for supplies. He spots a pile of wooden planks and casually picks one up, stepping right over the unconscious bodies like they're just decorations. Then, with a loud crack, he smashes the plank on the concrete floor. He then calmly starts pulling long, sharp splinters from the broken wood. The thug is absolutely losing his mind, wondering what this psycho is up to. The guy tries to talk tough one last time, but Kang Jian isn't having it. He just cuts him off with a single punch to the gut. Bam! And that's all it takes. The blow sends him flying, leaving him gasping for air on the dirty floor. Kang Jian crouches down and grabs the dazed man's hand. You said you're into boxing, right? He squeezes. The thug's face twists in agony, but not a sound comes out. Then he pulls out one of his freshly made wooden splinters. Oh man, this is getting dark. But before he gets to work, he turns to Dongwoo with a big friendly smile. Do you mind waiting outside for a bit? Dongwoo, pale as a ghost, just nods and gets out of there. He is not sticking around for whatever happens next. Now alone, Kang Jian leans over the thug and delivers his message. I'll show you what happens if you mess with my friends. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the warehouse. Dongwoo hears it from outside and just knows. The thug is shaking on the floor. Kang Jian holds up his hand, revealing a splinter jammed deep under the pinky nail. That's just one. Just a 3-centimeter nail, he says calmly, dropping more splinters around the guy's head like a warning. He yanks the thug up by his hair, his voice a low growl. If you come near me again, these go in the rest of your nails. And your toenails. Understand? The guy is completely broken. Just a crying mess. Kang Jian kicks him away in disgust. Well, that's one way to solve a bullying problem. Let's not see each other again. Got it? And with his point brutally made, he just turns and walks away from the carnage. As the dust settles, one of the conscious thugs weakly asks his buddy if the monster has finally left. Yes, my dude, the monster is gone. Outside, Kang Jian rubs his neck. Was I too harsh? He wonders. They're just kids. Dude, you performed amateur surgery with a wood splinter? His thoughts are cut short by a flashback to his own past. We see him as a child, hung by his wrists from a tree, beaten and exhausted. He looks to the side. He wasn't the only one there. He remembers seeing other kids, including a girl with hauntingly empty eyes. He shakes his head, forcing the memory away. He turns to the still shaken Dongwu and tells him, "You won't have to worry now." Yeah, because now everyone is more scared of you. He puts a friendly arm around his new bestie. You know, today's matter is a secret, right? Dongwu can only stammer out an agreement. Then, like he didn't just torture a guy, he smiles brightly. Have you eaten? Wanna go eat tekkabaki? The mood swing is giving me whiplash. The next day at school, it's business as usual. Shinyona and Jeonyo walk in, waving to their friends. Kang Jian, sitting at his desk, gives a casual little wave back. Dongwu seems a bit scared at first, but gives out a small wave. Kang Jian offers a slight smile. It's the silent acknowledgement of their new trauma-bonded friendship. He seems satisfied with his new crew, thinking, that side seems fine. But then his attention shifts across the classroom. His eyes land on Go Jin-sok, who's sitting by himself, looking like a classic brooding rival. You know the type. Kang Jian remembers what Dongwu told him over their victory tekkabaki. Apparently, Huang Wujing was the one who set him up. Dongwu was terrified, but he spilled all the beans. Kang Jian connects the dots, remembering he saw Wu Yang talking with the thug leader. It was a trap. While he's lost in his thoughts, another problem walks in, Jin-sak. He walks right over to Wang Wujing and gives him an order: lock the gym for tonight. A sinister little smile spreads across his face. And guess who is super hearing? Our boy Kang Jian's eyes widen slightly. He heard the entire exchange. But that surprise quickly turns into a confident smirk. He's thinking, I can see right through your little plan. Jin-sok thinks he's setting up a clever ambush. But to Kang Jian, he's just making the next boss fight way more convenient. This just got a whole lot easier. But Wujing hits him with a simple, beautiful no. Jin-sok looks absolutely floored. You'd think he'd just been told Santa isn't real. Wuyong explains his dad's in the hospital, so he really has no time for this nonsense. Totally annoyed, Jin-sok clicks his tongue and starts storming off like a toddler who didn't get his toy. But of course, Kang Jian is there to poke the bear. He coolly asks Jin-sok why nothing ever seems to work out for him. And that, my friends, stops Jin-sok dead in his tracks. The irritation is practically steaming off of him. Jin-sok puffs up his chest, threatening our boy. He basically says, just you wait, I'll find a place to get you. Kang Jian's response is priceless. A casual, fine, got it, and he just walks off, leaving Jin-sok absolutely fuming. Suddenly, Wuyong looks up with a jolt. And who's standing there? Yep, Kang Jian looking dead serious. He gets straight to the point, asking why Wujing messed with Dongjun. Wujing just looks completely lost. And bam, no more talking. Kang Jian just grabs him by the collar with a grip that could crush steel. He yanks Wujing in close and lays down the law. Don't mess with them again, got it? Then he lets him go and just casually asks him to use the gym today. A total Chad move. And with a smirk, he announces it's time to finally settle the pecking order. Oh, it is on now. Alright, scene change. We're at the massive TJ Sports building where Jin-sok's bright yellow SUV pulls up. Jin-sok's driver gets out, and you can just feel his sigh. He's thinking, really? I have to pick a fight with a bunch of kids? He's remembering Jian's fight with Wuyang. Well, that kid is certainly way beyond their levels. He remembers how confident Jian was. The driver literally scoffs. He's 100% sure he cannot lose to a teenager. Famous last words, buddy. He takes a single step forward and then freezes. Something or someone has stopped him. A mysterious man in a trench coat and glasses is just strolling up like he owns the place. Okay, who is this guy? The man greets him with a long time no see. Then he drops, I heard you quit the company. The driver immediately bows, all respectful. But the trenchcoat guy just waves it off, saying he totally gets it. Then he asks about the driver's mother, which completely catches the guy off guard. This dude knows things. He explains that the driver was one of his best juniors, so of course his sudden disappearance raised some flags. The driver apologizes again, saying he heard the man was out of the country so he didn't contact him. Again, the man is super chill about it. Can't be helped, he says. Then the driver asks what he was doing here. And with a little smile, he says he's here on government business. The driver looks totally busted. He mutters that he must have gotten rusty after leaving the service. The man pivots, asking if he's heard about CEO Huang. Time for an info dump, folks. The driver says, yeah, he read that Wang fell into a coma. A brain hemorrhage, apparently. And then the man drops a bombshell. The higher-ups think it was the work of the legendary assassin, Shadow. The driver is stunned. He's like, wait, you mean the Shadow? But wait, there's more. He also brings up the recent hacking incident, saying they think the North is involved. Apparently, there's a rumor that the legendary hacker Zero is from the North. The plot thickens. The driver's brain is short-circuiting. That hacker, Zero, he asks. Yes, my friend, keep up. The man just grins. He knows it sounds crazy and he's loving every second of this. He lays it all out. Shadow, who's been gone for 10 years, suddenly pops back up. But instead of some big political target, he goes after a random middle-tier company CEO. A little weird, right? And the world-famous hacker Zero targets a company that's not even in the top 30. It just does not add up. The driver stammers that he's right. It makes absolutely no sense at all. The gears are turning now. The man claps him on the shoulder, says it was good to see him, and then prepares to bounce. The driver bows again, wishing him well as the man walks off, giving a little wave without even looking back. He watches him go, thinking to himself that he hopes the guy has a nice, safe retirement. He just dismisses the whole thing. Legendary figures like Shadow and Zero in Korea? Yeah, right, not possible. Meanwhile, in a crazy high-tech room, Kang Jian's dad is sipping a drink. Yep, that's Zero. What a nerd. And in their super fancy apartment, his mom is just chopping veggies with a knife big enough to scare a ninja. Say hello to Shadow, folks. Back at the gym, the driver is standing across from Kang Jian and Jinsok inside an MMA cage. Here we go. Kang Jian takes off his jacket, ready for business. Jinsok, meanwhile, is watching with that same smug grin. The driver looks down, thinking about how pathetic this is. He's really doing this for money. Then his eyes harden. He's had enough of this. He thinks to himself, it's time to quit. Woo Young turns and says, I'm heading out. Jinsok looks at him and tells him to stick around and watch the show. But Woo Young is so over it. He reminds Jinsok that he already lent him the gym and gave him a ride. He's done. Jinsok tries to sweeten the deal, promising Woo Young can be his number 2 again after he beats Kang Jian. Woo Young's response? Not interested. And with that, he turns around and starts walking away. He just leaves the octagon, ditching Jinsok completely. Jinsok is grinding his teeth in pure frustration, muttering about what a jerk Woo Young is. Seeing his chance, Kang Jian speaks up, a little smirk playing on his lips. You just know this is gonna be good. He asks, so, if I beat this guy, does that mean you'll be my lackey? Oh, the audacity. Jinsok absolutely loses it, just screaming at him. But Kang Jian calmly starts laying down some logic. He explains that Jinsok is just gonna bring in a new fighter every time, a never-ending cycle. He wants assurances, otherwise there's no point in fighting here. This just sends Jinsok into another tantrum. You'll never beat me, you idiot, he shrieks. Then he reveals his big secret weapon, boasting, my bodyguard used to be a secret agent for the NIS. And that little piece of info suddenly gets Kang Jian's attention. Really? He asks, actually looking intrigued. The driver and Kang Jian lock eyes. You can feel a silent, let's do this passing between them. You can almost hear Kang Jian's thoughts. An ex-secret agent? Okay, now this just got a lot more interesting. Jinsok's driver, Mr. Bodyguard, lays down the law. He tells Kang Jian to apologize right now, and they can all just pretend this little temper tantrum never happened. But our boy Kang Jian just scoffs right in his face. He's like, dude, have some pride. You're an ex-agent getting paid to rough up high schoolers? Ouch, that's a low blow. The driver sighs, trying to be the reasonable adult here. He gives Kang Jian one last chance to walk away, saying he really doesn't want to do this. Sure you don't. And Kang Jian is having absolutely none of it. He just smirks and says, not gonna happen. So what's next on the agenda? And there it is. The driver's patience has officially left the building. He cracks his knuckles and delivers the classic line, fine, I'll go easy on you so you don't cry. And with a whoosh, he launches a lightning-fast kick aimed right at the driver's skull. But Mr. Bodyguard just leans back like he's in the Matrix. The kick sails right past his nose. Not even a single hair was out of place. But you can tell he's shocked. You can practically see the uh-oh thought bubble pop up over his head. This kid is way faster than he expected. Without missing a beat, Kang Jian spins around and unleashes another attack. Bam! The driver just barely gets his arm up in time to block. You can see the shockwave ripple through him from the impact. Seriously, look at that. The agent can't believe the power coming from this scrawny-looking high schooler. He's completely shocked. Even Kang Jian is a little surprised, like, wait, you actually blocked that? I was expecting you to fold like laundry. Meanwhile, the driver is having a full-on internal crisis. This kid is way above my pay grade. He's faster and stronger than he thought. And our favorite spoiled brat, Jinsok, is just standing on the sidelines with his jaw on the floor. His paid muscle is getting worked. The driver tries to regain his composure, acting all cool. Not bad, kid, but your training is sloppy. You're gonna get hurt. Dude, you almost just got your head kicked off. Jian's analyzing the driver. Yeah, his reaction speed is pretty good. He's actually thinking about taking a few hits on purpose. Then, Jinsok's screaming breaks his thoughts. He's throwing a full-blown toddler tantrum. What are you waiting for? End him already. And hearing that little punk scream is all the motivation Kang Jian needs. His face goes cold. Alright, never mind. The nice guy act is over. So now the real fight begins. The two of them circle each other, and you could cut the tension in this gym with a knife. Jian's ready to pull out all the stops. His opponent is a former South Korean secret agent after all. Alright, secret agent man, show me what you've got. The agent takes the bait and steps forward. Kang Jian rushes in, looking like he's about to throw a simple punch. But at the last second, his fist opens up into an eye poke. That is a straight-up dirty move, my friend. The agent flinches back in pure terror. He's thinking, that wasn't a punch. You were aiming for my eyes? Yes, my dude, he was. But Agent has some slick moves of his own. He dodges. With one hand, he grabs Jian's collar, and with the other grabs his arm. He's about to yeet Jian into oblivion. But wait, Jian wraps his leg around the agent's much to his surprise. In a surprise move that's more ballet than martial arts, Jian drops to the ground. He grabs the guy's arm. Then he spins, using all his momentum to drive a crushing fist right into the agent's side. The agent stumbles back, gasping for air. He is getting completely dismantled right now. He's thinking, what even is this guy? This isn't MMA, this is straight up survival. Correct, you are fighting a lunatic. Kang Jian just stands there totally calm. He realizes this ex-agent is tough. Half-hearted attacks aren't going to cut it. And of course, Jinsok is still screaming from the cheap seats. What? Why? I told you to finish him. The two face off one more time. The agent is sweating bullets, Kang Jian looks bored, and Jinsok is about to have an aneurysm. The driver makes a desperate charge, but Kang Jian is ready. He just casually parries the punch with an open palm. Then he gives him a little talk to the hand shoved to the face, completely knocking him off balance. And as the agent stumbles forward, Kang Jian brings up a brutal knee that almost connects to his chin. The agent is dazed, but he's not out yet. He grabs Jian's leg, hoists him up, and gets ready to introduce him to the floor. In one fluid, terrifying motion, Kang Jian twists his entire body, using gravity to power up his final attack. And boom, he slams the ex-agent into the mat so hard the whole gym shakes. That's gotta hurt. But the bodyguard's still conscious. How can he even take that? Jian's shocked. Credit where it's due, this guy is tough. Slowly, painfully, he starts pushing himself back up. Kang Jian just smirks and wipes his hand. So mister, I guess you realize now that going easy on me wasn't the best plan, huh? The driver finally gets to his feet and admits he totally underestimated him. So Kang Jian asks, alright, you ready for the real fight now? But plot twist. The agent just looks at him and says, I've lost. He just straight up gives up. This catches everyone off guard. Kang Jian is confused and Jinsok looks like he just saw a ghost. What a twist. The driver calmly explains that since he lost the fight, Kang Jian doesn't need to apologize. I guess that's one way to solve it. And Jinsok goes nuclear. What do you mean you lost? Do you want to get fired? He screeches, like the spoiled brat he is. But the driver is so over it, he just cuts him off with a fat, that's enough, and then says, you can't fire me, I quit. What a Chad move. He strolls right past his stunned, now former boss without even a glance and turns back to Kang Jian. He tells him he wants a proper rematch someday, but next time it'll be outside the ring. Ooh, the foreshadowing. Kang Jian gets this little smirk on his face, totally intrigued. Sure, he says, if we get the chance. Jinsok is still screaming impotently in the background, but his ex-driver doesn't even turn around. You just love to see it. And now, with the hired help gone, Kang Jian turns to a suddenly very small, very terrified Jinsok. With a wicked grin, he asks, so, shall we have a little chat? With the bodyguard down for the count, Kang Jian looms over the defeated bully. He asks a simple question. What should I do with you? Jinsok immediately pulls the do you know who my dad is card, absolutely screaming his head off, but Kang Jian could not care less. Oh, he knows all right. Kang Jian just smirks, replying, the presidential candidate? Yeah, I heard he'll be president in about 6 months. Losing his mind, Jinsok charges forward with a wild punch, but Kang Jian stops him dead with one hand without even trying. He then grabs a fistful of that spiky red hair, completely immobilizing the spoiled brat. Man, Kang Jian is just thinking what a pathetic kid this is, always crying for his dad. For a second, he actually considers finishing him for good, but then a thought stops him. Wait a second, this guy did buy me meat that one time. Jinsok tries to puff his chest out, but before he can even finish his sentence, wham, a clean slap right across the face. Kang Jian grabs his face, a wicked grin spreading across his own. He asks him, are you always this scared? Jinsok tries to bluff his way out of it, yelling, you are the one who is scared, right? You can't touch me. Kang Jian just raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? He tightens his grip just a little, and suddenly Jinsok cannot breathe. Absolute panic sets in as his air supply gets cut off. He desperately claws at Kang Jian's arm, but it is like trying to bend solid steel. He is completely and utterly outmatched. Tears are just streaming down his face as he chokes. Right when he is about to pass out, Kang Jian finally lets go. And even now, what is the first thing he does? He threatens him with his dad again. You punk, I will tell my dad. He will crush someone like you. He does not even get to finish the sentence. Kang Jian hits him with a brutal backhand that shuts him up instantly. And just like that, all his tough talk shatters. His threat just dissolves into a pathetic whimper. No, I will not. Kang Jian peers into his eyes, not satisfied. You still have some fight in your eyes. You are just going to cause trouble again, are not you? He lets Jinsok collapse against the fence. Then, in a low, menacing voice, he tells him to listen very carefully. Kang Jian explains, I can make you suffer in ways that leave no marks. I can turn every single day of school into a living nightmare for you. He leans in, calling his next move before he even makes it. Of course you will just run to daddy for help, won't you? Jinsok flinches and Kang Jian gets right in his face, his eyes absolutely wild. Do you really think I am the kind of guy who will back down? Do I look like that to you? Then he just stands up, explaining his simple plan. All I want is to make friends, study hard, and get into a good university. I want to get a good job and build a successful life. That is all I am here to do. All Jin-sook can do is sit there and fume, thinking this guy is finished. He has no idea who he just messed with. But then comes the final warning. If you get in my way, suddenly, Jin-sook has a horrifying vision of a giant Kang Jian about to crush him. He screams in pure terror, throwing his arms up to block an attack that is not even there. Stop! He shrieks at the top of his lungs. Kang Jian just turns around looking confused. Yeah, that whole thing was just in Jin-sook's head. Woo-young rushes over to help the broken bully. Kang Jian just smirks, saying, "This is how you guys usually treat others, right?" Woo-young immediately promises it will never happen again, but Kang Jian looks at the two of them and thinks something still feels missing. The next day at school, Kang Jian strolls into his classroom like nothing happened. He glances around and sees Woo-young keeping his head down, but Jin-sook's seat, it is completely empty. He wonders where Jin-sook is, and a dark thought crosses his mind. Maybe I should have finished him off after all. But his dark thoughts are interrupted when Ara pops up at his desk with a huge smile. She asks him if he is coming to her birthday party tomorrow. A little surprised, he says yes. "You better be there," she says, waving as she leaves. Kang Jian just gives a calm smile and agrees to go. Simple as that. Meanwhile, a completely traumatized Jin-sook bursts into his dad's office, screaming, "Dad, your son got hit." He is on the verge of tears, begging his father to do something, anything to get revenge for him. But his dad stays completely silent. The only sound is the fountain pen in his hand snapping from the sheer pressure. Yeah, this is not just any dad. This is Go Young-chan, the leader of the Liberal Party and a serious political powerhouse. And the look he gives, it is absolutely bone-chilling. Things are about to get serious. Go Jin-sook storms into his father's office, absolutely fuming. But his dad, Go Young-chan, is completely over it. He just face palms and asks why he is skipping school again. Jin-sook pleads his case, claiming some guy beat him so badly he nearly suffocated. Young-chan isn't buying a word of it. He points out that Jin-sook doesn't even have a single scratch on him. And Jin-sook is just speechless. He cannot believe his own dad will not back him up. His dad gets up, totally fed up. He scolds Jin-sook for acting like a little kid tattling after a fight. Jin-sook whines that he is too scared to go to school. But his dad's solution is ice cold. Just go study abroad with your sister. The idea of being shipped off to the States leaves Jin-sook absolutely floored. Realizing his son is a lost cause, Young-chan hits the intercom. He is calling in the big guns. Seconds later, a total unit of a man with spiky black hair walks into the office. Young-chan greets him as Agent Han. But Jin-sook's eyes go wide. He points a finger, absolutely livid. He screams that Agent Han is the reason he got wrecked. The guy just ditched him. Agent Han, though, he does not even flinch. His face is a stone mask. That sets his dad off. He yells at Jin-sook to show some respect, reminding him how hard it was to get Agent Han. Jin-sook immediately shuts up, looking like a scolded puppy. Young-chan turns to Agent Han and apologizes for his son's terrible behavior, saying he spoiled him. Agent Han says it is no big deal, but Young-chan is not just apologizing, he is curious. The friendly act drops. He demands to know how his son could possibly get beaten up with a top-tier agent present. Agent Han looks him dead in the eye and says one thing: it is the truth. Young-chan is stunned. Jin-sook pipes up from the background, yelling that he told him so. Then Agent Han offers a chilling piece of advice. He warns them to never ever cross that student again. Young-chan is completely baffled. He asks why on earth they should be so scared of a high schooler. And the agent's reply is insane. He says that even he would not be sure he could win against that kid without a weapon. Hearing this, Young-chan just sighs. He turns his back, completely changing the subject. He reminds his son that the election is in less than 6 months. A school violence scandal could ruin everything. But then he switches tactics. If this kid is strong enough to scare Agent Han, Jin-sook should make him an ally, not an enemy. Jin-sook tries to argue back, but his dad just screams at him to be quiet. He is done listening to his son's pathetic whining. Completely defeated, Jin-sook just stands there in gloomy silence. Meanwhile, Kang Jian arrives at the Hilton Hotel for Ara's birthday party, checking the invite on his phone. He recognizes the place as the same one Jin-sook took them to. He spots a man in a suit waiting for him. The man calls out his name, surprising Jian. Kang Jian is a little weirded out. How does this guy know who he is? The man explains that he is 30 minutes early. Jian just says he did not want to be late. But inside, he is totally suspicious. Did they run a background check on him? Or something? The secretary just gestures for him to head inside and wait. Jian walks in and is completely blown away. This place is ridiculously fancy. He thinks to himself that this looks nothing like the restaurant from before. They've decked the place out. There is even a full band set up on stage with everything plated in gold. A voice calls out his name. It is Ara, waving at him from across the massive room. She strikes a pose, showing off her slick outfit and asking if she looks pretty. She laughs, clearly happy with her look, and tells him the others will be there soon. She tells him to grab a seat while she finishes getting ready. So Kang Jian takes a seat all alone in this giant, empty ballroom. A few moments later, a group of classmates walks in. One of them scoffs, saying Ara is overdoing it with the party. Ara just greets her friends warmly at the door, ignoring the comment. But then, another figure steps through the entrance and the whole vibe shifts. It is none other than Go Jinsok, looking sharp and rocking an intense glare. Kang Jian watches him walk in, thinking, so he showed up after all. Jinsok's friends immediately swarm him, but his eyes are locked on one person, Kang Jian. The two rivals stare each other down across the room. You can feel the tension from their last fight. And what do you know? Jinsok and his crew start walking straight towards Jian's table. One of his buddies tries to get him to sit somewhere else, but Jian speaks up first, telling them to let him sit. Jinsok just smirks and takes a seat, asking if Jian is trying to show off his little fan club. Before Jian can even fire back, Ara hops on stage and grabs the mic. She jokes that her dad was supposed to give a speech but refused because then all the boring adults would show up. Ara winks at the crowd, hyping everyone up and promising a legendary birthday bash. The guests start buzzing about some huge celebrity singer, but Kang Jian just sighs, feeling totally out of place. Just then, a tall, elegant woman with long dark hair makes a grand entrance on the upper level, flanked by bodyguards. Someone in the crowd gasps, recognizing her. Ara's face lights up on stage and she yells out. Without a second thought, Ara bolts up the staircase to greet the mysterious woman, leaving everyone stunned. The two greet each other like old friends. Seeing this, Jinsok and the others realize they need to go pay their respects. Kang Jian is shocked. He recognizes her instantly, wondering how Ara knows Oh Sun-yi. Jinsok slides back into his seat across from Jian. He smirks, boasting that Oh Sun-yi's powerful position will be his one day. He leans in, giving Jian one last chance to beg for forgiveness. But before he can finish his sentence, Jian's hand shoots out like lightning. Still reeling from their last encounter, Jinsok falls back in fear. Jian gives him an ice-cold stare, and then suddenly, with a loud snap, the entire ballroom goes dark. Total panic erupts in the darkness. But in the middle of the chaos, Kang Jian's eyes are wide open, instantly on high alert. The opulent party is in full swing, everything is perfect, and then bam, the entire ballroom is plunged into total darkness. Instantly, chaos erupts. People start freaking out, wondering what in the world just happened. But while everyone else is panicking, Kang Jian's senses go into absolute overdrive. His eyes snap open, on high alert. He immediately scans the darkened room, his gaze locking onto the silhouettes of the other guests. And that's when he sees it. Small, glowing lights appear near the entrance. Uninvited guests have arrived. Kang Jian's expression turns to stone. A random blackout in a high-security place like this, in South Korea? Yeah, right? This is no accident. Footsteps echo through the now-silent hall, his eyes narrow, tracking every single movement with deadly focus. He watches a group of shadowy figures making their way right towards the center of the room. He does a quick head count in the dark. 1, 2, wait, 9 people. What is going on? His mind races through the possibilities. Is this a terrorist attack? A hostage situation? He cuts through the noise and zeroes in on the one question that matters. Who is the target? His eyes immediately dart towards the main table where Oh Sun-yi and Ara are standing. He realizes the bodyguards are nowhere in sight, and the intruders are closing in fast. Then one of the figures breaks off and makes a dead sprint right for the girls. That confirms it. He knew it. They're after Ara and his top priority target. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kang Jian explodes from his seat. He has to move, right now. He moves like a blur across the floor, instantly intercepting the running man with a lightning-fast grab. His eye glows with pure killing intent as he snarls, "Don't interfere with my mission." Suddenly, the lights flicker back on. A scream rips through the ballroom. And the source of the scream? Kang Jian has a guy pinned to the floor, his arm twisted in a way it is definitely not supposed to bend. The man is crying out, his face a mask of pure agony. But then Kang Jian freezes. The supposed terrorist he has in a death grip is holding a bouquet of flowers. He looks up and sees the other 8 guys just standing there looking less like threats and more like a K-pop group. The pinned man is begging for his life, while Ara and Oh Sun-yi just stare down, completely stunned. Kang Jian slowly lets him go, his expression shifting from deadly focus to absolute dawning horror. The man stumbles to his feet, explaining through tears that he is here to celebrate Miss Lee Ara's 18th birthday. He then announces the start of a special performance by his group, 9 Voice, as they all strike a dramatic pose. And just like that, they launch into a perfectly synchronized dance routine. Oh, this was never an attack. It was a surprise party. Ara is absolutely fuming, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance, but Oh Sun-yi seems genuinely intrigued by the whole mess. A single drop of sweat rolls down Kang Jian's face. The awful realization crashes down on him. What has he done? Later that night, Kang Jian walks home completely and utterly mortified. A hostage situation in modern South Korea? The cringe is so powerful he literally has to stop walking and clutch his head. He flashes back to the party where Ara was absolutely losing it, screaming at him for ruining her birthday surprise. But Oh Sun-yi had calmly stepped in, telling Ara that was enough. She even asked, "Still, wasn't it amazing?" Ara was baffled. Amazing. She pointed out that he made the lead singer of Nine Voice leave in tears. But Sunyi just smiled. Didn't he rush in to save you? What if that was not a flower he was holding? How amazing is that? Her words actually make Ara stop and think. She looks over at Kang Jian in a completely new light. A sly, cunning smile spreads across Ara's face. Oh, really? Is that how it is? Sunyi kept going, praising his bravery. If that was a real threat, he threw himself in harm's way to protect you without a second thought. That is just so incredibly cool, isn't it? She said, completely charmed. A blush creeps onto Ara's cheeks as she looks at Kang Jian. That guy. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is completely oblivious, just sweating under the awkward tension as the two girls whisper and giggle. Back in the present, he sighs, but then his focus shifts back to the mission, the top priority target. He thinks back to Sunyi, and she is not just anyone, she is the daughter of the president of South Korea. A look of pure determination crosses his face. The party was a complete disaster, but in the end, it worked out. Contact was a success. The next day at school, Kang Jian strolls into class looking cool and collected, as if nothing ever happened. But he does not even make it to his desk before he is ambushed by a group of his female classmates. Turns out, his epic party foul has somehow made him a hero. They are all gushing about how cool he was. He is just trying to figure out if he handled the situation right, while the girls are already trying to ship him with Ara. Across the room, Ara just laughs it off, denying everything with a playful smirk. Sweating bullets, Kang Jian finally manages to escape and get to his desk. But his peace is short-lived. Go Jin-sok immediately starts mouthing off, telling him to know his place for ruining Ara's birthday. This guy is clearly just begging for another beatdown, daring Kang Jian to try something. But instead of a brawl, Kang Jian just casually leans over and flicks him right on the forehead. That one tiny flick sends Jin-sok flying backwards, taking his desk and chair with him in a massive crash. The entire class, Ara included, is left completely speechless at this insane display of power. Jin-sok, sprawled on the floor, just looks up at him with pure unadulterated terror. Kang Jian, however, just calmly helps him up like it was absolutely nothing. He leans in close and asks him, "Do you like Ara that much?" He tells him to stop making excuses, man up, and just confess his feelings instead of bothering everyone. He gives him one last warning not to mess with him because of midterms and walks away, leaving Jin-sok totally stunned. And just like that, his focus is absolute. Kang Jian hits the books and his goal is nothing less than the top score in the school. Finally, exam day arrives. The classroom is dead silent, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. But Kang Jian is a complete machine. His pen is a blur, flying across the page with inhuman speed and precision. He finishes with a dramatic flourish. While Kang Jian looks triumphant, the rest of the class looks like they just barely survived a war zone. When the results are posted, it is not even close. Kang Jian is ranked #1, with the school's top students trailing behind him. Standing there cool as you like among his classmates, Kang Jian thinks to himself that the mission is proceeding exactly as planned. We open on a seriously twisted flashback. A young boy's wrists are bound tight as he's literally suspended from a tree. He's battered and completely exhausted, with scars already covering his back. This is some next-level brutal training. But hold on, he's not alone. The entire forest is filled with other kids in school uniforms, all hanging from the trees just like him. The girl next to him manages to open a single, defiant eye. You can already tell she's a fighter. She warns him, calling him number 7. Give up. If you keep going, you'll die. But he just grits his teeth, saying he can hold on longer. She's worried that because of their weakness, he's the one who's going to get discarded. The stakes are clearly life and death here. He brushes it off. If he can't hold on, she's next. He's clearly trying to protect her even in this insane situation. She screams that this isn't training, it's torture, pointing out the dark, lifeless shapes of the kids who've already failed. She reminds him of the one horrifying rule they live by. If you become useless, you will be discarded. But he'd rather it be him. He tells number 13 to just rest. He's sacrificing himself for her sake. Her desperate scream, number 7, echoes as Kang Jian jolts awake in bed, gasping for air. He's drenched in a cold sweat, the nightmare feeling way too real. What in the world was that? His mom rushes in, her face full of genuine worry. She asks if he's okay. She gently places a hand on his chest, trying to comfort him and calm him down. But it's not working. She pulls him into a hug, whispering that from now on he will only have good dreams. A promise that sounds more like a threat. Her words hang in the air with a chilling finality. Mom will make sure of that. And just like that, he shoves her away. The terrified boy is gone, replaced by something cold and hard. Standing over her, he addresses her not as a mother but as a fellow soldier. Please don't worry, comrade. He vows to accomplish his mission and return to his country in glory. The family act is completely dropped. She seems to accept the change, telling him to take his time and not overdo it. This whole setup is seriously strange. As he turns away, he clutches his chest, a sharp pain hitting him. He wonders why it feels like there's a knife in his chest. Later, at the airport, his friends Shin Yuna and Jang Dongwoo spot him and wave like nothing is wrong. The perfect high school cover. Kang Jian walks toward them, his mind already on the mission. The Asian International Math Olympiad in Jeju is his stage. He's not just any participant either. He's the school's official representative, and there's another player in the game. His friends drop the big news. The one and only Han Yuju is coming with them, his primary target. This is perfect. Kang Jian knows this is his golden opportunity, especially since he's already gotten on her good side. And speak of the devil, Han Yuju herself appears, greeting everyone with a bright smile. She's got no idea what's really going on. She playfully leans in, teasing Kang Jian. If something happens, you'll protect me too, right, Mr. Dark Knight? Oh, if she only knew. She laughs it off, telling everyone to just do their best. She's trying to act like a normal, supportive classmate. While the others cheer, Kang Jian's eyes are already scanning the area. His spy senses are tingling. He's not checking flight times. He's counting the men in black suits scattered throughout the terminal. His mental head count quickly reaches 10. All of them are Han Yuju's personal bodyguards. This girl's got some serious protection. One of them, a dude with a nasty scar and a ponytail, looks like he's the leader. As expected of his rank 0 target, they're not taking any chances. The students arrive at the venue for the 11th Asian Math Olympiad, sponsored by the Sunshine Group. A teacher tells them to get some rest. The competition starts tomorrow and will last for 2 intense days. She reminds them that a win here means massive bonus points for university applications, and the students go wild with determination. Shin Yuna notices Kang Jian's sudden shift in mood. He looks way too serious for a math competition. Another student scoffs, reminding him he's just a first year going up against second and third year seniors. They ask if he's really confident. Kang Jian just smirks. They have no idea who they're talking to. Because for Kang Jian, math isn't just a subject. It's a brutal memory of timed tests under extreme pressure, where failure meant more than just a bad grade. A menacing officer looms over a younger Kang Jian, mocking him for just barely passing the test. What kind of school was this? And the price of failure was horrifying. Young Kang Jian could only watch in terror as guards brutally beat the kids who weren't fast enough. He and the red-haired girl could do nothing but sit in silence, forced to witness the brutal consequences. Back in the present, the memory still haunts him. He tries to shake it off, wondering why his past keeps bubbling to the surface. His thoughts are cut short by the arrival of the other teams. A big red bus with a Chinese flag pulls up. The doors hiss open, and the Chinese team steps out looking incredibly serious and focused. These guys mean business. Kang Jian and his friends just silently watch their rivals arrive, sizing up the competition. But right behind them, another bus rolls in. This one is for the Japanese team. The doors slide open to reveal a team decked out in sharp black uniforms. They look less like students and more like an elite squad. And that's when Kang Jian's eyes go wide. He sees something that completely shocks him. It's her. The red-haired girl from his nightmares. She's a member of the Japanese team. Shin Yu-no has to snap him out of his trance. He's clearly rattled, but he agrees to head inside. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Han Yuju and her friends head to the front desk, totally oblivious that they are being watched. Suddenly, her head of security gets a tap on the shoulder. It's the Glass's secret agent, and he's got some news. There's a high probability that Han Yuju is being targeted by the North on this trip. Han Yuju's security detail is on high alert. An intel report flashes through an agent's mind. The people from the North, they're targeting the young miss. Inside the hotel, a senior agent approaches a bodyguard with a nasty scar and a reputation. I've heard a lot about you, he says. They say you're too talented to be stuck on guard duty. The bodyguard just says it's an honor, but the agent is trying to poach him. Ever think about switching sides? We're seriously short on capable people these days. But this is Sergeant Kim Hyuk, and he is not for sale. He shuts it down with pure patriotism. If my country needs me, just say the word. The agent is seriously impressed. I like you. After this is over, let's talk. Kim Hyuk just gives a respectful bow. All business, all the time. The second the conversation is over, he's back in command mode, barking orders. Check the rooftop and emergency stairs again. All units check every person entering the building. He doesn't miss a beat as he walks away. Z10 with me. Check the elevators in the 22nd floor. Z2, re-secure the young lady's room. The senior agent watches him go, thinking to himself, yup, this guy is the real deal. But as soon as Kim Hyuk is gone, a wave of dread washes over him. Something about this mission feels completely off. He can't shake the feeling. Even with the absolute best security team on the job, why does he feel like they're all walking into a trap? Elsewhere, Kang Jian and Dongwoo get to their hotel room. Dongwoo is immediately awkward. Hey, if you're uncomfortable, I can get another room. He stammers on, but Kang Jian just looks at him, totally confused by the offer. What is this guy even talking about? Jian just smiles, playing the part of a normal kid. Dude, we're friends, what's the big deal? By the way, dibs on the bed by the window. As Dongwoo unpacks, Jian just stares out at the ocean view. But inside his mind, a war is breaking out. He thinks about South Korea. It's nothing like what they taught him. This peaceful view completely contradicts his entire upbringing. He was told that this country was a miserable wasteland, but all he sees are happy families and people enjoying their lives. The cognitive dissonance is so strong it feels like a physical blow. He grabs his head, trying to force the thoughts away. He falls back on his training, repeating the mantra they drilled into his skull. Never doubt the motherland. Dongwoo's voice snaps him right out of it. Jian, is this your first time in Jeju? Jian turns, completely startled. Yup, it is. Dongwoo beams, offering to be his tour guide on the last day. There are tons of great places to see, and the food is incredible. Jian asks if he comes here often. Dongwoo says, of course. For people in Seoul, Jeju is a super common vacation spot, only an hour away by plane. Changing the subject, Dongwoo asks carefully, by the way, are you and Jinsok not getting along? You guys don't seem to talk much anymore. Jian can't believe how this innocent-looking guy used to be a bully. He decides to deflect, fast. He calls out, Dongwoo. He walks over, asking a probing question. I heard you and Jinsok both have important parents. Is family status really that big of a deal here? Before Dongwoo can answer, Jian switches gears again. Have you ever hung out with Yuna, Dongjun, and Yeyu? I had tteokbokki with them and it was amazing. We should all hang out together sometime, he declares. He points at Dongwoo, teasing him. Especially Yuna, she's a math genius. Didn't you say math was your worst subject? How'd you even get in? Dongwoo just laughs nervously. Haha. I guess I got lucky, and then Jian suddenly launches himself through the air and tackles him. Wah! I give up! I give up! Dongwoo yells as Jian playfully wrestles his new friend on the bed. He's just trying to act like a normal teenager. He gets Dongwoo in a headlock and whispers his real plan. Let's use this trip to get closer to Yuna. On the last day, we'll all go sightseeing. How about it? Jian waits for an answer with a calm smile, but Dongwoo has gone completely still. His hand falls to the bed, totally limp. The playful act vanishes, replaced by pure panic. Dongwoo, open your eyes. Hey, Jang Dongwoo, seriously, does this dude not know his strength? The next morning, the students are in a study session. Dongwoo looks completely dazed. I don't even remember when I fell asleep, he says. Yuna wonders where the upperclassmen are while Dongwoo just rubs his sore neck. Dongwoo sighs, feeling like a background character, but Jian just smirks. I called you here to make sure you're not just an extra. He slides a gigantic stack of papers across the table. Take a look at this. Both Dongwoo and Yuna are completely speechless. Jian leans back, revealing his master stroke. These are the past 5 years of International Math Olympiad problems. Yuna is floored. You can't even take those books out of the library. Don't tell me you compiled this yourself by digging through foreign servers? Jian just smiles, thinking back to a conversation with his dad who had asked him, you're saying you need to win. His dad had offered him the ultimate cheat code. Then I'll just get you this year's exam questions. But Jian immediately refused. No, I cannot do that. His dad was confused. Why not? Isn't winning your mission? In the flashback, a determined Jian tells his father, I can do it on my own. His dad just smirked back at him. Is that so? Then I'll just give you a little help. With a blur of motion across the keyboard, his dad began his own version of helping. He identified the test makers, analyzed their patterns, and compiled a list of similar problems, all while Jian watched in disbelief. His dad let out a maniacal laugh, screaming, now that sounds like fun. The flashback ends. Back in the present, Jian sits with that same confident smile, and that kids is how he came across the exam previous year's questions. They're deep in conversation, when suddenly a girl's voice interrupts them, speaking perfect Japanese. Excuse me. Jian's eyes go wide. He looks up at the newcomer with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. It's the red-haired girl from his past. His mind screams her designation. It's number 13. What the heck is she doing here? Kang Jian is just trying to have a normal study session with his friends when a voice suddenly cuts through the silence. He looks up, and his entire world just stops. He knows that voice. He knows that presence. It's her. Number 13. The ghost from his past, standing there looking totally calm and collected. Instantly, Kang Jian freezes. A cold sweat drips down his neck as the worst memories of his life come rushing back. The face of the ruthless killer from the facility flashes in his mind, morphing into the high school girl standing right in front of him. His brain is screaming. Number 13? What is she doing here? She puts on a sweet smile and in perfect Japanese asks for help like she's some damsel in distress. Kang Jian is absolutely reeling. This can't be a coincidence. How in the world did she find him? His friends are completely clueless, just staring back and forth. Yuna can tell something is seriously wrong, but Kang Jian is just gone. Number 13 keeps up the innocent act, asking where she can buy a phone charger. Like this is just a normal school trip. Kang Jian snaps out of it, switching to fluent Japanese to play along. His friend's jaws are on the floor. They had no idea he was multilingual. Then she lays it on thick, asking him to come with her because she gets nervous when she can't communicate. Yeah, right. He knows he has to deal with this. He stands up, telling his friends he'll be right back and to keep studying. His friends, bless their hearts, think he's just being a good Samaritan. Dongwoo even gives him a thumbs up for his rizzes, but as they walk away, the air between them is thick with tension. Not a single word is spoken. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a surreal beach in his mind, and she's the one who breaks the silence, asking how he's been like their old friends. She even adds it's been, 5 years, with this little smirk on her face. Kang Jian stays dead silent. His face is a stone mask, hiding the storm of memories from that hellhole. In this mental landscape, she just strolls ahead, stopping right at the edge of the water. She dips her hands in, and the ocean water glows, crystallizing around her fingers. What does this even mean? Snapping back to the real world, they're standing outside the hotel, and Kang Jian is drowning in his past. He remembers the other kids from the facility, how they just disappear, one by one without a single trace. No one ever knew why or where they went. Asking questions was forbidden. It was a one-way ticket to getting erased. Just making it out of that nightmare alive was the only victory that mattered. And while he's reliving this horror, she's happily splashing in the water, completely carefree. She finally breaks her silence, asks for his name. Kang Jian, he answers. She repeats it, almost tasting the name, and says it's a good one. Then he asks for hers. The mask cracks for just a second as she stares at him. My name is Tomo. I am glad to see you again. And just like that, after dropping that bomb, she says it's time for her to go. She walks right past him and says, take care. And those two simple words hit him like a ton of bricks. His eyes go wide as he realizes, is she on a mission? He heads back to the study room, completely rattled. His friends are all over him, and he just brushes it off, saying he needed some air. But even with his world falling apart, he casually solves a super complex math problem for Dongwu in like 2 seconds. Yuna, though, is sharp. She can tell something is seriously off and asks him if he is okay. He tries to play it cool, but she's not buying it. She can see right through him and insists he looks unwell. He needs to get out of there. He quickly makes an excuse about a bad stomach and dips. His friends tell him to go rest, saying a genius like him does not need to study anyway, if only they knew. The second he's alone, his mind is racing. If Tomo is here, it can only mean one thing. She must be after priority 0. He gets in the elevator, trying to piece this nightmare together. But it does not make sense. He is number 7, the top agent. A mission this big should have gone through him. The elevator doors open on the 12th floor, and he immediately spots 2 familiar figures down the hall. It's Han Yuju's bodyguards. They're posted up outside a single room. Room 1217. That's Sep's where priority 0 is. There's no doubt in his mind now. Tomo's target is Han Yuju. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim Hyuk is on high alert, standing guard in the hotel hallway. Just around the corner, Kang Jian waits, his face grim. He has no idea what Sep's happening here. So he makes a call to dear old dad. Dad answers with a ridiculously cheerful voice asking about his trip. But Jian Sep's all business comrade Mangam gang. He cuts right to the chase, his voice ice cold. Is there a new directive from the party? But his dad is completely clueless. A directive? What is he even talking about? Kang Jian can't believe it. He seriously doesn't know? Back at the command center, Dad demands an explanation, while Mom just watches from the doorway, giving nothing away. After a tense pause, Kang Jian makes a call. Nah, I'll handle it myself, he says. He hangs up the phone, leaving his so-called parents absolutely speechless. His mother finally breaks the silence. A directive? What could he possibly mean by that? Dad's face goes grim. He thinks someone from the higher-ups has made contact with Kang Jian. Without a word, Mom is ready to move, but Dad stops her in her tracks. They can't be rash. They need to figure out what's going on first. He immediately spins around to his setup, his fingers flying across the keyboard like a master hacker. Dozens of security feeds instantly pop up on his monitors as he starts scanning the entire hotel. And just like that, in seconds, he's got him. He found his target. On the monitor, Kang Jian is on the move. This mission is his now, official or not. He's decided that if there's no official order, he's going straight to number 13 for answers. He walks right up to the front desk, asking for a Japanese student named Tomo. The clerk won't give up her room number, so Kang Jian switches tactics and asks him to call her down to the lobby. The phone rings, and Kang Jian waits, trying to stay patient, but nobody picks up. The clerk just hangs up and apologizes. Blocked for now, Kang Jian turns to leave, but just then, his phone buzzes. It's his dad, and Kang Jian picks up. All right, kid, who exactly am I supposed to find? He spins around, shocked that his dad's already hacked the hotel. Don't look around. Who are you looking for? He repeats. Tomo. That's all Kang Jian needs to say. With just one name, his dad is on it. Room 1110. The 11th floor corridor is clear. The door will be open when you get there. Kang Jian understands the plan and immediately heads for the elevators. He reaches the 11th floor and makes his way to room 1110. He hits the doorbell, and just like his dad promised, the door clicks and swings right open. Back at the command center, his dad hits the final key. The lock was hacked remotely. Too easy. Even Kang Jian is impressed. With Comrade Mangam Gang's skills, any mission feels possible. He slips into the dark room, checking to see if number 13 is there alone. But the place is completely empty. Not a soul in sight. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a strange new alert. Channel message. Someone's at the door. His eyes go wide. Wait, what? At that exact moment, a shadowy figure appears at the door of room 1110, the room he's in. He's on high alert. Those footsteps are way too heavy to be number 13. Suddenly, the door opens. A man in a hotel uniform walks in, carrying a big box. Kang Jian ducks into hiding, his mind racing. Why is staff here now? Is this guy an accomplice? The mysterious man simply places the box down on the bed. What could be so important to deliver like this? That's when he remembers Tomoe's last words to him. Take care. He stays hidden in the shadows, watching, trying to piece it all together. Once the coast is clear, Kang Jian cautiously steps out, every sense on high alert. The hallway is empty. He slips back inside his room, the door clicking softly shut behind him. His eyes immediately lock onto that mysterious cardboard box sitting on the bench. He approaches it slowly, his gut telling him something is seriously wrong here. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he reaches out and starts to open the package. He rips the flaps open and his eyes widen in absolute shock. What is this? He can't believe what he's seeing. It's C4. 2 blocks of military-grade plastic explosive just sitting there in bubble wrap. His mind is reeling. This is insane. This much explosive could kill hundreds of people. He breaks into a cold sweat. Is this really a party directive? If so, then why in the world would they do this? Meanwhile, Tomoe is just casually strolling down a hallway with her classmates, not a care in the world. One of her friends is laughing, saying how lucky they are that Tomoe can speak Korean. Back in the room, Kang Jian hears the girls approaching. Number 13 is back. Tomoe waves a cheerful goodbye to her friends, telling them she'll see them tomorrow. But the second they're gone, that friendly mask vanishes. Her expression turns ice cold as she unlocks a door. Pure panic sets in. He knows there's absolutely no time to hesitate. Without another thought, he lunges forward and snatches the detonator right out of the box. The door lock clicks, and number 13 steps in. Immediately, she knows something's up. She sees her bedroom window open. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is out on a tiny ledge, hundreds of feet in the air. He listens carefully, and yup, Tomoe's already inside his room. With the detonator clenched between his teeth, he begins the most insane escape you've ever seen. He's literally jumping from ledge to tiny ledge on the side of a skyscraper. One wrong move and it's over. The look on his face says it all. This is pure, unadulterated terror, folks. Back in the room, number 13 peeks out of the open window with cold, calculating eyes. But she sees nothing. He's safe. For now. He's gasping for breath, completely exhausted, but still hasn't let go of that detonator. Then he goes full action hero, sliding down the glass facade of the building to get to the ground floor. He hits the ground hard, skidding to a stop in a deserted parking lot. What an escape. He looks back up at the skyscraper he just scaled down and finally lets out a breath. He made it. But just as he relaxes, a voice cuts through the silence. A student? What are you doing here? Uh-oh. This new guy has a seriously intense vibe. His gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. Kang Jian is completely shocked. He's thinking, I didn't even hear this dude. How did he sneak up on me? The man isn't letting up. He narrows his eyes and says, I asked you a question. You look suspicious. Kang Jian shoves the detonator behind his back, his mind racing. At least the guy didn't see his Spider-Man impression. He decides to go on the offensive. You're the suspicious one, mister. Who are you anyway? But the mysterious man is completely unfazed. He just stares back with a poker face. So Kang Jian whips out his cover story. He's a student here for the math Olympiad. The man is not buying it for a second. Oh, really? Then why is a math nerd hiding out here so late? Thinking fast, Kang Jian points at a sign. Hiding? I was just going to the convenience store for snacks. This kicks off an intense standoff. Neither of them is blinking. The tension is thick. Suddenly, footsteps break the silence. Another man, Sergeant Kim Hyuk, is approaching. He rushes right up to the mysterious man. Sir, I have a report to make. He leans in and whispers something urgent, and the man's face goes from stern to shocked. And just like that, they're gone. The man barks, let's go, at his subordinate, and to Kang Jian he orders him to stop loitering. Kang Jian watches them leave, his face grim. That was way too close for comfort. He grips the detonator, his mind racing. He needs to know what number 13's real mission is. Meanwhile, the two agents are in crisis mode. Are you sure? Yes, the hotel server has been hacked. Sergeant Kim reports that the hacker was a ghost, leaving no traces. The senior agent admits their team was completely outmatched. The order is clear. Get their protectee to safety immediately. The hotel is no longer secure. He doesn't care if she argues. He'll go over her head if he has to. This situation is that serious. He gets on the phone. Director, the intel is confirmed. They have a hacker on their team. Sergeant Kim passes on the orders. Notify V1. Full deployment until dawn. Lock it down. The deputy lays out the stakes. High-value targets are everywhere, including kids of top foreign officials from China and Japan. And the biggest target of all is there too, the president's own daughter, Han Yuju. He spells it out. An attack here could trigger a massive international incident between 3 nations. The call is made. They'll cancel the whole tournament if they have to. Safety is priority number 1. But before he hangs up, he drops a bombshell. Shadow and Zero, they might actually be in Korea. Back in his room, Kang Jian watches his roommate sleep, completely oblivious to the chaos. He clutches the detonator, his mind a mess. He has to find number 13 and figure out if this was really the party's orders. He needs to know if the party's orders was real to blow this entire place to kingdom come. He looks at his sleeping friend. It hits him hard. This might not be a simple assassination. What if the order is to eliminate everyone? The question hangs heavy in the air. What am I supposed to do? He slams his fist down in frustration. Why am I even hesitating? Hesitating is equal to treason. He tries to force the brainwashing back in. It's an order from the party, I must follow it. For the Republic. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart flies in and hits Dongwoo. Suddenly, Tomo is there, holding up 2 tranquilizer darts. Relax, she says calmly. I didn't actually kill him. She's just chilling like she owns the place and calls him by his old name, number 7. Kang Jian's face turns to stone. She points to the detonator. I came to take that back. His voice is tight with tension as he asks, is this really an order from the party? She looks at him strangely. His doubt explodes into pure rage. He screams, is it truly a command from the party to kill innocent people? He's not buying it. He declares he's going to contact the party directly to confirm the mission. And that's it for Tomo's patience. Enough, she screams, her playful act completely gone. She lays down the law with a chilling threat. Anyone who interferes will be executed. Before he can even blink, she launches herself at him. With a flying kick aimed straight for his head. The hotel room explodes into chaos. Kang Jian throws up a block as Tomoe comes at him with a flying kick. She is definitely not holding back. But look at Kang Jian's face. He's not fighting back, he's just desperate. Her foot lands beside a knocked-out Dongwoo. Kang Jian, meanwhile, grabs the detonator and instantly leaps back. She accuses him of betraying the motherland, but all he can do is plead with her to just listen. She yells at him to stop talking nonsense and attacks again. The two explode into a flurry of strikes and blocks. The small room becomes a blur of pure high-speed combat, and Kang Jian is getting absolutely rocked. He is barely holding on. He drops a bombshell. He's checked with the party himself. He name-drops the high-ranking comrade mangacapped as his ally. But that's not enough to stop number 13 as she unleashes another wave of attacks. That is the last straw for Kang Jian. In one swift move, he evades her attack and wraps his leg around her in a chokehold. And bam, smashes her to the ground. Even number 13 looks completely gassed from that exchange. Kang Jian desperately tries to reason with her. He wants to contact Comrade mangacapped to confirm this mission, but she completely shuts him down. She says she just reconfirmed the orders herself. The mission stands. This hits Kang Jian like a truck. Why would the party send an order to blow up the hotel when they had him right there? It makes no sense. But he has no time to think. Tomo is on him again, jabbing a poison dart on his leg. Oh man, he's so done for now. He's starting to feel dizzy. But he manages to kick number 13 away. They are locked in a brutal stalemate. But just then, a voice from outside the door shouts his name. It is Yuna. She is pounding on the door, demanding they come out immediately. The interruption changes everything. In a split second, Tomo is across the room, and she has got the sleeping Dongwoo in a hostage hold. A second poison dart would end him. Her demand is simple. Hand over the detonator, or Dongwoo dies right here. Yuna is still banging on the door, completely unaware of the life or death situation inside. Kang Jian is totally trapped. His eyes dart to the detonator on the floor. He's facing an absolutely impossible choice. In that split second, he makes his choice. He brings his fist down with all his might, smashing the detonator into tiny pieces. Traitor, 13 screams. With pure ice in his veins, Kang Jian issues a final, chilling threat. If you kill him, you will die too. And that hits the mark. For the first time, 13 hesitates, her cold resolve finally cracking. She shoves Dongwoo back onto the bed and turns to leave. For now, she has been defeated. But instead of heading to the window, she strides calmly towards the front door. Meanwhile, Yuna is still trying to break the door down, screaming her head off outside. The door suddenly swings open to reveal Tomo, who instantly puts on this sweet and innocent act. She pretends she is at the wrong room, gives a quick apology, and just calmly walks past a totally bewildered Yuna. Yuna peeks inside and sees Kang Jian, looking like he just went 10 rounds. She is completely baffled and immediately starts blushing. She snaps out of it though and delivers an urgent message. They have to evacuate the hotel immediately. Kang Jian's mind immediately starts racing. Did the South Koreans figure out their plan? Yuna tells him everyone is gathering in the lobby, then starts asking questions. Where is Dongwoo, and why does he look so beat up? He plays it cool, just telling her he will go wake Dongwoo up now. But Yuna looks suspicious. So Dongwoo was in the room the whole time? Meanwhile, the full weight of the poison is crashing down on Kang Jian. He falls to the ground unconscious as Yuna screams his name. A chilling memory flashes through Kang Jian's mind. A girl's voice warns him that anyone interfering with the mission will be executed on the spot. He jolts awake from the nightmare completely drenched in a cold sweat. Sitting up, he's totally disoriented. Hold on, this is not the luxury hotel room he fell asleep in. Suddenly, a familiar woman walks right in through the open door. It's his teacher. She looks over and asks if he's finally decided to wake up. She immediately starts chewing him out for sleeping so soundly, saying she was so worried she even brought them to the emergency room. Kang Jian is still trying to figure out where he is as she explains they were all suddenly forced to move yesterday. He asks where the others are. Annoyed, she snaps that they're already at the competition and she had to stay behind just for him. He processes this, a grim look crossing his face. They were moved to a cheap motel, but somehow they're all at the competition? something isn't right. Without saying a single word, he just bolts right past her and out the door. He tears out of the motel and starts sprinting down the street. He has to get to that venue, and he has to get there now. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, panting as he closes in on the convention center. He finally arrives, gasping for air as he takes in the unbelievable scene. But something is seriously wrong. The entire area is on total lockdown, completely surrounded by SWAT teams. That doesn't stop our boy, though. He walks straight towards the blockade, but an armed officer immediately steps in to stop him. Kang Jian tries to explain he's a contestant, but the officer isn't having any of it. The competition started a while ago, he's way too late. Thinking fast, he makes up a story. He just needs to run in and grab his stuff from his room since they were moved so suddenly. The officer actually buys it and tells him to be quick. Kang Jian gives a quick thanks and heads inside. The lobby is absolutely crawling with more armed guards. It is painfully obvious that security is on maximum alert. His serious expression comes right back as he spots a familiar figure up ahead. It's Sergeant Kim Hyuk, Han Yuju's bodyguard. He's asking the SWAT team if the security is tight enough to be safe, and they tell him not to worry. But Kang Jian knows better. He's already thinking, no, not if you were number 13. He's already visualizing how easily she could slip through. Security is scanning people, sure, but they would never find what she's hiding. He imagines her walking through the checkpoint without a problem, heading into the empty competition hall. She can easily hide the bomb under her skirt, stick it to some random desk, and then she'd make a clean getaway. They can't stop number 13 if they don't even know who she is. And boom, the whole building would go up in flames. His imagination is going into overdrive. But with 13, it's best not to underestimate. Kang Jian's only relief is that he destroyed her first remote, but he knows this is far from over. He can't let his guard down for a second. An accomplice could easily have a spare. The fastest way to be sure is to check if number 13 is still inside. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim Hyuk walks right up to him. The agent tells him he's late and can't go in any further. Kang Jian just quietly agrees. The agent warns him that the area is dangerous now and that he should go back to his temporary lodging. Kang Jian puts on his best innocent student act. He says his friend Yuna might worry since she doesn't know why he was late. Sergeant Kim Hyuk checks his watch. He agrees to let Kang Jian inside during lunch break, which should be in an hour or so. Better than nothing, I guess. Kang Jian tries another tactic and asks if he can run up to his room first, claiming he forgot his phone in all the chaos. With the venue in shambles, Kang Jian gets in the elevator. His new priority is crystal clear: find number 13. He's got a plan. He'll have his dad check the CCTV footage. If he can just stop Tomo, he can delay this whole insane mission. And that delay will buy him just enough time to get confirmation on these orders directly from the party. But if it turns out the mission really is to take out the target, no matter the cost, he'll personally eliminate her. He remembers Tomo's friendly act, and it fuels his rage. He is drawing a line in the sand. He refuses to let innocent people die. Completely lost in his thoughts, he walks out of the elevator and into his room. But hello there, someone's already inside. A familiar voice calls out, "Son?" It's his mom holding his phone. She asks how he could leave it behind and says she was worried sick. Kang Jian starts sweating, totally overwhelmed by everything. But she just gently touches his face, pulls him into a hug, and tells him it's all going to be okay. He looks completely stunned, clearly not used to this kind of affection at all. "Don't you worry about a thing," she whispers, holding him close. He shoves her away, his mind an absolute mess. "Comrade, what nonsense are you saying at a time like this? The party has an order to bomb this place," he yells. But she's disturbingly calm, just telling him again not to worry about anything. He's completely bewildered. None of this makes any sense. She thinks for a second. "Here in South Korea, your only mission is to make good friends," she declares. Kang Jian is stunned, speechless. "You just focus on that. Got it?" His mom presses even further. He tries to bring up the bombing order again, but she cuts him off. The order has been canceled. She smiles and tells him to just have a good time with his friends and come back home. Seriously? He then asks the one question that matters: what about number 13? She reassures him that the mission was canceled and she got out safely. The relief is overwhelming. He finally accepts her words. She then gently asks him to call her mom. He struggles for a moment but manages to say it. Meanwhile, a team of South Korean agents are scrambling to figure out what just happened. They've got no trace of the perpetrators. The man in charge figures the Japanese girl must be the terrorist. Another agent agrees. The C4 in her room and her sudden disappearance make it pretty certain. But the leader is suspicious. Who sent them the tip in the first place, and why is it untraceable? One of his men speculates it could be one of their agents who infiltrated the North. The leader completely snaps. That makes absolutely zero sense. Why would their own agent need to hack into their server to do that? Pacing the room, he finally puts the pieces together. This whole thing is an internal feud in the North. His subordinates are stunned by the massive implication. He slams his hand on the table. This isn't about terrorism anymore. His eyes gleam. A hacker with that level of skill could only be one person, the legendary Zero. Elsewhere, Tomo is laying low in a hidden safe house, surrounded by intel. She confronts an older man with a mustache, demanding to know why she told her to hide. But the man ignores her question. He's more interested in number 7. Isn't that child a counter-revolutionary? You're saying that kid was the one who informed on me to South Korea and used your safe house's secret frequency to tell me to run? She asks. Given the circumstances, could there have been anyone else? The old man asks. Tomo thinks for a second. She asks if he knows the name Mangacapped. The man absolutely freezes, pure shock on his face. How could she possibly know that name? She calmly reveals, number 7 said his accomplice is named Mangacapped. Mangacapped, the great people's hero of the Republic, buried in Mansu Hill Revolutionary Cemetery. Are you saying he's alive? Tomoe looks at him, waiting for an answer. Back on Jeju, life is much more peaceful. Dongwoo and Kang Jian are just relaxing by the pool. Suddenly, Dongwoo jolts awake with a massive splash, screaming his head off. He still can't get over how both of them could oversleep during the competition. It's just so absurd. All Kang Jian can do is cover his guilty face while Dongwoo continues to wail. Just then, Yuna arrives, totally blown away by Dongwoo's luxurious villa. Dongwoo grudgingly asks how the test went. Yuna proudly says she nailed it thanks to Jian's review material. This makes him even more bummed, and he sinks back into the water. Suddenly, a sleek black Rolls-Royce pulls up. It's Yuju, and everyone just stares. She smiles and asks if it's okay for her to be there. Dongwoo absolutely loses it, splashing and screaming that, of course it's okay. Watching his friends, Jian faces a heavy question. He's wondering, if he were given the order, could he really bring himself to kill these new friends? As the sun sets, he sits alone, contemplating the peaceful life he's found and the violent one he left behind. The math competition in Jeju is over, but with the tense atmosphere, there was no time to celebrate. Everyone had to pack their bags and get on the first flight back to Seoul. Just like that, they're back to the daily grind. Inside the classroom, Dongjun and Yiju are hyping up Yuna for snagging the silver medal. They can't believe she beat out second and third years. But a flustered Yuna gives all the credit to Kang Jian. She tells them every single question he predicted was on the exam. She's absolutely convinced that if he had actually competed, first place would have been his, no contest. Hearing this, the whole class is in awe. And our boy, Kang Jian, he just soaks it all in with a confident smirk. But of course you know who has to ruin the vibe. Jin-sok starts sneering from the back of the class. He shoots Kang Jian a death glare, but our boy just smirks. No character development from this guy at all. While school life seems normal on the surface, there was still something seriously wrong. Wishing is just sitting at his desk, silently raging, with a side eye that could kill. Kang Jian's sharp eyes immediately catch it, but Wu Young quickly turns away. Later that night, Kang Jian is having dinner with his fake real mom in their luxury apartment. She's all smiles, telling him to eat up, but you can tell something is weighing on his mind. And then he asks where Comrade Manjiamgang is. He immediately realizes his mistake and tries to cover, where's Dad? She doesn't miss a beat, brushing it off with a bright smile. She says his dad is just on a business trip. She tells him not to worry and to just enjoy his school life. Jian just nods and continues eating silently. Meanwhile, at Sunshine Hospital, a different kind of drama is unfolding. Huang Jaeshul is in a coma, kept alive only by a machine. And standing by his bedside is his son Wu Young. His face is a mask of pure cold fury. Just then, a man in a suit enters the room. This is Wu Young's secretary, and he is about to have a very bad day. Wu Young doesn't even bother to turn around. He just asks coldly, how did it go? The secretary holds up a red backpack, telling Wu Young that he has prepared some clean ones. And inside, the bag is absolutely stuffed to the brim with stacks of 50,000 won bills. Wu Young stares down at the cash. His secretary nervously asks what he is planning to do with 200 million won. That was the wrong question to ask. Wu Young completely explodes, grabbing the poor man by his collar. He roars in his face, my dad is in this state, and you are telling me to just sit still? He is absolutely furious that he had grovel in front of that monster. He flashes back to Jian taunting him after the fight, and Wu Young promising it would not happen again while dragging his buddy out of the ring. Finally, he lets go of the poor guy. The secretary timidly suggests that the evidence they have are all circumstantial. Bad move. Wu Young absolutely loses it. Circumstantial? Are you an idiot? That is all it takes for him to be 100% convinced. He screams, that monster beat up my dad, did not he? He lays out his logic. Kang Jian's dad runs a security company. Their company gets hacked, and on the exact same day his father collapses. Coincidence? He thinks not. His secretary tries to reason with him, reminding him that the police are still investigating the case. But Wu Young is way past logic. Do you need an investigation to tell you what is obvious? He shoves the man aside, calls him an idiot, and snatches the backpack full of cash. As he storms out, his face is twisted with pure hatred. He heads over to a place called J Fox Gym. He walks past all the people training and enters the private area. Why'd you know it's the bully from the Tteokbokki shop? Wu Jin gives him an intense stare. The boxer just sighs, looking like he already knows what this is about. The two sit down by a fountain outside. The guy immediately complains that Wu Jung never called him after starting high school, but the boxer cuts right to the chase. He asks, you know that guy Kang Jian at our school? The name alone makes the guy flinch. Seeing the guy sweating, Wu Jung asks if he got beaten up by Kang Jian too. He really hits a nerve, asking him point blank, are you scared of him? The guy totally flips out. He yells that he is not scared of anyone. Then Woojung reveals his grand plan. Gather everyone from middle school and let's absolutely crush him. But his friend is not so sure. He points out their old crew, Sengyeom and Juyuk, are all busy with their own training now. Woojung does not even hesitate. He just throws that heavy duffel bag right onto the bench between them. He opens it, revealing the stacks of cash. The boxer is left completely speechless. Woojung tells him to make them an offer they cannot refuse. He will pay for their entire university tuition and even guarantee them jobs after. And he is not stopping there. He tells him to call Youngsik, the guy he bailed out of juvie prison. The boxer is horrified. Even Jang Youngsik, are you being serious right now? That is exactly why Woojung wants him on the team. He is the kind of guy who would actually use a weapon, a true loose cannon. Clutching a stack of the cash, the boxer's expression hardens. It looks like the money was convincing enough. He is in. With a sinister grin, Woojung starts to walk away. He promises to take full responsibility for whatever happens. His final order is simple. You just need to gather the boys. So that weekend, Woojung's buddy with the shaggy hair who we still don't have a name for is at some outdoor cafe. Looks like he's been waiting for someone. Just then, two absolute units stroll up to his table. First up is Oh Sang-gun, a first-year high schooler built like a tank at 190 centimeters. And right behind him is his buddy Bang Ju-hyuk, a literal giant who towers over everyone at 202 centimeters. Shaggy-haired dude makes some small talk and asks if they came here together, casually noting that Ju-hyuk has somehow gotten even bigger. Ju-hyuk just gives a friendly smile, saying they ran into each other out front. But Sang-gun is already ticked off. He complains about having his golden weekend interrupted. Shaggy isn't having any of it, complaining as he and Ju-hyuk finally sit down. Ju-hyuk immediately starts clowning on his friend, bringing up how Sang-gyun used to be the bigger one back in middle school. Get out of here, Sang-gyun mutters, clearly not a fan of this trip down memory lane. Shaggy just smiles, seeing right through their bickering. These two are obviously close. Ju-hyuk proudly boasts that Sang-gun is joining the Cheonggu Sirium Pro team with a massive 30 million won signing bonus. The big guy blushes. Then he points to his friend who's on the youth national team and heading to Europe for matches this winter. The guy is a total prodigy. But Sang-gyun suddenly explodes. He shouts that he doesn't care about Europe and quit wrestling just to join the Sirium team. Ju-hyuk just laughs it off, teasing him about his strict diet and offering to buy him meat with that new bonus. But before they can argue more, Shaggy cuts in. He says since he called the meeting, the food is on him. Sang-gun grins, asking if he scammed someone for the cash. Shaggy just gives a sly smirk and says no. Then he drops a name. He says Woojung told him to treat them to a meal. And that name hits them like a ton of bricks. Woojung, Shaggy explains that their old friend has a favor to ask. But Sang-gyun immediately shuts it down. He declares that Woojung isn't a friend and he won't eat on his dime. He fumes that Woojung acted all high and mighty with his family's money and then completely ghosted them. Shaggy cuts him off with some shocking news. He reveals that Woojung's dad collapsed. The two giants are completely floored by the news. He explains that Woojung's family runs the powerful Taejong group. If they do this one favor, he'll secure their entire futures. Sang-gyun and Ju-hyuk are left totally speechless, trying to process this insane offer. But Sang-gyun snaps back. He remembers Woojung got beat up by his dad for hanging with them, but says it's no excuse for ghosting. He shouts that he could have at least called, but instead he changed his number. Even the calm Ju-hyuk looks down, saying they all started that crew together. He feels betrayed. Shaggy pauses for a bit, remembering his conversation with Woojung. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. You just go and gather the guys. Woojung grins like a madman and walks away. You think they'll do this for you for money? Shaggy yells. They considered him a true friend, but he just ghosted them because he was rich. Woojung stops, his back still turned to them. He quietly says that back then he had no choice. And then he drops the bombshell. His dad threatened to completely ruin his friends' sports careers if he ever contacted them again. The weight of that memory leaves Shaggy completely stunned. Back in the present, the two Jians are furious at the revelation, but Ju-hyuk knows their old friend wouldn't lie about something this serious. Then Shaggy drops another name. Woojung needs them to bring in Jang Youngsik, and that name gets an even bigger reaction from the two giants. Ju-hyuk immediately refuses, while Sang-gyun just calls the guy a total psycho. Shaggy explains that it's some guy from Woojung's school, and then he admits he got wrecked by this guy too. The two behemoths just stare, completely dumbfounded. Someone actually took down Shaggy? Later, back at school, the tension between Kang Jian and Jinsok is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The silence is broken when Ara and her friends walk in and she gives Kang Jian a cheerful wave. He gives a small wave back, which earns him a nasty scoff from Jinsok in the corner. But just then, a grim-faced Hwang Woojung walks into the classroom. He walks straight up to Jinsok's desk and calls him to talk. Without waiting for an answer, Woojung turns and leaves. Jinsok just follows. The two meet in the empty school gym. Jinsok cuts right to the chase, asking what he wants. Woojung doesn't mince words. He's planning to half-kill that punk Kang Jian. A wicked smirk spreads across Jinsok's face. He's totally on board and wants to know when so he can watch. But Woojung is dead serious. He's talking about breaking at least one of his arms or legs. Woojung tells a stunned Jinsok that he's going to do what Jinsok couldn't. He even invites him to come and watch the whole show. But there's a catch. If things go wrong, Jin-seok has to handle the cleanup. After a tense silence, Jin-seok's face splits into a predatory grin. He agrees, but he has a condition of his own. He points aggressively, demanding that Woo-young make that guy grovel in front of him first. Woo-young's face twists into an equally malicious smile. It looks like they have a deal. School ends for the day and everyone is heading home. But as Kang Ji-yeon's crew says their goodbyes, Dong-woo is acting super weird. He suddenly whips around and calls out to Yoona, looking totally awkward. Dude nervously asks if he can join their after-school academy. Whoa, what? Yoona is stoked. She's all like, of course, man. And just look at that smile. Dong-woo is absolutely beaming. He waves goodbye and hops in his car and zooms away. But as they walk off, Dongjin isn't buying it for a second. Yoona, why is he suddenly asking your permission to join the academy? Doesn't he have some exclusive private tutor? Yoona just laughs, explaining they talked a lot in Jeju and he's a super nice guy. Apparently, he got really interested when she mentioned their academy teacher. Dongjin is not having it. He's totally grilling Yoona about why Dongwoo's so friendly now. So Kang Ji-yeon leans in with a smirk and asks, you jealous? Dongjin absolutely loses it. Kang Ji-yeon just grins, pointing out how totally obvious his crush is. A perfect, normal high school moment. Oh wait, they're being watched. Oh no, it's those sports goons. Shaggy is absolutely fuming, whining that Kang Ji-yeon's sucker punched him. His buddy scoffs, saying Kang Ji-yeon looks weak, but Shaggy snaps back. Don't underestimate him. He's having a full-on flashback to that beatdown, remembering the absolute terror. He remembers Kang Ji-yeon's chilling threat. If you mess with my friends, I'll show you what happens. Yeah, the memory alone has this dude breaking out in a cold sweat. He is traumatized. Just then, Woo-jung strolls in. So is everyone here? He asks. He greets his old crew with a confident smile. He asks where this young sick guy is, and Shaggy says he's on his way. The whole squad is assembled. With smirks like that, you just know they're up to no good. Their destination? A place called the Dap Lounge Club. Woo-young wonders if young sick is just a waiter here now. Shaggy has no idea. Just then, a slick white car rolls up, and a chauffeur opens the door. And out steps this dude in a flashy purple suit and checkered shoes. Talk about an entrance. This is young sick. He flashes a smile, revealing he runs this club and invites them in. The crew is completely stunned. Their old friend is a club owner? No way. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon arrives back at his massive luxury apartment. He greets his mom, who happily tells him his dad is gone for a few days. Kang Ji-yeon actually cracks a genuine smile and heads off to wash up. His mom immediately picks up on his good mood. She asks if something good happened. He gets a little embarrassed and admits, I feel like I'm getting closer to my friends. His mom is overjoyed to hear it. She tells him his happiness is all that matters. Back at the club, the crew follows young sick down into the lounge. And this place is legit. Neon lights, a dance floor, the works. Young sick is just lounging in a booth, casually offering them cocktails. The guys are just speechless. They have no idea what's happening right now. One of them finally asks the question on everyone's mind, how does a student own this place? Young sick just leans back coolly and says, I just run the place. Oh Sang-gyun mutters that the guy is still full of himself. Woo-young cuts to the chase. He reminds young sick that he came here for a reason. He admits he needs someone taken care of, but he's having second thoughts. Young sick tells him not to worry, that he came at the perfect time. But there's always a catch, right? He asks Woo-young the important question. You'll pay well, right? And just like that, young sick's friendly vibe is gone, replaced by a chilling, predatory grin. He leans in, with this creepy, psychotic look, and asks, so, is it okay to kill him? 5 a.m. sharp, an alarm screams to life, shattering the morning quiet. But our guy Kang Ji-yeon is already awake. He's stretching, getting ready for the daily grind. He kills the alarm with a single tap. The look on his face is pure focus. He steps out of his room, and his mom is already there waiting for him. He tells her she doesn't need to wake up this early just for him. But she just smiles, saying she wants to. She reminds him to hydrate before his workout. Without a word, he chugs the entire glass of water. He pulls his hood up, shoots her a quick smile, and says, I'll be back. And just like that, he's out the door for his morning run. He tears through the empty city streets, a lone figure in the pre-dawn glow. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit. His speed is just unreal. His face is a mask of pure determination. Sweat pours down as he keeps going. Finally, the run is over. He gets back to his building, breathing hard. But it looks like he's got some unwanted company waiting for him. The leader of the goons seems nervous. He asks his buddy if they're really doing this. But the muscular one, Oh Sang-gun, just smirks. He says Woo-young will handle any fallout. The leader adds that they have even bigger backup than Woo-jun, so there's nothing to worry about. The big guy Bang Joo-hyuk still looks a little unsure about this whole thing. The leader is getting impatient, wondering when their target is finally going to show up. Were you waiting for me? A voice cuts in from right behind them. The whole crew jumps out of their skin. They had no idea he was there. It's Kang Ji-yeon, totally calm despite being drenched in sweat. He asks again, I'm asking if you were waiting for me. Sang-gun glares at him, sizing him up. He mutters that this kid has some nerve. Joo-hyuk steps up, getting in his face. You beat up my friend, didn't you? Kang Ji-yeon just smirks. What, you came to get revenge for your friend? Oh man, that sets Sang-gun off. He's furious at the disrespect, but Kang Jian calmly points to all the cameras in the area. How about it, he suggests, that empty factory from before. Then he just turns and walks away. The thugs are left fuming at his absolute audacity. Sang-gun can't believe it, but Ju-hyuk reminds him they've never lost a fight together. The leader growls, "That punk. I'll make him beg for his life today." Meanwhile, watching this all go down from a nearby car is Huang Wujin. His secretary is practically begging him. He warns this is a bad idea and should be handled by the company. But Wujin just snaps, telling him to shut up and stay out of it. The secretary tries to argue but is silenced by a blade pressed against his throat. From the back seat, a purple-haired psycho named Young Sik grins like a maniac. He says the secretary doesn't know, but he's tasted blood from many people before. Woo-young calmly tells him to stop. Young Sik pulls the knife back, already excited for his mission. He just needs to stab the target's father before he dies, right? He adds that it's no big deal if the guy dies. In fact, he seems even more excited by that idea. He confirms the deal. After this job, he gets to go abroad and gets a new apartment. Woo-young reminds him, "I'm the one who got you out of juvenile detention. Can't you trust me?" Young Sik immediately agrees. They peel out in a white Range Rover. Back at the abandoned factory, the stage is set for a beatdown. Kang Jian watches them approach. His face is a complete blank. Ju-hyuk wants to jump him together, but Sang-gun scoffs, saying their weight classes are way too different. Clearly way too confident, Sang-jin charges in all by himself. He throws a wild storm of punches, but Kang Jian is more than ready. With perfect form, Kang Jian deflects the attack. Then he counters with a lightning-fast strike to the face. He instantly follows up with a brutal elbow to the side of the head. Before the guy can even blink, Kang Jian unleashes a flurry of precision strikes to his body. Oh Sang-gun stumbles back. He's completely overwhelmed by the pure speed and power. Kang Jian's eyes narrow. He sees his opening. He winds up putting all of his force into one devastating blow. The punch connects with a sickening crunch, right in the solar plexus. The big man gasps for air and collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. The other two thugs just stare in stunned silence. They can't believe what they just saw. One down, two to go. Kang Jian looks at them and says, "What are you doing? I have to go to school." Ju-hyuk doesn't wait. He lunges forward to grab him and smirks. "Got you." At the same time, the leader charges from the other side. They're trying a pincer attack, but it's completely useless. Kang Jian effortlessly blocks both punches cold, and the look on his face says it all. He is 100% unimpressed. Meanwhile, Kang Jian's mom is just relaxing at home, humming a peaceful little tune. She casually glances out her window, checking out the street below. But that calm vibe evaporates when she spots something seriously wrong. Down on the sidewalk, some thugs are ganging up on her son. In a nearby car, Woo-young is giving instructions to stomp on Jian and send him a pic to show the dad. Young Sik is getting impatient. Why not just get in, stab him, then get out? Woo-young doesn't want to deal with the cops, so he wants to lure their target to a secluded spot first. Young Sik could not care less as long as the paycheck clears. The driver is completely freaking out, begging them to call off the plan. But Woo-young just scoffs. He thinks with dad out of commission, there is zero risk. Suddenly, a smiling face shows up at the window. She even gives a friendly wave. It's Kang Jian's mom. She recognizes the driver as the guy from Taejong Group who visited their house. She even points to the other guy's uniform, asking if he is friends with her son. Before anyone can process this, Woo-young instructs Young Sik to give the auntie a ride. Young Sik just smirks and opens the door. He tells her she is out of luck and has to come with them. Totally unfazed, she just asks if he is one of Jian's friends too. His answer? He whips out a butterfly knife in a flash. He presses the cold steel right against her throat. The secretary is losing his mind, but of course, Jian's mom doesn't even flinch. Young Sik growls at her to get in the car quietly. She actually does it, and they all pile back into the vehicle. Woo-young barks at the terrified secretary to just drive. He screams at him to go where the other kids are, but mom cuts him off, demanding to know what is happening with her son. Then it clicks. She glares, realizing Taejong Group was behind her husband's injuries too. Young Sik just grins like a psycho, saying they have business with her husband. He turns to Woo-young. "Hey, if you give me more money, I can handle this auntie too." Woo-young just screams at him to shut up. Young Sik leans in, thinking he has her completely under his control, but stops. Auntie's entire vibe has shifted. She coldly warns them to turn the car around now and nothing will happen to them. Woo-young explodes in rage. He starts screaming at her from the front seat, calling her an old hag. But he freezes the second he sees her expression. Her eyes are glowing with pure murderous rage. "I'm asking you, don't make me kill you." Meanwhile, in a warehouse, one of the bullies has Kang Jian's leg trapped. The other two charge at him, but our boy is more than ready. He effortlessly weaves through their sloppy, telegraphed punches. As they close in, he drops and evades their attacks. Both thugs are completely stunned. Then he delivers a brutal knee to the thug on the ground. That's one down. He stands over them, his face an absolute mask of cold calculation. The two can only stare at their downed comrade. The absolute unit of a guy tells his partner he will hold Kang Jian down. He then lunges forward. But Kang Jian is on another level. He catches the giant's fist with just one hand. With a quick twist, he completely neutralizes the attack and closes the distance. He then slams a devastating elbow strike right into the big guy's ribs. Then another, and another. A lightning-fast barrage of blows leaves the giant reeling. The other guy can only watch in absolute horror. He can't see anything behind the big guy's massive back. And then, the big mountain just collapses. That is 2 down, only 1 more to go. Shaggy is totally losing his mind. Kang Jian just walks toward him silently, his face showing 0 emotion. The bully is silently screaming, "Who the heck is this guy?" And before he can even move, Kang Jian comes charging with one last blow. And with one final devastating blow, Kang Jian sends him flying across the warehouse. He crashes to the ground, joining his buddies on the floor, out cold. And just like that, the fight is over. Not a single one of them even laid a finger on him. Kang Jian looks down at the wreckage, his expression still completely cold. Back with Jian's mom, she's issuing a stern warning. "I'm begging you, please don't let me kill you guys." But Young Sik just scoffs, "What's the problem with this auntie? LOL. He casually flips open his knife and presses the tip against her shoulder, asking if she's scared. Meanwhile, the secretary is sweating buckets, trying to talk them down like a normal person. But Woo-young cuts him off with ice in his voice. "Just shut up and drive to where the other guys are." And Jian's mom? She doesn't even flinch at the blade. Young Sik is starting to get creeped out. This lady is not normal. The car pulls into a deserted industrial yard, the perfect place for a beatdown. As soon as the car stops, Jian's mom opens the door to step out. Young Sik asks where she's going, knife still at her throat, but she just whacks it away like it's nothing. He is left completely stunned at this auntie's utter lack of fear. His buddy in the front seat starts screaming, "What are you doing? Get her." Young Sik stares back with puppy dog eyes. That auntie is weird, man. Woo-young is losing his mind. He cannot believe what is happening right now. Mom just calmly gets out of the car and these 2 clowns follow, having no idea who they're messing with. Woo-young yells after her, but she's not listening anymore. Because a figure steps out from the warehouse. It's Kang Jian. The cold-blooded killer expression on her face completely vanishes, and she's now just a worried mom. And Jian looks just as surprised to see his mother here. Her expression changes to relief. "My son, I'm so glad you're safe," she says, pulling him into a tight hug. Kang Jian, clearly not used to this affection, tries to play it cool. "It's nothing, I know these guys." But then his gaze shifts to the thugs who brought her here and his face turns to stone. The thugs are totally confused, realizing Kang Jian must have already handled the others. His eyes narrow. The time for playing games is officially over. Kang Jian gently pushes his mom behind him, stepping between her and the danger. Staring them down, his voice is ice cold. "You're crossing the line." Woo-young just scoffs back. "Crossing the line?" He absolutely explodes with rage. "It was your father who crossed the line. My dad collapsed because of your father." Jian turns to his mom for answers. His mom just smiles, confident that her husband would never do something like that. Kang Jian pictures his goofy, harmless dad and agrees. He turns back to Woo-young, his resolve hardening. "I don't know what made you do this, but bringing my mom here is something I can't let slide." Woo-young and his lackey are completely floored. "What did he just say?" Young Sik steps forward with a cocky smirk on his face. "You think you're that strong?" He laughs, introducing himself as Jang Young Sik. Kang Jian just stares back, completely unimpressed by the display. Young Sik lunges forward, aiming the flashing knife right at Kang Jian's throat. The blade stops just millimeters from his skin. Young Sik sneers, "The son is fearless too, huh?" Not backing down, he grabs Young Sik's hand in an iron grip. "Did you threaten my mom with this?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. Young Sik actually admits it. In the next instant, Kang Jian comes in for a blow. But the other guy's got a trick up his sleeve. He drops the knife from his grasp and catches it with his other hand. Before Jian's blow could land, the knife whizzes right past his face. Jian was able to dodge it, but it almost hit his artery. Young Sik just grins like a maniac. "You can dodge that?" The horrifying realization hits him. This guy isn't just a thug, he's a killer. A few feet away, Jian's mom is watching all this go down. Veins pop on her neck as a dark aura surrounds her. Oh boy, mom is done playing games. Before the 2 fighters even know what's happening. Bam! With a sickening crunch, she deals Young Sik a vicious spinning kick. And it sends him absolutely flying. Young Sik slams hard on the side of the SUV, leaving a massive dent. Kang Jian can only stare. Even Woo-young is completely dazed. What the heck was that? Young Sik's legs are dangling from the SUV's window like a ragdoll. Looks like he's completely out of it. But in an instant, the killer is gone. She rushes to her son, her face a mask of pure motherly concern. "Son, are you okay?" Kang Jian is utterly shell-shocked. He's seen a lot of crazy things, but this side of his mom has left him completely speechless. Bro is still processing the beatdown he just witnessed. His mom touches a scratch on his neck, her face full of concern. She smiles, relieved it's just a graze. But that smile vanishes in a heartbeat, replaced by pure cold fury. She turns to the 2 thugs who are practically shaking out of their shoes. And with absolute ice in her voice, she warns them, "Touch my son again, and I will kill every single one of you." Then, bam, the killer vibe is gone. She's all smiles again, chirping, "I made breakfast." Kang Jian's brain is short-circuiting. The thugs are left completely broken in the junkyard, looking like discarded trash as our duo walks away. As they leave, she gives him a playful wink. Don't worry, son. He's not dead. Mom doesn't kill people. Sure, Mom. Kang Jian is sweating bullets. Just who is his comrade mother? Is she a super soldier? A demon? What is going on? Back home, it's like nothing happened. She's a perfect mom again, serving up a huge breakfast before school. But our boy isn't buying the act anymore. He's got a bandage on his neck and a million questions. She tells him to eat, but he cuts right to the chase. Comrade mother, are you a field agent? She tries to play dumb, insisting, didn't I tell you not to talk like that? I'm just your mom. He's not letting it go. I need to know, is that why you went to Jeju Island? She finally breaks, admitting he's right. But here's the twist. He says the mission was too sloppy for the North. So, who sent them? Suddenly, she hugs him from behind. Your father and I, we're so sorry, she whispers, her voice full of emotion. With tears streaming down her face, she finishes her thought. For letting our son grow up in a place like that. She pulls back, smiling through her tears. She promises to explain everything when his dad gets home, leaving our boy totally floored. Later at school, Kang Jian is completely zoned out, still trying to process the morning's bombshells. Aura has to basically scream his name to snap him back to reality. Hey, Kang Jian. She's super excited, telling him about a group trip to the river she's planning for the holidays. And get this, she declares him the special guest for their family trip. Even Jin-Sok and Dongwoo are coming along. Of course, Jin-Sok is not happy about this, already grumbling about why he's even invited. Era ignores him and asks if he's in. But Kang Jian, ever the soldier, says he has to ask his parents. Era is baffled. Ask, just go if you want to go. The very idea of personal choice is blowing his mind. She just decides for him, saying she'll handle it. But Jin-Sok steps in, trying to warn him off. He hits him with some lame proverb about a sparrow following a stork, basically calling him a peasant. Kang Jian plays dumb, asking, do sparrows even have legs? Which just makes Jin-Sok furious. He is not the brightest. Jin-Sok gets right in his face. Laugh while you can. Soon you'll be trembling before me. Oh, big mistake. Kang Jian comes closer. Ah, were you involved in Huang Wuyong's plans too? He grins like a psycho. Oh my dude, you are so busted. Let's talk when Woojin comes back, okay? Jian finishes. Meanwhile, we cut to a North Korean office. Some poor officer is literally trembling. He's losing his mind at Jian's dad, Manjiamgang. He screams, are you insane? How dare you stand before me dressed like that? But Kang Jian's dad just smiles, saying, Manjiamgang? He's been dead a long time, comrade director. But Jian's dad isn't intimidated at all. For the homeland and our comrades, I, Mangiamgang, risked my life to make that money for you. The director tries to save face, stuttering that he's grateful and even awarded him their highest medal after he quote-unquote died. But Mangiamgang is having none of it. You think I wanted that medal? I only asked for one thing. He absolutely explodes, screaming with pure, unfiltered rage, my son, my boy, the son of Mangiamgang. All I asked was for you to raise him safely, and you failed. The official panics, insisting they raise the boy in the best facilities, at least until Mangiamgang came and took him. Mangiamgang turns away, remembering the ultimate betrayal. Even when my homeland sold me out to the Americans, I could still smile. He says he even understood why they sent assassins for him. But the director denies everything, shaking his head. With a grim smile, he recalls his savior. The one who saved me back then was Comrade Shadow number 2. The director's face drains of all color. He can't believe it. Number 11. You mean that woman is still alive? Mangiamgang warns him that if he hadn't shown up today, number 2 would have come instead, and that would be much, much worse. He slowly takes off his sunglasses, his expression twisting into something monstrous. And yet, you raised my son as a shadow? Man, he is losing it. Is that the answer my homeland gave to my loyalty? Mangiamgang says his son will grow up fine in the South. Completely confused, the director asks, why South Korea? Why not America? It would be so much safer. Mangiamgang gives one final ice-cold command. Do not lay a hand on my family if you want me and number 2 to stay dead. He slams his hand on the desk, cracking his glasses on the desk. Or do you want her to return as a shadow once again? Who do you think her first target will be? That's all it takes. The director folds completely. Fine, I'll take care of it. Just go live comfortably in the South. As he leaves, Mangiamgang drops one last bombshell. I deposited $1 million into your Swiss account. A final farewell gift. The official just stares at the sunglasses Mangiamgang left behind, but then he sees it. A hidden USB drive in the arm of the glasses. He gets it now. Ah, Mangiamgang, I will make good use of this. Suddenly, Mangiamgang freezes. He senses a presence nearby. At the other end of the hall stands a high-ranking officer. They pass each other in complete silence. The tension's so thick you could cut it with a knife. Meanwhile, back in the present, Kang Jian sits in his classroom, totally lost in his own world. He can't stop replaying the image of his mom beating up a gangster. It's just too much. Don't think about it, he tells himself, trying to shove the feelings down. Focus on the mission. Go Jin-Sok, meanwhile, is staring at Woo-Young's empty seat. A dark thought crosses his mind. Maybe I should have properly settled things with him this morning. But his train of thought is broken by the teacher. He announces they're getting a new transfer student right before the holidays. Another student points out how hard it is to get into their school. The whole class starts buzzing with curiosity. The teacher calls the new student in, and when the door opens, Kang Ji-yeon's jaw hits the floor. No way. It's Tomo. She introduces herself in Japanese, giving a cute little wave to the class. And just like that, every guy in the class is completely hooked. The teacher confirms she's from Japan and the room erupts. After calming everyone down, Tomo switches to flawless Korean, shocking everyone. My Japanese name is Tomo, but my Korean name is Lee Jin, she says with a perfect smile. My mom is Japanese and my dad is Korean. The class goes wild all over again. Dongwoo's friend asks him if he knows her since he looks so stunned. Dongwoo explains they met at the math Olympiad, but she only spoke Japanese then. How is her Korean suddenly perfect? Kang Ji-yeon, however, is having a full-blown meltdown. He's thinking, why is number 13 here? He immediately connects the dots to his own mission. Don't tell me, is she targeting the president's daughter too? But then Tomo waves directly at him. Ji-yeon, it's been so long I begged them to put me in your class. As she walks to her seat, Kang Ji-yeon is frozen in shock. Number 13, what is your mission this time? She turns back to the class with a charming smile and drops an absolute bombshell. Ji-yeon and I grew up together, we're great friends. One guy gets a massive nosebleed from the shock. Meanwhile, Dongwoo just looks like his brain has short-circuited. Across the room, Ara and her friends are watching this whole soap opera unfold, and they are not impressed. Ara just smirks, crossing her legs like she's watching a mildly amusing TV show. She's completely unbothered. Their eyes meet, and you just know a smackdown is happening soon. And poor Ji-yeon, he's just left sweating and confused, trying to figure out what in the world is going on. The chaos settles, but Ji-yeon feels a chill run down his spine. It can't be. Why is number 13 here? She's just chilling, looking completely bored. Like transferring into this mess is just another Tuesday for her. The tension is so thick you could choke on it. Even Jin-sook can feel the insane pressure, and he has absolutely no clue what's going on. Thankfully, the lunch bell rings, shattering the awkward silence. Right on cue, Ara and her squad make their move on Ji-yeon, probably to invite him for lunch. But the new girl beats them to it. She swoops in with a smile and says, let's eat together. Ji-yeon is completely trapped. He just gives a shaky nod, sweating bullets. They hit the cafeteria, and the silence is deafening. She finally breaks it, asking, why aren't you eating? She starts making small talk about the food, but Ji-yeon is not having it. He cuts right to the chase. What do you want? She just dodges the question with a smile. Remember when we used to eat together as kids? Then her eyes go dark. We risked our lives just for one extra potato. And now, she says, her voice practically dripping with poison. You're in this nice school, eating good food. She casually looks over Ara's table where the whole squad is shooting them death stares. Hanging out with nice friends. You look happy. The threat is practically hanging in the air. Ji-yeon is rattled, you can see it, but he steels himself, remembering his mission is all that matters. Then she gets up to leave, dropping a bombshell. I look forward to getting along, Comrade Kang Ji-yeon. Chills. Literal chills. Meanwhile, in a hospital, the bullies Ji-yeon absolutely wrecked look like they got hit by a bus. Seriously, total carnage. Woo-young's secretary walks in, and right away one of the guys asks where Woo-young is. The secretary just says, his condition isn't good. He's resting for now. They immediately panic, thinking Woo-young got hurt too. No, the secretary clarifies, adjusting his glasses. It's just psychological shock. Joo-hyuk looks over at Young-sik, who's wrapped up like a mummy. He grumbles that the attacker must have used a knife. The secretary tells them to just focus on getting a checkup and recovering. But Joo-hyuk isn't having it. He insists he doesn't need to be hospitalized. He's more worried about Woo-young and wants to check on him, but the secretary just sighs. Then he lays down the law. Don't contact Woo-young. And pretend today never even happened. The guys are confused, but he sweetens the deal. The company will pay them big time to keep their mouths shut. But just then, a muffled voice comes from the bandaged dude on the bed. Who says that? It's Young-sik. His eye snaps open from under the bandages, and it's burning with pure rage. Through gritted teeth, he growls, give me my phone. And then he absolutely loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs. Give me my phone, you jerks. Switching scenes. Number 13 is cornered on the basketball court by Ara's goon squad. They start grilling her, asking if she's really that close to Ji-yeon just because they knew each other as kids. We were way closer than that, she shoots back. We slept in the same house and ate together. The girls are not impressed. One of them shoves her, telling her to stay away from Kang Ji-yeon. She just calmly brushes her hand away. Why should I? The leader snaps back, because Ara has her eye on him. They try to flex Ara's power, reminding her she's the daughter of the Samjong group. One wrong move and she's expelled. But number 13 is totally unfazed. She just smirks. So what? I can't talk to Ji-yeon just because some girl is scary? The bullies think they've won, but she shuts them down cold. I don't wanna. Oh, that did it. The girls lose their minds and lunge at her, screaming they'll rip her hair out. Big mistake. She moves like lightning, unleashing a sick spinning kick that takes all three of them down in one hit. The bullies are just left on the ground, completely shook. She just gives them a sweet smile. My mom's side runs a karate dojo, and then she just casually walks away. What a legend. Back in the classroom, Ara is just trying to chill when the new girl, Tomo, walks right up to her. Tomo thanks her for the warm welcome earlier, but Ara is completely clueless. Oh, you weren't involved? Tomoe asks, playing dumb before turning to leave. But as she walks off, she points over her shoulder and drops a nuke. By the way, Jian is mine. Oh, it is on. Ara is absolutely fuming, ready to explode. And across the room, Jian can feel the murderous aura. Bro is sweating for his life right now. While the drama heats up at school, we cut to a hospital room where Huang Wuyong is a total wreck, cowering on the floor. His dad is out cold, and Wujing is just crying, absolutely terrified of the woman who did this to them. But they're not alone. On a nearby rooftop, someone is listening to their every word. And get this, it's Kang Jian's mom. She's decked out in full spy gear, monitoring the whole situation with ice-cold precision. She raises a high-powered scope to her eye, her expression unreadable but seriously intense. She's got a perfect view right into another hospital room where a completely different scene is playing out. Inside, Young-sik, wrapped up like a mummy, is begging his senior to kill the crazy woman who wrecked him. His associate tells him to chill out, admitting the woman who took him down is no ordinary person. They promise they'll drag her back, even if they have to snap her leg to do it. But Young-sik isn't having it. He screams at them to just kill her and bury the body, and they actually agree. As his goons leave, Young-sik is just stewing in his bed, his eyes wide with a mix of pure terror and rage. And from her rooftop perch, Jian's mom has seen and heard everything. A chilling question forms in her mind. Should I just kill all of them? The two men leave the hospital, flanked by their bodyguards and getting into a whole convoy of black cars. They drive away, completely clueless that they're still being watched. Back on the roof, Jian's mom lowers her scope and her expression has hardened into pure ice. Suddenly, her phone rings. It's her husband, Jian's dad. He tells her he's in Beijing and will be landing at 2 p.m., just in time for dinner. He asks if there's anything wrong with her or Jian, and her reply is absolutely wild. I think I need to kill someone. She explains that people just keep messing with Jian, and even though she spared them once, it wasn't enough. Her husband is freaking out on the other end. He begs her to calm down, insisting he'll handle everything. But she's furious, gritting her teeth as dad tries to calm her. She ends the call with a desperate plea for him to hurry up. And just like that, we're back at Seoul International High. The final bell rings, and school is out. Kang Jian is the first one out the door, moving like an absolute lightning bolt. Tomo just watches the chaos with a scheming little smirk on her face. Outside, the luxury car parade is waiting to pick up the rich kids. Han Yuju and Jin-sok are chatting. She congratulates his father on the upcoming election. Jin-sok asks if her sister is sad about it, but Yuju replies that they are actually looking forward to it. Being together all day is just suffocating. She quickly plays it off as a joke. Meanwhile, Jin-sok is sizing up Yuju's bodyguard, wondering if he could beat Kang Jian in a fight. As she hops in her car, Jin-sok is left absolutely stewing. He swears to himself that once his dad becomes president, Kang Jian is a dead man. As all the fancy cars drive away, number 13 watches them drive away. And on the rooftop, someone is also watching. It's Kang Jian. And his eyes are locked onto his former comrade, number 13, Tomo. He's trying to figure out if Go Jin-sok and Han Yuju are her new targets. He watches as Tomo just calmly walks over to a bus stop and waits like a normal student. But suddenly, she glances back with a tiny, knowing smile. She knows he's there. Jian's face is dead serious. His mind is racing a mile a minute right now. A while later, Jian and his friends are on a crowded city bus. Yuna asks Jian if he's alright. He looks exhausted, but Yuju just wants to know what's up with him and that Tomo girl. What are you talking about? Yuna yells. But Yuju calls her out. You've been wondering about them all day, don't play dumb. Seo Dongjin finally snaps, shouting that this is hardly the time to be gossiping about relationships. Oh my, are you jealous too? Yu teases. Dongjun is about to lose it. He points out they should be more worried about the insane traffic jam that's making them late. Looking outside, they finally see the problem: total gridlock. Yeyu wonders if there's been an accident. Oh, there was an accident all right. As the bus inches forward, they see the absolute chaos ahead. It's a massive pileup. Wrecked cars, police, and paramedics are blocking the entire road. The gang realizes how serious it is. There are already ambulances on the scene. But while his friends are all talking, Kang Jian just stares out the window. As the bus passes the wreckage, they see paramedics loading injured people onto stretchers. Wait a second. Holy crap, it's Young-sik's goons. The same guys from the hospital, now looking completely broken. The whole area is busy as the injured are rushed towards the waiting ambulances. In the chaos, a shadowy figure in a black trench coat walks away. But they vanish in an instant, like a ghost. Later back home, a heavy conversation is brewing. His mom is having second thoughts, wondering if bringing him to the South was a huge mistake. Dad isn't having it, though. He argues that wanting a better life for your kid is totally normal, especially in a capitalist world. But she's still worried. With all the trouble sticking to Jian like glue, she thinks a regular school would have been way safer. Dad hits her with the hard truth. Jian is anything but normal. He promises he's already handled the situation up north and will take care of things here too. She's not buying it. She drops a wild suggestion. What if they just tell Jian everything and skip town to another country? Dad shuts that idea down instantly. Jian is so brainwashed by the party he would never just accept the truth and abandon his mission. He says what Jian really needs is time. Time to realize on his own that his entire life has been built on a lie. Just then, the front door clicks open. Speak of the devil, Kang Jian is home and he looks completely drained. Dad, being the joker he is, greets him with a booming voice, teasing him about his capitalist adventures. Jian gives a stiff, formal greeting, but his mom immediately snaps, telling him to ditch the whole comrades act already. Dinner is super awkward and quiet. Jian just pokes at his food before tapping his chopsticks, finally ready to break the silence. He reminds them they promised to talk once his father was back. Mom tries to put him off, telling him to just eat his dinner. He quietly agrees, for about half a second. Then he stands up, switching into full-on agent mode, insisting that the mission comes first. His parents shoot each other a worried look. Jian delivers his report. The other agent from Jeju is now at his school and he needs new orders ASA. They are both completely stunned by this. Seeing their son's confusion, his dad drops an absolute bombshell. He just got back from a trip to the north. Dad lays down the new rules. From now on, family life and his mission are separate. Jian's new orders: study hard, stop fighting, and make some friends. He then asks about the transfer student. Jian confirms she's Agent 13, and just like that, the mood at the table goes ice cold. Dad figures it's time for a history lesson. He explains they were all part of the Shadow Unit, an elite program that trains the absolute best operatives from childhood. Jian starts spouting his usual propaganda about serving the fatherland, but Dad cuts him off with another bombshell. Your mother is also from the Shadow Unit. Jian is completely floored. And get this, she's not just any agent. She is the greatest operative in the unit's entire history. Dad tells him to grasp the true weight of his mission. Totally fired up by this revelation, Jian clenches his fists, fully accepting his duty. His mom breaks the intense mood, gently telling him to eat. Now completely motivated, Jian yells yes and starts inhaling his food. But as he eats, his parents share a dark, knowing look. Meanwhile, across the city at Incheon Airport, a mysterious man in a trench coat is waiting. A sharp, silver-haired man walks through the arrivals gate. The agent greets him, and we learn this new guy is the CIA's East Asia branch chief. The chief says he had to come personally, with legends like Shadow and Zeros possibly on the move. The agent says it's not confirmed, but the chief is certain the recent hack points straight to Zero. And just as they're leaving, the chief reveals he brought some backup. Two seriously intimidating figures approach, catching the agent completely off guard. One is an absolute unit of a man with a crazy mustache, and the other is a woman with a stare that could kill. Yeah, the local agent is definitely shook. The chief smirks, impressed the agent knows who they are. When asked if this much firepower is really necessary, he just says Zero always has Shadow by his side. He even says these two might not be enough, and plans to call in more support. The agent is losing his mind, asking if the chief is trying to start a war. The chief's reply is ice cold, if necessary. The local agent furiously warns him not to cross that line. The chief brushes off his concern, his mind flashing back to an incident 10 years ago. It was the one time they almost caught Zero and the day Shadow showed their true power. The agent only knows the rumors Shadow rescued Zero and they both vanished. The chief just scoffs at that, leading the way out of the airport. In the car, the chief tells him the horrifying truth. He was the first agent on the scene after that incident, and what he found was total, absolute annihilation. Even their allies from China were completely wiped out. The final body count was in the hundreds, either dead or missing. This is the real power of Shadow and Zero. The subordinate is speechless, completely horrified by what he's hearing. The chief clarifies that it was not just the people who saw Zero's face who vanished. Every single trace of their existence, down to the smallest record, was erased. After a decade of chasing these ghosts with nothing to show for it, he lays it on him thick. So, do you still think I am overreacting? The agent is sweating buckets now, totally silent. Yeah, I think he finally gets the picture. A while later, they're all at a war council in a secure NES conference room. The air is thick with tension. All eyes are on the man at the head of the table. He's shooting daggers at an absolute unit with a killer mustache who's got his feet kicked up like he owns the place. An agent steps forward to start the briefing. It's time to get down to business. He taps the screen and the first piece of evidence pops up. The C4 found back on Jeju Island. Next up, he pulls up a group photo from the Math Olympiad, and their only picture of the suspect? A super pixelated, grainy image of Tomoe. The white-haired man looks completely unimpressed. Is that seriously all you have? He asks. The agent confirms it. The hotel CCTV was wiped clean. Her name, Tomoe? Totally fake. She's a ghost. The white-haired man mutters to himself. She must be one of those children. The man with glasses confirms his worst fears. She's a product of the North, a spy trained from birth. The white-haired man nods. He's heard whispers of this, a so-called shadow unit. Intel suggests a ruthless unit was formed 30 years ago. They took kids and forged them into perfect, emotionless spies. This can't be everything. The white-haired man presses, clearly getting impatient. The briefing continues, showing a critical message they intercepted. A bomb warning for room 1110. And here's the crazy part. This warning came through a hotline used exclusively by their top field agents. Their encryption is basically unbreakable. It requires matching codes, even matching voices. But this time, someone bypassed everything. They hacked all their lines at once and planted the message directly on their main server. The white-haired man scoffs. This is way too crude. This is not how the legendary hacker Zero operates. But the other man poses a chilling question. What if Zero was in a hurry? For instance, if he had to save someone from an explosion? That possibility hits the white-haired man like a truck. He is completely stunned. The briefer then pivots to another case, the collapse of Chairman Huang, the head of Taejung Group. The official story is he collapsed from shock after a massive DDoS attack hit his company. The man with the glasses smirks. He admits he didn't buy it at first either, but then he found a connection. He pulls up a picture of Huang Weiyong, the chairman's son, he says, attends Seoul International High School. And the Jeju Island incident? It involves the same kids from the same school. And who is at the center of it all? The president's daughter, Yuju. He lays out his theory. The puzzle isn't complete, but he's betting Zero is protecting one of those students. The white-haired man is still not convinced. The timing doesn't add up. Zero wouldn't reveal himself this easily. The man with glasses just smiles. I did say nothing is certain yet, didn't I? That's enough for the white-haired man. He stands up. Thanks for the info. We'll take it from here. As they leave, the agent gives one last warning. The presidential election is 2 months away, so they should avoid any trouble. But the white-haired man just smirks. He's confident the election is already in the bag. Speaking of which, presidential candidate Go Young-chan arrives at the National Assembly, looking like an absolute boss. Meanwhile, back at Seoul International High, class is in session and a new transfer student is being introduced. And it's Tomo. She stands up and answers the teacher in perfect English, saying she'll have no problem at all. The teacher is totally blown away by her accent and asks if she used to live in America. Looking right at Kang Jian, Tomo says she's never been, but she studied hard to meet a friend who had. Oh, the teacher is just eating this up. She thinks it's some epic romance story about a boyfriend. Kang Jian breaks out in a cold sweat. He knows exactly how dangerous this is. And Ara? She looks furious. Jian is suddenly jolted awake as someone approaches. Ara asks him about a class trip to Guam, but he nervously admits he hasn't even asked his parents yet. Butting in, Tomo appears with a sly smile. Guam? Just the two of you? Ara immediately snaps back, telling her some other classmates are going, not just them. From his desk, Kang Jian can only watch this train wreck happen, sweating bullets the whole time. Tomo just keeps smiling, completely unfazed. Really? In that case, I want to go too. Ara looks like she's about to explode. The tension between these two is so thick you could cut it with a knife. And caught right in the middle of this war zone is one very, very scared Jian. But Tomoe just keeps that smug grin on her face, completely unfazed by the absolute nuke she just dropped. And that is the last straw for Ara. You can practically see the sparks flying between them as she loses her cool. She flat out rejects the idea, telling Tomoe she doesn't just hang out with anyone. Then she goes for the throat, saying she would never ever travel with a bully. Tomoe plays dumb for a second, then hits back with a wicked grin. You're saying I bullied them? Immediately, the girls behind Ara start sweating buckets. They look absolutely terrified. Ara just sighs, realizing that they started it, but she makes it clear she won't travel with someone she's not close to. But Tomoe is not taking no for an answer. She walks right over and grabs onto our boy Jian. She basically takes him hostage. If I can't go, Jian can't go either. Jian's mind is racing. What the heck is number 13 up to? Having reached her limit, Ara screams for her to just stay away and storms out of the classroom. This is bad. Jian is having a full-blown panic attack. His priority 1 mission is about to go up in smoke. He shoves Tomoe off him and bolts after Ara, frantically yelling that he's going. Aura pauses at the door, turns back with a smug little smile and points. Okay, but that one is absolutely not allowed. Got it? Tomoe just leans on Jian's shoulder, whispering about how amusing this all is. And poor Jian is completely miserable, internally screaming, "Comrade, why are you doing this to me?" Later, Jian makes his way to the rooftop. He has a much more important mission on his mind now. He's certain that the priority 0 is Tomoe's target, and he's trying to check out where her classroom is. Scanning the courtyard below, it doesn't take him long to spot his target, Han Yuju. But just as he locks onto her, he sees a familiar figure walking right up to Yuju. No way! It's number 13. Jian is stunned. How did she even get into the restricted third-year building? Tomoe looks up with a sinister expression, standing just feet from the target as Jian watches in horror from above. He knows he has to stop her now. He's about to launch himself, but then stops. Down on the ground, Han Yuju's bodyguard steps between them, blocking Tomoe's path. With a wicked grin, Tomoe points right at Sergeant Kim and says, "He's my cousin." She explains that she just started living with him. Yuju is shocked, realizing the team leader has a relative at their school. Playing the part perfectly, Tomoe introduces herself as Lee Jin. Yuju smiles and introduces herself right back. Sergeant Kim, looking seriously annoyed, reminds his supposed cousin that he's on a mission. She just playfully calls him strict. As they walk away, Yuju even notes how much of a stickler for the rules her bodyguard is. Tomoe waves them off with a cheerful, "See you at home later," completely selling the act. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is just standing there, completely bewildered. What in the world is going on? He knows this is the same exact guy who was protecting Priority Zero back on Jeju Island. He never clocked the guy as a spy at all. This is wild. Returning to his lavish apartment building, he announces his arrival. His parents greet him like nothing's wrong. His mother immediately notices his troubled expression and asks if something is wrong. Should he tell them what he just saw? You can see the turmoil on Jian's face. His mom knows something is up, but he decides against telling them. But his internal debate is cut short when his mom's mood flips on a dime. She cheerfully tells him to get ready for a fancy beef dinner. His dad smirks from behind his newspaper, bragging that they can eat like this all the time now. Jian just sighs at his ridiculously carefree comrades. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office overlooking the city, Tomo looks calmly out the window. She turns and greets Sergeant Kim Hyuk with a smirk, calling him Appa like a little sister. You're late, she teases. Sergeant Kim isn't playing along. He demands to know why she pulled that stunt, but she just casually calls it a test. And then he attacks. He grabs her by the throat and slams her against the glass. He's been waiting 15 years for this moment. With pure fury in his eyes, he growls that if not for the party's orders, she'd already be dead. Even while choking, she mocks him. Enjoying life in the South so much the party's orders are a joke now, his grip tightens. You dare doubt my loyalty, he roars. But just then, an older man steps from the shadows, telling them that's enough. Sergeant Kim instantly snaps to attention, releasing Tomo and bowing respectfully. He greets the man as Comrade Shion Ji-sun. Coughing on the floor, Tomoe asks how they know each other. Sergeant Kim just ignores her, coldly adjusting his tie. Shion Ji-sun looks at Kim, reminiscing about putting him on a submarine when he was just a boy. Now all three operatives stand in silence. Shinji-san remarks that it must have been hard for Sergeant Kim to get that position. Kim remains standing at attention. He tells his superior it was simply his duty. Shinji-san loves the loyalty, saying it's what they need most. But the pleasantries are officially over. Shinji-san's face darkens as he announces, an order has come down from the party. The mission is blunt and brutal. Eliminate the traitor to the motherland, Man Gungang, and recover every single one of his assets. Sergeant Kim looks completely lost. Seeing his confusion, Shinji-san asks if he seriously never heard the name before. He explains that Man Gungang was a legend, considered the single greatest talent the Republic ever produced. He was the world's #1 hacker. In other countries, they knew him by a different name, a code name that struck fear into everyone. They called him Zero. The name hits Sergeant Kim like a freight train. His eyes go wide with absolute shock, the sweat pouring down his face. Shinji-san is practically vibrating with rage. Not only did Zero survive, but he ruined their Jeju Island operation and is now working against them. He absolutely roars, his voice echoing in the silent room. How can we just leave someone like that alone? Then he drops another bombshell. A blood relative of Man Gungang attends Seoul International High School. The mission is now to eliminate them both. Tomoe actually hesitates, asking if they really have to kill the kid. Shion Ji-san gets right in her face, his voice dripping poison. Are you refusing the party's will? Terrified, Tomoe immediately backs down. Sergeant Kim steps forward, vowing to handle both targets, but admits killing in the South will be tricky. We'll see, Shinji-san smirks. He then adds a final command, bring Man Gungang to him alive first, to find out where he hid his wealth. He turns to Tomoe, telling her to cooperate with Kim. And with that, Shinji-san leaves the two agents alone to prepare for their grim new mission. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is wide awake in bed. His mind is racing, trying to connect the dots between number 13's mission and the bodyguard. He thinks about asking his dad for help, but quickly shoots the idea down. He doesn't want to cause him any more worry. He gets up and heads to the kitchen, determined to report what he knows. But the house is empty, and on the counter he finds a plate of food with a little smiley face note from his mom. He grabs a carton of milk from the fridge, his expression hard to read as he stares at it. Meanwhile, Shinji-san waits on a quiet street corner before flagging down a taxi. Looks like he's making his move. He gets in and asks for a ride to Pyeongtaek Port. The driver grumbles about the long trip, but Shinji-san promises to pay him well. The driver seems happy at first, but then his entire tone changes. Is it okay to waste tax money like that, comrade? Oh, he's so busted! Shinji-san's eyes widen in pure horror as he whips out a pistol. But it's already too late. Suddenly, a figure in black appears outside the car, smashing through the window in an absolute blur of motion. Before Shinji-san can even blink, the assassin is inside, guns drawn, moving with impossible speed. The attack is swift and totally brutal. Shinji-san is disarmed and slammed back into the seat, completely and utterly overpowered. A vicious punch sends his head snapping back, and just like that, he is captured. The assassin looms over him, seething, I really want to kill this bastard. Then the driver yells, honey, calm down, let's move first. Later, Shinji-san groans as he wakes up. He's in a desolate concrete room tied securely to a chair. As his vision clears, he sees a familiar face sitting across from him. It's Kang Jian's dad, Man Gungang. He smiles as he rattles off Shinji-san's entire classified file like it's nothing. He even asks, we met not long ago, right? Shinji-san breaks into a cold sweat. His captor just leans forward, casually asking, why? Are you looking for someone? He mentions number 11. Shinji-san is surprised she's alive. Then he drops the hammer. I barely stopped her from killing you. I heard you did something awful to my wife. Shinji-san flinches in pure terror. Jian's dad leans in close, his eyes ice cold, and asks a single chilling question. Do you want to live? Shinji-san tries to act tough, asking Jian's dad if he has a death wish. But Jian's dad is completely unfazed. He has one simple chilling request: leave his family alone. Was that so difficult? Shinji-san actually scoffs. He starts screaming, calling Jian's dad a traitor, and demands to be released to face judgment from the party. Shinji-san accuses him of embezzling North Korean assets and colluding with American imperialists. Then Jian's dad drops an absolute atom bomb of a secret. Their own new dear leader sold him out to the Americans so they could get a seat at the table. He even tells him who to ask for confirmation: General Kim Dal-young, the man who personally handed him over. You can almost hear Shinji-san's brain short-circuit. The look on his face is pure, unfiltered shock. The tables have completely turned. A desperate, broken Shinji-san finally asks, what does he want? And Jian's dad just starts listing names. He knows every sleeper agent, their location, their new job in the South. He even knows about Sergeant Kim Hyuk, who's now a Black Ops agent for the South's NIS. This man has eyes and ears everywhere. He lays it all out. Every operative, every hidden cell, every single secret plan. And he makes it clear he can burn their entire network to the ground with a single phone call. Shinji-san is completely shattered. He just screams, tell me what you want. Turns out, Jian's dad isn't just some hacker. He can literally reroute missile shipments and disable nuclear warheads at will. He grins, asking if he should list more ways he can cause global chaos. Shinji-san looks like he's about to pass out, but all that power comes down to one simple demand. Don't touch his family. Shinji-san pathetically admits he doesn't have the authority to make that promise. So Jian's dad adds more pressure. He reveals the CIA's East Asia chief is in town with his team. He wonders aloud what might happen if he just handed over his entire intel package to them. Shinji-san can only stammer his name in pure terror. Man Gang admits it'd be easier to just sell the info and disappear. But going into hiding is such a pain in the neck, so he asks one last time to leave his family alone. That's it. Shinji-san finally breaks, gritting his teeth and agreeing to pass the message along. But Jian's dad isn't done. He adds one more condition: leave Agent 13 alone too. Why? Because his son is worried about her. Shinji-san agrees, begging to be let go. With a smile, Jian's dad tells him that it's time to sleep. When he wakes up, he'll be at the Pyeongtaek hideout. Fishing shop in front of the pier, right? Jian's dad casually mentions, and Shinji-san is shocked he even knows about that. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure appears behind him and stabs him in the neck. It's Jian's mom, and she just took him out of commission for a good long while. With the problem handled, Jian's dad just looks on, but he looks a little worried. Meanwhile, back at school, Jian is wondering where Comrade's mom and dad have disappeared to. A slick black limousine pulls up right in front of him. The window rolls down and it's Han Yuju. She says Ara told her all about the class trip to Guam. Jian is totally caught off guard. Yuju just smiles and announces she's decided to tag along. He forces a smile, but in the driver's seat, Sergeant Kim Hyuk looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. As the limo drives off, Jian is left standing there, realizing his mission just got way more complicated. His friends run up, breaking his train of thought. Yuna immediately demands to know what the popular senior wanted. He tells them Yuju is coming on their trip, and they all just stare at him in shock. Jian asks how Yuna knows about the trip. She puffs her cheeks, annoyed because Ara and her friends have been bragging about it all day. Jian offers to go talk to Ara for her, if she wanted to come along, but she completely shuts him down. Instead, she's going to study like crazy to take back the #1 school rank he stole from her. As she marches off with a determined smile, Jian just looks on, completely bewildered. Yiju immediately starts teasing Dongwoo, asking if he thinks Yuna has a crush on Jian. Dongwoo just huffs, clearly not a fan of that idea at all. As Jian watches his friends at the bus stop, his peaceful day is about to be completely destroyed. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through their school building. Debris and smoke fill the air. His friends are thrown to the ground in terror, but Kang Jian, he stands perfectly still, not even flinching. As the dust begins to settle, Jian's expression is one of pure shock. He turns his head and his eyes lock onto a familiar figure perched calmly on a balcony above the chaos. It's Tomo. She looks down at him without a care in the world, and he stares back. She leaps down, landing softly nearby. With his friends still reeling on the ground, she casually tells him, "Don't worry, no one died." Then she drops the craziest line yet: this whole explosion was somehow meant to keep him alive. Jian looks at her like she's completely nuts. "Are you actually insane?" he demands. Tomo just shrugs. The official story? A fire in an empty lab from a simple short circuit. Then she gives him this smug little smirk. An accidental chemical reaction caused the boom, case closed. Jian is absolutely furious now. "Why would you do something like this?" "I already told you," she says. "I did it to save you," and that just completely short-circuits Jian's brain. He's totally speechless. She glances back one last time with a warning. "Be careful." That's all she offers him. And with that, she just walks away, leaving Jian alone to process the absolute chaos. As she disappears, the sound of sirens starts to fill the air. The cleanup crew is on its way. Suddenly, fire trucks and ambulances swarm the school grounds, racing towards the burning building. Watching from his car, Sergeant Kim Hak is on the phone, and my man looks seriously stressed. Jian just stands there in the middle of it all, his face a complete mystery. His friends finally rush over, totally worried. Yuna asks if he is okay, pointing out how grim he looks. He tells them he's fine. He says they should just wait for a teacher's instructions. Yuna agrees. Jian forces a smile, trying his best to act like his world isn't imploding. But inside, his mind is racing. He's completely focused on number 13. He stares at the fire, completely lost. How is this supposed to save him? What does any of it mean? Meanwhile, inside the school, students are freaking out. SWAT teams have the entire campus on lockdown. Jian watches from a window as armed officers take positions. Sergeant Kim Hyuk is on the ground talking to that other secret agent guy. The other students are guessing it is a terror attack, but Jian just stands alone thinking, Ara's friends are spooked. They all want to go home. Besides, Ara and Jinsok didn't even come to school today. No one in school now is important enough to be targets. Someone suddenly remembers their trip. Does that mean it's canceled now? No, someone wails. I just bought a new swimsuit. Ah, priorities, folks. You have got to love it. Just then, a teacher finally walks in to explain what is happening. She tells them it was not terrorism. There was an electrical fire in the science lab that mixed with some chemicals, and boom. Everyone lets out a sigh of relief. Then the teacher announces school is closed for 2 days. And the classroom absolutely erupts. 2 days off? Let's go. But Jian stays silent, completely haunted by number 13's words. Save me? From who? And why? The teacher cuts them off with a wicked grin. Oh, and final exams start right after. See you then. And just like that, the entire classroom falls into a pit of despair. Classic teacher move. As Jian stares out the window, he does not see it. Down below, Sergeant Kim Hyuk's eyes lock right onto him. After class, Jian heads out. Yuna points out his dark expression to their friends. Dongjun shoots back grumpily. Should we laugh and joke about like them, then? Yuna snaps back, accusing Dongjun of picking fights over everything lately. Yiju has to jump in and play peacemaker. She tries to get them to loosen up with karaoke or a cafe, but Yuna declines, saying she just wants to go study. Yiju sighs, completely exhausted. The stress of the day is clearly getting to her. Meanwhile, Jian keeps a close eye on the agents on the ground. As he walks home from the school, a sleek white car suddenly pulls up around the corner. The door opens. A man in a suit steps out. This is the CIA's East Asia branch chief. Elsewhere, we see 2 new faces, a grim man with a mustache and a silent woman. Jian's eyes go wide, his danger senses screaming that these guys are bad news. The man in the suit, the CIA's East Asia branch chief, locks eyes with our boy Jian. This is it. The confrontation he was trying to avoid. The chief calls out, stopping Jian dead in his tracks. He can't just walk away now. Jian turns, and the chief immediately starts with the small talk, complimenting his perfect accent. But Jian is not having it. He hits him with the classic "I have exams" excuse to try and dip. The chief plays along, agreeing not to waste a student's precious time. But his piercing gaze tells a different story. He tells Jian to hurry along. Jian's own eyes widen. His instincts are telling him this is a test. As Jian walks away, the 3 agents watch him with unreadable expressions. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face. He knows this isn't over. The female agent confirms Jian is on their list. He's the son of Steve Kang, CEO of 11 Coin. She says the official data on both of them is squeaky clean, but the chief isn't buying it. He tells her to have headquarters run the check again. Something feels off. The chief figures an explosion at a VIP school is a big deal even if it wasn't their target. The scarred agent decides to get proactive. I'll follow Kang Jian, he declares. He figures a normal kid would be terrified just looking at his face. The female agent just chuckles, completely agreeing with him. But then she remembers something and gets serious. She points out that Jian was way too calm, almost like a kid who's been trained for this. That's all the chief needs to hear. He gives the order. Stick to him. But he reminds the agent to be careful. The kid isn't their main objective. The scarred agent's eyes narrow. He's got his assignment. And with that, he sets off, tailing Jian from a safe distance. At a nearby bus stop, the agent closes in for a better look. Jian knows he's being followed. But why? The agent towers over him, trying to use his size to intimidate. Jian's mind races, calculating his next move. The tense standoff is suddenly broken by Shin Yuna calling out to him. She excitedly asks if he wants to hit the academy and study together, but she freezes when she sees the huge, scary dude standing next to him. Yep, she is officially terrified. Her eyes are wide with fear. Trying her best to ignore him, she nervously invites Jian to the study room. Then she shyly admits she studies better when he's around. Jian is completely caught off guard, stammering like his brain just blue-screened. Thankfully, the bus arrives, saving him from having to form a coherent sentence. Yuna misreads his hesitation, thinking he's too focused on finals to hang out. But Jian surprises her. No, I like it, he blurts out, agreeing to the study date. Yuna is absolutely thrilled, beaming that she knew he'd say yes. The 2 friends sit together, sharing a happy, normal moment for once. but their moment is being watched. From the back of the bus, the agent glares at them. At the next stop, Jian and Yuna get off, apparently leaving their tail behind. Surprise. The bus pulls away, and whoops, there he is again. This guy is persistent. Yuna can tell something is wrong, but Jian just smiles and tells her to go on ahead. He reassures her that he'll catch up in a minute. Time to handle business. Once Yuna is safely out of earshot, Jian turns to face his stalker. The friendly high school act is gone. Why are you following me? He demands again. The agent seems amused. You're really not scared of me, are you? Jian just retorts, why should I be scared of you? What a Chad. The agent notes his perfect English and asks if his Chinese is just as good. Jian brushes it off with a story about international schools, trying to end the conversation. The agent grins, then drops the bomb. Your name is Kang Jian, right? And there it is. Jian's composure finally cracks. Who are you? How do you know my name? He demands, his cool facade shattering. The agent points out that a normal high school kid should be terrified right now, not suspicious. Jian's suspicions are confirmed. This guy is 100% an agent. He quickly tries to figure out where he's from. China? Russia? The US? But the agent cuts him off with an ominous warning. Who you are, we already know. He grins, looming over Jian like a predator who's cornered his prey. The tension is off the charts as the two of them stare each other down. Jian tries one last desperate move, playing dumb. What are you even talking about? Suddenly, the sound of police sirens cuts through the air. It's Yuna. She's running back, phone in the air, screaming her head off. She called the cops. The agent looks more annoyed than anything. My girl is not a damsel in distress. With backup on the way, Jian finally drops the act. He points right in the agent's face and snarls, "This is the Republic of Korea, you idiot." And just like that, the cavalry is here. Yuna, looking terrified but also kind of badass, points to the cop car she called. She's screaming that she reported this creep. Jian gives her a cool little smile and a thanks, but Scarface over here? Yeah, he looks absolutely furious. A police officer steps out and walks right up to the agent. Yuna doesn't miss a beat. She immediately points and says the guy was stalking them. The cop asks for ID, but the agent just gives him a death stare. Yuna, bless her heart, jumps in. She says he looks way too suspicious to be American. And then the agent just whips out a United States passport. Well, that shuts everyone up. Jian sees his chance and asks the officer if they can bounce. The situation's mostly handled, but Jian and the agent lock eyes. A silent challenge passes between them. Jian tells the cop they've got finals to study for. Real smooth. He starts to lead Yuna away, but she grabs his arm, stopping him. Meanwhile, the officer turns back to the agent. He's clearly not done with his questions. Yuna finally asks the million-dollar question, who was that guy? Jian just plays it off, saying he was a total stranger. Sure, dude. He thanks her for saving his skin, but she just brushes it off. No need. We're friends. Oof. That word friends seems to hit Jian right in the feels. He starts walking again, totally lost in thought. The word just echoes in his head. And then, something clicks. He abruptly stops Yuna and tells her she'll have to study alone. He has to bolt. She's totally thrown for a loop. She asks if he's okay, looking super concerned. He flashes this big fake smile and tells her not to worry. Just study hard. Then he just hops into a taxi and gives the driver his address. Yuna is left standing there, completely baffled. Poor girl. Back on the street, the agent is giving the cop a world-class glare. In the cab, Jian's cool guy act crumbles. How did that agent know his name? The taxi pulls up to this absolutely massive, super fancy skyscraper. Welcome to Jian's humble abode, the Banpo Blue Tower. He heads for the entrance, scanning the area like a real spy. He slips inside and makes his way to the elevators. Dude is seriously on edge, sweating bullets in the empty lobby. He finally gets to his front door and rushes inside. He bursts in, looking totally shaken. His mom, chilling on the couch, is surprised. Son, why are you home so early? Jian says something came up, but his voice is dead serious. He snaps to attention and says, comrades, something came up, and just like that, his parents are all business. He doesn't waste any time. At school, there was an explosion. The news hits them hard. Both of them are visibly shocked. But wait, there's more. With a grave look, he drops the real bomb. My identity, I think it's been exposed. His parents look horrified. Instantly, his parents flip a switch. Mom's face goes cold as ice. Dad's hands are a blur on the keyboard. It's go time. We cut to Dad's epic control room. He's already pulling up footage of the agents who cornered Jian. And with just a few keystrokes, he breezes past the Central Intelligence Agency's firewall. Child's play. He pulls up the full profiles of all three agents. A moment later, Dad walks back into the living room holding a file. He calmly says, they're definitely some dangerous hounds. Jian is looking pretty stressed, but his dad tells him not to sweat it. Then he drops the plot twist of the century. They're not after you, they're after me and your mom. Jian is just completely stunned. You can practically see his brain rebooting. His whole world just got flipped upside down. His parents start planning their next move. Mom suggests they should go dark for a while to keep Jian safe. She says it's for the best. Dad agrees. If they do things their usual way, Jian's normal life is toast. Then he asks Jian if he can handle living alone for a few months. Jian starts to panic. He tries to tell them it's not a big deal. He says the exposure is contained and they don't need to leave. But Dad is not having it. He tells Jian his cover is rock solid. The CIA is just chasing ghosts. He makes sure Jian understands. Got it? So Jian just sits there in stunned silence. He's processing the new reality. He's on his own now. His hand clenches into a fist. He's a soldier and he has his orders. Understood. And just like that, Jian's parents are out. Jian's a little shocked. They're leaving right now, but Dad is all smiles. He tells him to enjoy the massive crib all to himself. He tells Mom not to worry. Jian is a big boy now. A fair question from Jian. Where are they even going? Dad yells, Africa. Apparently, Mom wanted to see a real wild lion. Or maybe he jokes she wanted to fight a lion instead. Jian is just speechless. Africa? A lion? Mom looks about as thrilled as you'd expect. Dad gives one last happy wave. And with a screech of tires, they're gone. He watches them disappear. Yep, they really left. He lets out a really stressed out sigh. But wait, he slaps himself back to reality. Time to get serious. It is all about the mission. Inside his ridiculously huge new apartment, he spots something on the table. A full meal is laid out with a note from Mom to eat well. He picks it up, touched by the gesture, but his eyes drift to something else on the table. Oh yeah, an unlimited black card from Dad. No spending limit. He flashes back to his parents before they left. And now, he stands alone in this vast, empty palace. He takes a moment to absorb the sheer size of the place. He clenches his fist. This is no time to slack off. His mission is clear. Infiltrate the South Korean elite. Failure is not an option. So he gets right to it, grinding away at his desk. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, shattering his focus. He gets up, wondering who could possibly know he is here. He checks the intercom, and his eyes go wide. What is he doing here? With a grimace, he opens the door. It is Sergeant Kim Hyuk. The agent immediately asks if his father is home. Jian plays it cool, lying that Dad just left on a business trip. He tells the agent to beat it and tries to shut the door. But Kim Hyuk slams his hand on the door, stopping it cold. He wants in. Jian's face is pure ice. He is not happy. Hyuk ignores the death stare and walks right in, planting his feet. He starts rambling about his tragic backstory, about how he crawled his way to where he was now. But Jian cuts him off. What does he want? But Jian is having none of it. He points down. Take off your shoes. Then Kim Hyuk drops an absolute bombshell. His mission was to eliminate Jian's entire family. Those were his orders until yesterday. But the order was suddenly canceled, and then an explosion rocked his workplace. He looks Jian dead in the eye. Why do you think I am here? Jian stays silent, processing everything as the two of them face off. Kim Hyuk continues his monologue. 20 years of struggle to get where he is. Jian scoffs. What is this guy even talking about? Done with the games, Kim Hyuk demands to know where his father is. Jian plays dumb, but the agent sees right through his act. That is it. The agent has had enough. He attacks. And just like that, two elite agents are brawling in a luxury apartment. Kim Hyuk stands over him. You're better than that girl, at least, he says. Jian explodes, threatening to call the cops if he does not get out. But Hyuk just smirks. He drops a name that stops Jian cold. Number 13. That name flips a switch. Jian's eyes blaze with fury. Kim Hyuk does not hesitate. He unleashes a lightning-fast kick at Jian's head. But the kick never lands. To Hyuk's total shock, Jian blocked it. Effortlessly. Not just blocked. He caught his leg midair, stopping him completely. Tightening his grip, Jian hits him with the ultimate comeback. Do I have to take those shoes off for you? Hyuk lands lightly, almost looking impressed. You're pretty good, huh? Jian tosses the shoe away, his face a complete blank. Not a single word. Hyuk's patience finally runs out. I'll ask one more time. Where is mangam? But Jen is stuck on one thing. I said take off your shoes. That's it. Hyuk explodes in a furious kick. You really don't understand what people say. His attack obliterates a coffee table, but Jian dodges it like it was nothing. The two spies lock eyes. The tension in the room is off the charts. Hyuk drops into a fighting stance. No more games. He reaches behind his back and pulls out a massive combat knife. Okay, this just got real. With a deadly look in his eyes, Hyuk lunges forward. Blade flashing. He darts forward with a lethal stab, but Jian twists out of the way just in time. Hyuk strikes again. He swings the knife, but Jian's already got eyes on it. Dodging it's gonna be easy peasy. But hold up. Memory flashes of his dad bragging about the expensive sofa. Hyuk plunges the blade. But surprise mofo, Jian has intercepted the blade. With his shoulder, he growls. This sofa, my dad cherishes it. Hyuk just scoffs at him. Your dad? Shadows don't have family. Jian offers one last chance. Leave, replace the table, and it's over. Read the room, dude. You're the one with a knife stuck in you, Hyuk replies. What's this? Jian is overpowering him. Without even flinching, Jian turns and slams a devastating punch into Hyuk's stomach. Hyuk can't believe the force behind it. What? What the heck kind of punch was that? The knife clatters to the floor. Lightning fast, Jian grabs Hyuk by the collar and sends him flying across the apartment. Hyuk crashes hard into the kitchen island before crumpling to the floor. He struggles to his feet, dazed and beaten, while Jian just watches him calmly. Then Jian does something wild. He rips the knife from his own shoulder. Dude, I have problems ripping out a splinter from my thumb. This guy is nuts. Hyuk stares in pure terror. Jiyeon gives him one last warning. Go while I'm letting you live. Hyuk stumbles back as Jiyeon advances, but he's got one last trick up his sleeve. A gun. Dude looks scared, but he still demands to know who Jin is. Jiyeon is completely unfazed. You're seriously gonna shoot? In here? Hyuk fires a shot at the window. I'm not carrying this just for decoration, he screams. A thin line of blood trickles down his cheek. He clutches the bloody knife. He's picturing his mom in the kitchen, smiling at him warmly. And that is all the rage fuel he needs. As Hyuk fires, Jun throws the knife. Misses Hyuk by mere inches. That's all Jiyeon needs. He vaults over the counter and knocks the gun out of Hyuk's hand. He unleashes a ferocious spinning kick, connects with enough force to shatter the agent's jaw. And that, folks, is the end of the story. When Hyuk wakes up, he's got a bandage on his nose. Some weird muscled dudes are walking through the apartment. What the heck was happening? Then he sees Jiyeon hand them a card as payment for replacing the broken window pane. He bows to workers, thanking them for their trouble, and he slips the card back in his wallet. Wait a second, that's his wallet. As the workers leave, Jiyeon gives him a side eye. That's when Hyuk realizes he's tied up on the couch. Jiyeon gives a cheeky grin, revealing the agent's pistol tucked into his pants. Hyuk can only glare at his own wallet, now sitting on the coffee table like a war trophy. But then, what's this? Jiyeon's holding out his hand as if daring him to do something. Hyuk takes the bait. Dude's gotta try right. He lunges for Jiyeon. It's an old school quick draw, folks. But Jiyeon is way faster, pulling out the gun in like 0.001 seconds. Checkmate. Hyuk pauses, then sighs in defeat. Jiyeon stands over him and fires. Turns out it was empty all along. Bro is shocked. What is this kid's deal? Jiyeon reminds him, I spared you once, before casually tossing the gun onto the couch. Hyuk is completely lost. He asks what's going on. Well, high schoolers can't just carry guns around, so it's useless for him, Jiyeon replies. He then sits down across from him, radiating pure intimidation. Now, shall we have a proper talk? He asks, getting straight to business. Bodyguard comrade, why are you looking for Comrade Man Jumgang? The next day, we cut to final exam week at school. What a mood shift. Yuna looks super anxious, so Jiyeon gives her a fist pump of encouragement. Checks out the other. The entire class is locked in. From Ara and Dongwoo to even Jinsuk. Across the room, Woo Young just grimaces. Looks like things are getting back to normal. Well, almost everything. He knows there are still problems, but for now, he has a test to ace. He powers through the entire exam. After the test, Yuna comes over. I can tell you did well, right? He just shrugs it off as luck. She vows to beat him next semester, wishes him a good vacation, and they wave goodbye. Then Ara and her friends walk by, confirming their flight for their trip next week. Jiyeon hits them with a "you betcha" and thumbs up. Oh, that slang is so old, Yuna replies. Ouch. The girls excitedly drag Jiyeon along, leaving Jinsuk to watch them go, seething with jealousy. He grits his teeth. Oh yeah, this trip is going to be very interesting. Ara excitedly tells Jiyeon that Dongwoo, Jinsuk, and even Han Yuju are coming. As Ara cheers about how fun the trip will be, Jiyeon glances out the window. He sees Tomo walking out of the school alone. And with that, the semester ends. Vacation has officially begun. Jiyeon spends his time off doing what he does best. Grinding, studying, and pushing his body to the limit. Finally, the day of the trip arrives, and June makes his way through Incheon Airport. He spots his classmates waiting for him. Ara waves him over with a huge smile. Jiyeon pauses for a second. What the heck? Jinsuk is there, standing next to his huge bodyguard. The bodyguard leans in and tells Jinsuk that he's only here because the CEO asked him to, so he better behave. Just then, Ara spots someone else and excitedly calls out to them. And would you look at that? It's Han Yuju, arriving with Tomo and Sergeant Kim Hyuk in tow. Ara and Jiyeon are completely floored by this surprise party. Tomo cheerfully explains she tagged along because her cousin, Sergeant Kim, is leading security. She smiles sweetly, but Ara is clearly not happy about these uninvited guests. Meanwhile, watching from a restaurant above, two familiar figures observe the group. Alright, so the class trip is on, and Ara is flexing hard with this luxury yacht. Everyone's loving the high life, soaking up the sun. Well, almost everyone. Jinsuk's chilling like he owns the place. Jun, of course, is just observing from the sidelines. Up top, Ara is chatting with Yuju and a friend, and Sergeant Kim is playing human security camera. Then you have Tomoe just vibing by herself, totally separate from the main group. Soon enough, Jiyeon spots their destination. And would you look at that? They've arrived. It's a crazy tropical resort. We're talking private bungalows right over the water. The whole 9 yards. As they arrive, Ara's secretary greets them. He says their luggage is already handled. Ara gives him a little nod, a silent good job for the flawless setup. Her friend asks if this is a bit much, but Ara brushes it off. Daddy just wanted to do something special for her. Her friends are completely blown away. They start hyping up Ara and her family's company. Jiyeon, on the other hand, is just speechless. Bro has never seen this level of wealth. Meanwhile, Jinsuk is totally unfazed. Just another Tuesday for him, I guess. The bodyguards are all business, though, scanning the area for any potential threats. Secretary explains the chairman reserved a private area. Just for them, of course. He points out their rooms, a private overwater bungalow for each person. The students lose their minds, but Jinsuk just mutters, not bad, but the peak of rich kid enthusiasm. Ara and her secretary share a satisfied look. The plan is going perfectly. Everyone heads to their rooms super hyped for the trip. Ara makes sure to point out the rooms. She puts Jian all the way on one side. She points to the opposite end, and that's where Tomo, or Jin, will be staying. Ara turns to Tomoe with a smug look. You're at opposite ends? What will you do? But Tomoe just returns a calm, knowing smile. She is totally unbothered. Just like that, Ara's happy mood is gone. Before it could escalate, Yuju gets between them and drags them to see their rooms. Meanwhile, the secretary is briefing the bodyguards. He tells them Guam is a safe US territory. He says there's nothing to worry about. The resort has its own guards stationed outside. His last line is, think of this as a vacation. Meanwhile, Jian's still awestruck. He stares at the bungalows. This is a completely different world for him. He's lost in thought when someone interrupts him. It's Ara's secretary. He tells Jian the chairman wants to have a meal with him sometime. Jian is floored. The secretary explains it's because Ara talks about him every single day. This hits Jian like a truck. The chairman of Samjung wants to meet him. This is huge. He can barely contain his excitement. The mission is going even better than planned. Feeling good, Jian heads to his bungalow, a massive private villa just for him. He steps inside and is stunned. I get this whole place to myself. Explores the villa and finds a private rooftop balcony. It even has an outdoor bed. Looking out at the ocean, he thinks to himself, he never imagined being in a place like this. But his quiet moment is cut short. Dongwoo is calling for him from the boardwalk below. Dongwoo yells that everyone is going swimming. He tells Jun to hurry up and join them. Jian forces a smile and agrees. Looks like it's time to face the music. Back in his room, he opens his suitcase. Time to get this over with. And here's why he was hesitating. His entire torso is covered in horrific scars, but his expression is firm. He can't hide this forever. Outside, the other students are already having fun. They're jumping off the dock into the water. Suddenly, everyone stops and stares. A rash guard? And speak of the devil. Jian appears, wearing a full body cover. Dongwoo immediately loses it. He demands Jian take it off, but Jian just gives him a mysterious smile. The argument is interrupted. Ara and Yuju make their grand entrance in bikinis. Everyone is stunned. The guys immediately start praising them, calling them goddesses. Just then, someone steps up. It's Tomo, aka Jin, and she's also wearing a full rash guard. Dongwoo completely loses his mind. He screams about them wearing rash guards in Guam. Another girl mutters about Jian and Tomo. She wonders why they're being so weird. Yuju just smiles, surprised that Jin came. Ignoring everyone, Jun and Tomo lock eyes. A silent understanding passes between them. And we get a quick flashback. It shows the truth hidden under their clothes. They both have deep, horrific scars from a shared past. While their classmates play around, the two spies are in their own world. Tomo sits near Jun. It's strange, right, that they think this is fun? She smiles sadly. We only learn to swim to survive. Jian's face hardens. He's done with the games. What do you want? Why did you follow me here? Tomo just looks away with a knowing look. She gets into a diving position. If you win, I'll tell you. She's challenging him to a race. Prize? The truth about her mission. Without a word, she dives cleanly into the water. With a look of pure determination, Gion zips up. He's here to win. A massive splash erupts. Gion is in the water and the race is on. Meanwhile, back at the bungalows, Sergeant Kim sits anxiously. The door chimes and the agents look up to see who the unexpected visitors were. The two secret agents walk in, totally not looking suspicious at all. After the swim, everyone's at the resort's restaurant, chowing down on the insane spread of food. Well, almost everyone. Jian is sitting alone, lost in thought over a single grilled fish. Suddenly, his quiet meal is interrupted by Tomo, who just appears at his table. Just as the tension starts to build, Dongwoo slides in, asking if he can join. He introduces himself as Jin's best friend and math study buddy. Tomo plays along, claiming she totally remembers him from Jeju. He lays the compliments on thick, calling him cute and saying Jian never shuts up about him. But the awkward little party gets crashed by Jinsuk, who plops himself down with them. He immediately starts poking, asking if they learned to swim together in Japan. Tomoe praises his brilliant deduction skills. Jinsa, completely missing the sarcasm, says of course it was obvious. Changing gears, Tomo calls Jinsuk cool and invites both him and Jun snorkeling tomorrow. Jinsuk tries to act all cool about it, like he's doing her a huge favor by agreeing. Then Tomo suggests they go scuba diving deep underwater, and Jinsuk is clearly surprised. Noticing he's hesitant, she twists the knife, saying Jeon can do it, and they did it all the time as kids. Her words send Jeon spiraling into a horrifying flashback. He remembers being chained to a heavy ball and thrown into the ocean with other kids. It wasn't a fun childhood memory. It was a brutal training exercise where you either escaped or drowned. Back in the present, Dongwoo can tell something is seriously wrong and asks if he's okay. Jinsuk, completely oblivious, just asks what level of scuba certification they have. Tomo smoothly lies, saying Jun doesn't have a license, but she has an advanced one. But before any plans can be made, Jun slams his hand on the table. He shuts the whole idea down, saying they came to hang out with everyone, not go off alone. But his real reason is simple. He can't let number 13 anywhere near Han Yuju. The moment is broken when Ara's secretary announces a campfire on the beach after dinner. With a new plan for the night, the group seems to relax, the tension forgotten for now. But Jian stays quiet, trying to navigate the complex web of lies and missions around him. Later that night, the students gather around a huge bonfire on the beach. While the kids have fun, the two bodyguards watch from a distance. Kim Hyuk makes some small talk. He tells Jin-suk's bodyguard that he heard he used to be an NIS black agent, but he just shrugs it off. Now he's just stuck babysitting a spoiled rich kid. But Hyuk thinks it's a great gig. He says the NIS director himself recommended him to Jin-suk's dad, the guy who's about to be president. The bodyguard asks why he'd even bother with this stuff since he already applied to be a black agent. Hyuk just grins and says, "Devoting myself to my country is my dream." Jin-suk's bodyguard says the black agent life is tougher than he thinks. He then drops a bombshell. He plans to quit if Jin-suk's dad gets elected. He's a man who abandoned his country for personal reasons. He doesn't deserve to serve again. Plus, the thought of cleaning up after that brat Jin-suk makes quitting an easy choice. Meanwhile, in a nearby bungalow, the two shadowy figures from the airport are also watching. The woman wonders if they really needed to come all this way, but the man trusts his gut. She followed him because of that gut feeling, but she questions if that kid is really a threat. The man's expression darkens. Yes, he says. She's not convinced. None of the official intel connects the kid to the infamous assassin Zero. He scoffs. If intel could catch Zero, he'd have been caught years ago. Fine, she'll trust him. She asks what the plan is. He tells her to wait because some unexpected VIPs are on their way. The next president and the economic president are having a secret meeting right here. They're using the kid's school trip as cover. His partner is floored by the news. Board is set, he declares, clenching his fist. And here's the master plan. If they capture the kids, Zero will have no choice but to show himself. Back in the bungalow, the woman gets a wicked look on her face. This will be fun. She adds that there are a lot of interesting kids here. And down on the beach, Jian and the others have no idea they're the cheese in a very deadly trap. With a trap being set, Jian is already on the move, his mind racing faster than his feet. But Tomoe easily keeps pace, landing silently beside him like a shadow. She asks if he's feeling nostalgic, like the good old days. Jian cuts right to it, demanding to know her real mission. She just reminds him their jobs are confidential, gives her a final warning, stay out of his way, and she fires it right back at him. Same goes for you. With that, she's gone in a flash and Jian immediately gives chase. He's not about to let her out of his sight. The two of them blur across the piers, moving at impossible speeds. Watching from a balcony, Ara just calls them a bunch of weirdos. Han Yuju pops up behind her, asking what all the fuss is about. Ara wants to know what their deal is. Are they really just childhood friends? Yuju notices that Tomo seems into Jian, then asks the million-dollar question. Is Ara jealous? Ara gets completely flustered and denies it, saying Tomo just gets on her nerves. Totally believable. Yuju smoothly changes the subject, confirming Ara's dad is on his way. Ara sighs. Turns out Jin-suk's dad is coming too, which means business. She complains about having to deal with all this adult stuff. Yuju gets real for a second. In her position, you do not have a choice. Then she smiles, saying she will be free from it all soon. As Yuju watches the two blurs on the beach, Ara can only wonder why they are acting so weird. Later that night, the students gather for a seriously lavish feast. A well-dressed man appears, the Samjung group chairman. He thanks them for being friends with his daughter Ara and makes some small talk. Turns out he gets embarrassed when he gets called the chairman, with Ara asking her dad why he even showed up. He says he could not miss the chance to see her, plus Yuju and Jin-suk. Ara knows it is just about business. He agrees, saying the company needs him to work. His eyes then land on Jion. The boy knows this is a golden opportunity to show out for the chairman. Jion stands and gives a deep, respectful bow. The chairman is impressed, inviting him for a meal sometime. Business is booming. Just then, his attention is pulled to Tomoe, who he does not recognize. Ara quickly explains she is just some new transfer student. Tomoe turns on the charm, telling the chairman he is way more handsome in person. The chairman absolutely loves the flattery, laughing out loud. Suddenly, John's entire demeanor changes. Something is very wrong. His mind starts racing, playing out the worst-case scenario. Tomo flings her fork. He imagines it slamming right into the chairman's forehead. In his vision, Tomo leaps over the chaos like an assassin, slicing the chairman's face. But just then, his simulation is interrupted. A new figure walks in. It is Go Young-chan, Jin-suk's father. The two powerful men shake hands. Jian's eyes go wide. He recognizes the man, the next president of Korea. Across the table, Tomo looks just as stunned. The game has changed. And then the realization hits Jian like a truck. The chairman was never the target. It was a diversion. The real target was Go Young-chan. Jian sighs, staring at the feast. With a presidential candidate here, he cannot let his guard down for a second. He excuses himself to the restroom to clear his head. He opens a stall door, and you will not believe this. One of the mystery men is just sitting there. The guy casually asks if they have met before. Bro, what? He gets up and tells Jian to follow him, saying he has questions. Jian just wants to know who this guy even is. Why should I follow you? John does not even flinch. With blinding speed, he dodges and the man's hand slams into the wall. The impact shatters the tiles, embedding the man's fingers in solid concrete. The man just stares at his hand. He knows he has found his guy. This kid is no joke. But Jiyeon's only concern? Did you wash your hands? Not waiting for an answer, Jiyeon plants his foot, clenches his fist, and prepares to throw down. But while Jiyeon is about to throw hands, we cut to some shady business on a luxury yacht. The Samjung chairman reveals their internal polls show presidential candidate Go Young-chan ahead by 17%. The chairman offers his full support, hoping to help Young-chan do great things. How nice of him. But Young-chan plays it humble, asking how a simple politician could ever help a corporate giant like Samjung. The chairman just smiles. Oh, he knows there are plenty of ways. Then he drops the real reason for this meeting. Samjung's research secrets are leaking. And it's not just any secret, it's their 2 trillion won, next-gen semiconductor project. The whole bag. He explains this project is his company's future, and the current government is completely useless. Young-chan asks if he has any idea who could be behind it. Young-chan sees his chance, declaring that Samjung's future is Korea's future, and vows to protect them. And just like that, the chairman slides a heavy briefcase across the table. We all know what that means. The chairman notes the guy's clean reputation, but he hints that some things require a discreet touch, but Young-chan coolly rejects the case. He says he'll accept the sentiment because times have changed. The chairman's face hardens for a second before he apologizes, claiming it was just a test. Right. Instead of cash, he offers a small device containing damaging info on Young-chan's opponent. The chairman even adds that if he'd taken the money, this crucial intel would have stayed hidden. Young-chan accepts the deal and walks away, thinking to himself, well, it's politics. Alright, back at the resort, Ara's secretary and Sergeant Kim Hyuk are on high alert. Inside, the students are having a massive feast. Tomo looks around and notices both Jiyeon and Jinsuk are missing. Han Yuju immediately starts teasing Ara, asking if she's jealous. Ara quickly denies it. Meanwhile, Tomoe walks with purpose down a hallway. Her path is suddenly blocked by a mysterious girl with long black hair and baggy clothes. The girl smiles, telling her the nearby restroom is under repair. So helpful. She even bows politely and apologizes for the inconvenience. Such good manners. Then the friendly act drops. Tomoe launches a vicious high kick straight at her op's head. The other girl is totally unimpressed. What are you? She asks, getting the same question back. Tomoe spits and throws several sharp projectiles, which the woman dodges. Tomoe is no ordinary student, but their fight is cut short as the restroom doors explode inward, and Jiyeon comes flying out, looking furious. He's facing off against the mustache guy, who gets into a martial arts stance. Jiyeon wastes no time, unleashing a furious barrage of punches that sends the man stumbling backward. The man is in shock. He's thinking, I'm being pushed back? He can't believe a monster like Jiyeon exists. Jiyeon drives a devastating fist straight into his opponent's gut. Force sends the man rocketing backward, crashing straight through the bathroom wall. Jiyeon calmly steps through his new doorway as the dazed man pulls out a long chain whip. The two glare at each other. The air is thick with tension as they get ready for round 2. Outside, the two women watch the chaos. The black-haired girl admits she's curious about who's inside. Mo doesn't say a word, but a huge grin spreads across her face. Suddenly, she throws her hands up and screams, "Oppa, save me!" And in an instant, Sergeant Kim Hyuk appears on the balcony railing above, looking down with a grim expression. With Sergeant Kim now perched above, Tomo looks at her opponent. She coolly points out, you know, I don't really need to fight myself. Big boss energy. And just like that, her backup arrives. Sergeant Kim Hyuk leaps over the railing, gun already drawn. He lands, aims, and recites his full government title. I am Kim Hyuk, Team 1 leader. If you move, you will be shot. The woman is completely silent, not even a little bit intimidated. She just glances at his gun and basically tells him to put the toy away. This is no place for a mere bodyguard, she says as he fires away. The bullet slashes her cheek before she can even react. Sis got her stats checked. Time for warnings is over. Move again and you are done, Kim Hyuk says. She calmly explains they're in American territory on a mission. Then she drops a huge bombshell. The kid inside is very likely a spy sent from the north. Kim Hyuk is completely stunned. Before he can even process that, bang, a bullet goes right through her forehead. The force of the shot throws her entire body backward. She collapses to the floor as Tomo watches from the stairs, totally unfazed. Ice cold. Kim Hyuk instantly spins and aims at the new target. Man grunts. His eyes widen in shock. He stares in total disbelief at the dead woman on the ground. Hoshikiri? He turns and sees Kanggun standing in the very doorway he just made. So now he has two ops in front of him, Sergeant Kim and Jeon. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes his chain whip. The whip moves with insane speed, wrapping right around Kanggun's throat. The attacker yanks with all his might, pulling Jeon clean off his feet. Jeon gets dragged across the deck while Sergeant Kim is still aiming. The whip lashes out again again, but this time it's aimed at Kim Hyuk. It wraps around his pistol, ripping the gun right out of his grasp. Kim Hyuk just stares at his empty hand, completely shocked. The attacker screams in pure rage, "You killed Hoshikiri, you jerk," then uses Jian like a human flail, swinging him directly into Sergeant Kim. Even the attacker is knocked off balance by his own insane move. But as Jian hits the deck, he's gone in a moment. Where did he go? The guy looks on in disbelief, leaving himself wide open. A classic anime mistake, my friend. Jian sees the opening and lunges forward, winding up for a ferocious hit. His attack connects with a sickening crunch. Blood and teeth go flying. Man crumples to the ground, out cold. Jian stands over him, victorious. Tomo and Sergeant Kim can only stare at the scene, their faces grim. The aftermath is messy, 2 bodies on the floor and a very stressed out Sergeant Kim. Jian just casually picks up the pistol the attacker had knocked away. Walks over to a stunned Kim Hyuk, who's standing there with Tomo. He hands the gun back to its owner, his face totally calm. Jian aims the gun toward his attacker's body on the ground and fires away. Blood spurs out of the bullet hole from the man's chest. What a grim sight. Jian looks at his companions. "They knew our identities," he says calmly, "so cleaning this up shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Ice, cold. Kim Hyuk's face hardens. He gets the message loud and clear. He's on cleanup duty. Jian turns away. "Let's go, the kids will be waiting." "We don't have to worry anymore," Tomo exclaims. Meanwhile, Kim Hyuk wonders how the US knew who Jian was, and more importantly, if they're being tracked. A bit later, Jun and Tomo stroll back to the dinner party like they just went to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Han Yuju is teasing Ara. "So there's something our Ara can't have." Ara gets all fired up. "Because you keep provoking me, now I really want to try." Go Jin-suk notices Gun is back. "Where did you two go?" Just then Kim Hyuk approaches the table. He leans in and whispers something urgent right in Yuju's ear. Yuju's expression immediately turns serious. Ara asks what's wrong. Kim Hyuk's face is grim as he steps back from the table. Han Yuju turns to her friends. "Kids, sorry, but I think we have to go back." Ara stands up, totally shocked. "What? Why all of a sudden?" The other students at the table look just as bewildered by the news. Jin-suk protests, reminding her they still have 3 days left of the trip. But the sergeant steps in. "Go pack your things. Your father also left urgently." The room erupts in confusion. What is going on? What happened? Ara's secretary addresses the entire group. Everyone must return to the country, immediately. Dongwoo is just as confused as everyone else. Next thing they know, they're all on a plane heading straight back to Korea. On the flight, Dongwoo is a nervous wreck. "This is like a movie. What happened?" Jian just sits there, silent. Dongwoo leans over to Jun, still freaking out. Jin-suk said a killer came targeting Yuju. He's still trembling, unable to process what happened. But Jian just stares straight ahead, completely unfazed. Exactly, Jun thinks to himself. He knows all too well what really went down. Meanwhile, inside a secure government building, Sergeant Kim Hyuk is getting an earful about the resort disaster. His superior says the whole situation is a massive headache. He can only apologize for, surviving. The boss isn't having it. He snaps that it's not the sergeant's fault. It's the fault of the people who died. Bro is cold. Kim Hyuk just sits there, taking it all in. The mission clearly took a heavy toll on him. The boss lays out just how high the stakes were. The president's daughter was there. The country's next-gen leaders were there. Attackers hid their identities and went straight for the kill, targeting 2 students. However, there's no CCTV from the private resort. Super convenient, right? Makes the investigation a total nightmare. Kim Hyuk finally asks the big question. Is this about to become a huge diplomatic incident? The boss just waves it off. Officially, they're in the clear. The attackers got exactly what was coming to them. In fact, he's furious they even tried. He says the attackers should be the ones apologizing. But while the official story is clean, there's a huge unofficial problem. One of the dead was Japanese. Then he drops a total bombshell. He asks if the sergeant has ever heard of a ninja. The guy is totally confused. He's like, "You mean from the movies?" "My dude, you have no idea." Turns out they're not just from movies. They're a real-life assassination group. Kim Hyuk breaks out in a cold sweat. He learns that Hoshikiri, the woman he killed, was rumored to be one of them. Talk about a bad day. Kim Hyuk tries to step up and handle any revenge himself, but his boss shuts him down. He's a black agent now, and he has to stick around. Defeated, he apologizes. The boss just smiles, promising him a nice trip to Europe after the election. Just as the meeting wraps up, the boss suddenly asks a question. Why was the CIA after a high school kid named Kang Jun? Kim Hyuk is completely caught off guard. Seeing his hesitation, the boss dismisses him, but his expression shows he knows something is up. Meanwhile, the CIA's East Asia chief is having a total meltdown. He's fuming over his failed mission. He can't believe 2 of his ace agents got totally nerfed, and all for one high school kid. As he stares out at the city, he sees a dark figure in the reflection. He whips around, absolutely terrified. It's not a reflection. A ninja in a demonic Oni mask is standing right there in his room. The chief tries to talk his way out of it. Big mistake. A shuriken zips right past his face, cutting him short. In a flash of steel, the ninja unleashes a brutal attack. The chief almost gets turned into human confetti. The assassin looks at all the evidence on the table. A little sus, don't you think? Soon after, the entire hotel is in flames. On a nearby rooftop, the ninja makes a chilling threat. "If anything happens to my sibling, I will kill all of you," he says. Back in his apartment, Jun is grinding through a crazy workout, sweat pouring down his face. This training is triggering a flood of traumatic memories. He shakes it off and finishes his routine, but the memories are still there, lingering. We flash back to one of their first tests as kids. Their mission: execute death row inmates. Pistols are laid out on a table. An officer tells them to step forward and prove their courage. He warns them this is their future. Fail this test and they'll be eliminated. No pressure, kids. While the others hesitate, a young, red-haired girl steps forward. She doesn't even flinch. Gunshot rings out. Young Tomo just executed a prisoner. Her face is completely blank while Jian looks like he just saw a ghost. The other prisoners panic and run, but the officer is enraged by the children's hesitation. He threatens them with a week of fasting and even more brutal training. Talk about a toxic workplace. As the remaining prisoners are gunned down, young Jun finally acts. He's driven by pure desperation. His voice is trembling as he pleads, "Please don't starve us." Back in the present, our MC stares out at the peaceful city skyline, forever haunted by the boy he was forced to become. Memories of his past are a heavy weight as he looks out over the city lights. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, breaking the silence and snapping him back to reality. He picks it up. It's a message from his dad. It's a goofy selfie with a lion mascot. The text says, "Don't worry about money, eat lots of delicious food." And for the first time, a genuine small smile appears on Jun's face. Even our traumatized hero has a soft spot. That rare smile fades as Jian gets back to his grind. But the quiet in his ridiculously expensive apartment is almost too loud. His phone buzzes again. This time it is Yuna. They're going to get some tteokbokki. He just stares at the messages, lost in thought. A moment of peace, folks. Enjoy it while it lasts. And just like that, the doorbell rings, shattering the calm. Jian does not get many visitors. He cautiously heads toward the door. One look at the intercom screen tells him everything. His expression hardens instantly. It is Young-sik, the bully he already folded once. And this time, he brought backup. A lot of backup. Jian calmly asks what they want. He screams that he wants to see the face of Jian's mother. Ah, so they are here for round 2 with mom. Wrong button to push. A vein pops on Jian's neck. Nobody threatens his mom. Another goon chimes in, telling Jian to open up while they are still being nice. The boy just turns his back. He warns them he will call the cops if they cause a scene, but they just laugh it off. A small fine is nothing to them. They can wait all day. After a moment, our MC sighs. He tells them to wait, turns and walks back to his room, leaving the thugs feeling pretty smug about their victory. But he is not getting his wallet. He grabs his pencil case. His expression is now stone cold. With the case in hand, he walks back to the entrance and swings the door wide open. One of them whistles at his nice apartment. Then they get to business, demanding compensation for Young-sik. Jian's face is pure ice. He asks, "So this is about money?" Young-sik grins, revealing he did his homework. "Boss, his dad runs some meme coin company. He is loaded." Leader's eyes light up. They did not just find their target. They found a gold mine. They figure the kid is home alone. Perfect time to invite themselves in and wait for his parents. But Jun is completely unfazed. He just points up. "You know this is all being recorded, right?" As the goons look up at the camera, Jian calmly pulls out a mechanical pencil. With a single flick, he shoots the pencil lead, shattering the camera lens instantly. The thugs are just stunned. What in the world just happened? Jian's voice is chillingly calm. "I will not kill you," he says. Then he dumps out his pencil case. It is a full arsenal of ordinary school supplies. "Instead, I will just make you wish you were dead." That does it. Young-sik lunges with a knife, screaming his head off. Jian claps his hands, creating a small shockwave that sends the falling school supplies flying. He snatches a ruler out of the air and uses it to block the knife. Yes, a plastic ruler. Young-sik scoffs, but our guy snaps the ruler, driving the broken edge deep into his attacker's arm. As Young-sik screams, Jian slams his face into the floor. And one down. He turns to the rest of the crew. Their tough guy act is completely gone. They are terrified. There are still more of them. They charge in, screaming like they actually have a chance. Jian moves like a blur, weaving through their clumsy attacks. He casually picks up a glue stick. He dodges a punch and shoves the glue stick right into the guy's mouth. A brutal uppercut sends him and his teeth flying. That guy will not be eating solid food for a while. 2 down. The rest are frozen in fear as Jian calmly picks up a pair of scissors. He cracks his knuckles, then snaps the scissors in half, creating 2 makeshift blades. Remaining goons make one last desperate charge. Big mistake. His eyes glow white. Bro is officially done playing. Meanwhile, outside, a mysterious man in a trench coat gets out of a taxi. He is here to meet Jian, and he knows his parents are out of the country. He walks into the lobby, and the security guard immediately starts sweating. The man says he is heading to the royal floor. The guard is absolutely shocked. When asked what is wrong, the guard stammers. He says a whole crew of gangsters just forced their way upstairs. The man's eyes go wide. He realizes he is about to walk right into a war zone. So, the man in the trench coat heads for the elevator, his mind racing. Gangsters? On the royal floor? Something is not adding up. The elevator doors slowly slide open, revealing a crack. Peers inside, and his curiosity instantly turns into pure shock. The outside of the elevator is an absolute bloodbath. We're talking Jackson Pollock, but with more trauma. He stumbles, completely horrified by the grisly scene. The entire hallway has been redecorated in crimson, with goons mopping up the mess around their defeated buddies. One survivor, completely broken, struggles to crawl away from the carnage. The man can only stare, sweating bullets and totally speechless. Meanwhile, inside Jiyeon's apartment, the defeated thugs are kneeling in submission, including their purple-suited leader. Jiyeon sits calmly on his couch, radiating some serious final boss energy. The invaders are bruised, bandaged, and look like they've just seen a ghost. A visitor walks in. It's the man in the trench coat. Jiyeon looks at him in surprise. He enters the room, his expression completely unreadable. Jiyeon turns to face him, looking just a little annoyed. Without missing a beat, Jiyeon asks, "What brings you here?" The man counters, "Do you remember who I am?" Jiyeon says, "Of course, the strange bodyguard uncle I saw in Jeju." The man looks totally done with this kid. Well, that's not important. He asked about the kneeling thugs and demands an explanation for all this. Jiyeon side-eyes his handiwork, a silent warning in his eyes. He tells the man to wait for him at the cafe out front. The man hesitates, clearly thinking this whole situation is incredibly sus. With a strained smile, our boy reassures him, "I didn't do anything wrong. I'll explain later, so please go and wait." Reluctantly, the man agrees and heads for the door. On his way out, he notices the security camera that Jiyeon destroyed with a single pencil lead. Yikes. As he walks down the bloody hallway, he tells Jiyeon he has something to check first. Jiyeon watches him go, his expression turning to ice once he's alone. Downstairs, the man waits alone at an outdoor cafe. He pulls up a security feed on his phone, looking for answers. He sees a black and white image of Jiyeon, cool and collected, facing the entire gang at his apartment door. The feed is from the camera that Jiyeon so expertly disabled a moment ago. Just then, Jiyeon arrives, interrupting his little investigation. The man asks if he wants a drink, but Jiyeon says no, claiming he needs to get back to studying. The man calls him out. "I know that you're an excellent model student." He reveals he knows Jiyeon has never lost first place and that his grades in the US were perfect. Jiyeon's demeanor hardens. "Who are you to know all that?" Man places a card on the table. It's an ID for the National Intelligence Service. Bro is not just some bodyguard. He's Security Team 1 Chief, Kim Chel-gon. Jiyeon is stunned. An NIS chief? What is happening? Chief Kim tells him not to be nervous. He just wants to confirm what really happened back in Guam. Jiyeon realizes the chief must have investigated Kim Hyuk, but if there was an issue, Hyuk would have warned him. He sighs, steels himself, and prepares to spin a very convincing lie. Time to do some cooking. He puts on a big, goofy smile. "Stay calm. I'm just an ordinary high school student. I'm just pretty good at fighting." Chief Kim just stares, completely unimpressed by this whole act. Jiyeon doubles down, claiming his parents taught him to fight, but he's never formally learned martial arts. The chief cuts him off. "And why are you telling me that?" Jiyeon claims his fighting skill is the key. The chief, now a little intrigued, tells him to go on. He starts his story, reminding the chief of the Chinese man who attacked him in Guam. He says that same dude appeared at school. Chief listens intently, his gaze sharp and focused. Jiyeon says the scary-looking guy harassed him all day, so much that he even called the police. He tells the chief to check the bus security footage for proof. The chief seems to consider it. Then, he drops the next part. He ran into the same man in a restroom in Guam. The chief's eyes narrow, taking in this new piece of information. Jiyeon dramatically describes how scary the man looked. He boasts that he wasn't intimidated, and they had a staring contest, which is pretty normal in America. The chief listens, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips. He seems to be buying it. Jiyeon claims the man wanted to take him somewhere, saying he was investigating his parents. This gets a huge reaction. The chief realizes the CIA might suspect Jiyeon's dad is the infamous hacker Zero. He's falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. My dude is getting played. Jiyeon knows that if you mix in half the truth, even a lie becomes believable. This kid is a master manipulator. He continues, claiming they fought and that his opponent started using weird weapons. He finishes by saying Yuju's bodyguard saved him, exclaiming, "I really thought I was going to die." The chief thinks to himself that the man Joan described, Zhang Lu, is a top-tier killing machine. He can't believe a high schooler could fight someone like that just by doing some exercise. The story sounds sus. Jiyeon smoothly ties today's events into his lie, saying he beat the gangsters because the narrow hallway limited their numbers. He taps the table, saying they were just seeking revenge for something that happened before. He connects it all back to a fight with some boxing club guys, claiming the gangsters were backing them up. Suddenly, the chief slams his hands on the table and shouts Jiyeon's name, making him jump. He grabs the straw from his drink cup and aims it at Jiyeon's face. But Jiyeon is just as quick, grabbing the straw just like that. The test backfires in the most spectacular way possible. Jiyeon's reflexes are instantaneous. He catches the straw and folds it in two. His friendly facade vanishes, replaced by pure, murderous rage. Seriously? Jiyeon slams the table, flipping the script. He demands to know if the NIS can just do whatever they want. Looking genuinely upset, he continues his act. He explains that Jin-suk's bodyguard is also from the NIS, and that guy attacked him too. Chief Kim is stunned. He He remembers another agent by the name of Han Sung-hyun. Leaning in, Jian doubles down on his story. "I'll say it again. I'm good at fighting. Even that guy gave up against me." The chief's expression is anything but convinced. He stares intently at Jian, his gaze sharp and full of suspicion. Despite his best acting, Chief Kim wasn't buying it. Now Jian is home, realizing just how deep in it he is. The NIS is officially on his case. Then he sends a text to his dad. It's a picture of the NIS ID card that belongs to Chief Kim Chelgan. The dad's reply is simple. "Son, don't worry about anything. Dad will take care of it." This unexpectedly wholesome message actually gets to him. Bro is tearing up. He has sent a picture of his mom in a goofy vacation photo, saying they're having fun and will stay a little longer. He lets out a small laugh. If they're memeing this hard, it's probably not a huge deal after all. Just in case it's time for a training arc, he immediately starts grinding, busting out some grueling pull-ups. After his workout, a phone call suddenly stops him in his tracks. Sergeant Kim Hyuk, and he's in some kind of massive empty assembly hall. But he's not alone. NIS Chief Kim Chao-gon walks up, saying they need to talk. The chief cuts right to it, asking about a student named Kang Jun from the Guam trip. Sergeant Kim's eyes widen. The chief asks if it's true he sparred with Jian at his gym. He presses him, wanting to know just how strong Jian really is. Sergeant Kim flashes back to their fight. He remembers Jun's insane speed and power. He recalls Jian effortlessly dodging his attacks and landing a devastating knee strike. Back in the present, he gives a shocking answer. "Honestly, I'm not confident I could beat him barehanded." As for the Guam shooting, the chief tells Sergeant Kim to mind his own business. The chief leaves, but Sergeant Kim is left wondering why the NIS is so interested in a high school kid. Meanwhile, some politician is giving a passionate speech in the assembly hall. A bit later, Jun is waiting at a crosswalk when he gets that familiar spidey sense. A purple SUV pulls up. Surprise, it's Sergeant Kim Hyuk. Jian gets in, saying this is a bad idea. He's pretty sure Chief Kim is onto them. Suddenly, a girl from the back seat with reddish-brown hair pops up, yelling, "So, I came?" Jian is speechless. It's Tomoe, also known as Number 13. She introduces herself as Lee Jin and reminds Sergeant Kim of their cover story. They're cousins. Jian says this is no time for jokes, but she gets dead serious, asking, "Does it look like I'm joking?" The tension between these two former child soldiers is crazy thick. Sergeant Kim breaks the tension. He's being sent to Poland for a mission that will last at least a year. Tomoe cheerfully explains their cover story. She's just taking her younger brother and his friend shopping. Jian just sighs. This whole situation is completely ridiculous. As they drive off, someone is watching from a rooftop. He's wearing a legit Oni mask. He gives a simple order to his crew, chase them. And just like that, several black cars pull out, tailing the SUV. The crew arrives at a huge modern supermarket. Mo says she comes here often because it's never crowded. She explains the rest of the cover. She's here to fill the fridge for her stingy brother before his trip. Her logic is that acting close to an NIS agent will actually lower suspicion. Jian thinks about it. This plan could go either way. It might just make Sergeant Kim even more suspicious. They head up an escalator, totally unaware they've been followed. One of the pursuers reports in. The target has entered the building with two others. We finally get our villain's motive. The leader reveals he's the one who killed my sister. Under a full moon, he orders his men to make their target suffer. An entire army of masked assassins pours out of the cars, ready to strike. One of the assassins whips out some shurikens and aims at a security camera. He throws them with insane speed, disabling the cameras instantly. The leader gives his final orders. Secure the control room, cut the power, and get out fast. Meanwhile, Tomoe is happily picking out steaks with zero clue about what's coming. Jian and Sergeant Kim are in the food court. Jian asks why the NIS suspects him, and the sergeant says it's only natural. He explains that the CIA's best agents don't chase random high schoolers. They aren't after Jian. They're after Man Jumgang, also known as Zero. Jian just listens, taking it all in. Jian reassures Sergeant Kim that Man Jumgang is sure his identity will never be exposed. The sergeant then says that the CIA is definitely closing in. Just then, the entire building goes dark. The food court is plunged into darkness. Both Jian and Sergeant Kim jump to their feet. Over in the meat section, Tomo is caught in the blackout too. Jian wonders if it's just a simple power outage, but Sergeant Kim knows better. It's the enemy, he says grimly. He points out that a huge store like this doesn't just lose power by accident. And the realization hits Jian. This is a planned attack. A wide shot reveals they are not alone. Shadowy figures are all around them. The trap has been sprung. All right, first things first, Sergeant Kim says. Regroup with Lee Jin. Jian gives a sharp nod. Confirmed. The supermarket is dead silent, but the figures are perched on the shelves like creepy gargoyles. Yep, it is an ambush. Sergeant Kim books it through the aisles, but he is not fast enough. A masked attacker lunges with a knife. Sergeant Kim's blood spurs out as he attempts to run away. The masked ninja just glares. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim already has a fresh cut bleeding on his cheek. Just as he recovers, another enemy drops from above, aiming to absolutely crush him. Across the store, Jun senses the trouble and sprints into action, his face a mask of pure focus. He spots a ninja camping on a high shelf. The dude launches himself onto Jian as our MC dodges. The ninja attempts to attack, but Jian dodges like a pro. Before you know it, Jian is on him. One punch cracks his masked face and it is lights out. But taking out one was just the tutorial level. Jian finds himself completely surrounded by a squad of these masked killers. He takes a sharp breath, his mind racing. What are these guys? He plants his feet, bracing for the onslaught. At that exact moment, Tomo lands a devastating kick square in a ninja's face. Jian just watches in shock as she effortlessly pummels the attacker into submission. The other ninjas freeze, stunned by her sudden, brutal efficiency. Tomo lands, her expression deadly serious. Jian remains surrounded, sizing up his opponents as they refocus their attention. Then, a single word cuts through the tension. X, Tomo yells. Jian's eyes widen. It is a signal. Without another word, they both bolt, sprinting down parallel aisles. The ninjas give chase, but Jian and Tomo are moving in perfect sync. You can tell this is a practiced maneuver. They race towards the end of the aisle, their pursuers closing in from all sides. Reaching the end, they pivot and stand back to back, ready for what comes next. Two ninjas emerge from the side, but Tomo is faster, landing a powerful kick. At the exact same moment, Jian delivers a crushing punch to the other. Their teamwork is flawless. Ninja reels in shock as Tomoe appears beside him, giving Jian the perfect opening to strike. They unleash a devastating combination of kicks and punches, completely flooring their opponent. With one more down, they stand firm, surrounded by the remaining enemies. Tomoe asks him, "You did not forget Operation X, right?" But Jian does not answer, his focus entirely on the fight. And we get a flashback to their brutal training. An instructor tells a field of kids holding knives. When a few face many, there is only one way. Coordinate together. The officer's face is pure menace. Read the thoughts of your comrades fighting with you. Young Jian and Tomo, among others, leap into a chaotic training brawl. Back in the present, Jian and Tomo prepare to execute that same brutal training for real. As the ninjas attack, the two operatives move like a blur, swapping places in the blink of an eye. Ninjas are completely thrown off. Nice position, Sergeant Kim calls out from the shadows, watching their perfect maneuver. He makes his move, leaping off a display and bringing a large panel crashing down on two unsuspecting ninjas. The remaining attackers are stunned. Now it is 3 against the rest, and the trio looks ready to end this. They launch forward as one, a synchronized flurry of fists and blades that overwhelms their target. Their assault is relentless, a perfectly coordinated storm of violence. A ninja collapses in a cloud of smoke. The 3 of them stand victorious in the wreckage. That was quite intense, huh? That's a wrap on this recap. Hit that subscribe button to help us keep pumping out awesome content. Catch you in the next one.